I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 99. I forgot to change the banner because I was so busy with unnecessary shit. So for those no gays on Twitter, you're not happy with my opinion. Come and talk. It's open mic. The link will be open to everyone. It will be pinned in the live chat, pinned comment, and you can come on. No show of face and talk to me face to face. Don't be gay. So freaking gay, man. So much opinions. Everybody just want to censor each other because they don't have the same opinion. Freaking communists. So anyway, welcome to DPA Open Mic. The title is Zelenskyy looking for miracles, and miracles did not happen in Kursk because Kursk is now collapsing, and Zelenskyy is on a European tour. He just visited the Pope, and the Pope shake his hand. So yeah, bad sign. So anyway, we're going to drop the link to join, and anyone can join. As usual, you need to show your face. You need to have a webcam. The best if you have a earphone, so that there is minimal audio feedback. And freaking gays on Twitter, come on. So anyway, yeah. So give me a second. Let me copy the stuff to post on. Oh my god! The copy and paste stuff. Dun. Okay, so I got this already. Copy. So I have dropped the link to Rumble and on YouTube as well. I have pinned them. And okay, I forgot to open Twitch. Sorry, Twitch people, if you are watching. Yeah, I've dropped the Twitch as well, and I pin it. So, yeah, come and talk, man. Don't be gay. No, a lot of people something about Twitter. This is very toxic. Is that a lot of people have a lot of big words. They have a lot of like self-righteousness. They will scold you, say that you know nothing. But then tell them to come here face to face. They are like deep shit. They have no guts, no balls. Freaking girls. Even girls are better. That's why I say you're gays. Because girls, at least we have girls coming on. We have females coming on to talk. You're worse than girls. Freaking bullshit. Stupid idiots. So anyway, okay, I finished my rant. And we have Toby on. Yay! You see the brave person, from Australia, braving the late nights to come and talk to us. Not like those dipshit on Twitter.
very early morning here, but that's cool. Yeah, how are you going, White? You look much healthier than like last.
Yeah, I have a very long sleep. I have like 11 hours plus sleep, which is why the sleep rep was late. And I need to do that every week. I need to have a super long sleep every week because I usually have very terrible sleeping hours during the weekdays. So
I think if you do that, if you have a really good long sleep once a week, you can get away with kind of having
I literally need it. If I don't have it, then the subsequent week is going to be very bad.
So yeah,
but usually I have that. Usually I have that because after the open mic, then I will be like totally exhausted. I will have my long sleep after the open mic. So just that this one I have it before.
Hey everyone. So yeah, about Zelenskyy. The NATO meeting at Ramstein that got cancelled? It was supposed to go from the 10th to the 12th, and Biden didn't turn up, apparently because he had to look after the hurricane in Florida or something. But the thing is, one of the things that was scheduled to happen at that meeting was that Zelenskyy was supposed to deliver his victory plan, right? This was a big deal. This is the Ramstein Group. They're actually like the 50 countries that control all the weapons and funding that goes to Ukraine. So this isn't some like fringe think tank. This is actually like the main deal. And Zelenskyy was scheduled to give his big proposal there. He'd already been to America first and got told no long-range missiles. And then the British said no long-range missiles. And the British are like his biggest cheerleaders in Europe. And then they cancelled his performance at Ramstein, which is... it's a thing. It happened, right? Zelensky's going home with no big press release to the Ramstein Group, no comments of support from the Ramstein Group, and really nothing from his trip to America either. So it's tough times for the Big Z. And I'll hand over to Nanya and then Shadowy.
Yeah, just to follow up on that point, my understanding was Zelenskyy was supposed to present the plan when he was in Washington, and he was told there, no, wait until the meeting in Germany. So they basically blew him off in Washington, and then they blew him off in Germany. So he's kind of like a landlord looking for rent now, and he can't find the tenants. So that's kind of how I see it. Go ahead, Shadowy.
Yes, the question so now is going to be for a lot of people when the war is going to end, because basically it could be directly next year. I think Russia is going to need a few months to clean everything, but the end is coming. Von, your turn.
I mean, just overall, I think it's reasonable to think maybe by the end of the fall, next fall, it should be wrapped up, at least in the eyes of most people. I mean, I just don't see how they can continue past the winter and then spring with the Russians gaining momentum every day. I mean, yeah, it's getting ready to be winter time in a month and they'll have to slow down maybe, but I mean, even if there's a peace deal and stuff and you got to, de-escalate, unwind, maybe by the end of next year, it'll be either over on the battlefield or it'll be over on the battlefield. There'll be some kind of deal being put in place. So end of 2025. Shadowy, I guess, next.
I think that for the next operation, the most strong opponent for the Russian army is going to be basically the winter, their own logistics, and the stupid idea that some middle-ranking officer could have that I'm going to make the big break and they're going to rush somewhere and basically have their whole column destroyed by a surprise attack from drones or Ukrainian artillery, what is going to be left. Like it's already happened a few times, like in Volodar a few months ago. They have to be careful about the enthusiasm of some middle-ranked officer.
There's some rumors, right? I see on Twitter, they're sharing that they are now adopting more soldiers from the streets. This time around, they're going to concerts and whatnot, and this time, and also they're wearing plain clothes. I'm not sure. I just saw the headlines on the Twitter. So
yeah, there was a video posted on X just today. Last night they were at some sort of music concert or some sort of nightclub or something, rounding up people.
Toby.
Yeah, I just want to put it out there that it could be that we don't see a peace deal made, and the reason is because Ukraine. Let's be realists. Ukraine wasn't a great prize. Ukraine wasn't a hyper-productive, rich, wonderful place during peacetime. And at the moment it's economically ruined and depopulated. So a large part of the peace is going to be like, who pays for that? Because at the moment it's the European Union's on the hook for that. But, and that's expensive. Ukraine's a big place. It's really big. It's bigger than European countries, and there's tens of millions of people, and none of them have got an economy to support them, and they all need energy and petrol generators, and it's a really expensive enterprise, and there's not much payback for it. What do you get? You get Ukraine. Well, that sucks. Well, no, I don't mean to be harsh, but without the Donetsk and Crimea and the rest of it, it's just like more Poland with like angrier people in it, and so and a huge bill, right? And so I don't know if Russia really want that. And also, I'm a bit skeptical about the Russian military-industrial complex. That's a pretty dark universe unto itself. And if I was a billionaire making loads of money out of the, massive rearmaments push and looking to make even more money out of the market, I might want to keep this showroom of my merchandise churning along in a forever war, because that's basically like pumping money into my pockets from the Russian economy. And if you think those billionaires don't sit in the Russian Duma and, have influence on the Russian policy, then, that's a cheery worldview for you to have. But knowing that they do, I can see this conflict raging on for ages, just as fuel to get the Russian arms industry back up into its glory days where it had big export contracts all over the world. So I'm not hopeful, because I don't see a peace deal that's good for the Russians, like, frankly. It's especially if they have to take on the debt of Ukraine. So this is the other thing, right? Ukraine has got such a crushing debt at the moment that whoever takes it over is going to be like, it's throwing good money after bad. So that's why I'm not hopeful of a peace. I think it's almost like the prize no one can afford to win.
That's why Russia will not conquer the rest of Ukraine. They
I
want to keep one small land.
Exactly. I totally agree with that. I think we have to make a special topic later about the peace which is going to happen after that. Basically, what's going to be in the peace deal. We have to speak about that, but maybe later. Because I think now the topic is about when the war is going to end. Toby, continue, please. Sorry for the cut. Oh, I think Gareth wanted to speak a lot.
Yeah, Gareth.
Yes, thank you. There are a whole bunch of directions that this could go in, and I'm not going to continue off from any one of them at the moment. But I do want to open a question to be considered now and perhaps later in the stream, which is that how big exactly is the Ukrainian incursion into Russia? Wyatt did a video a little about it a little while ago. Upon the incident of the Russian MOD reporting that they had inflicted more than 14,000 casualties on the Ukrainian force in Kursk. And that implies that that force was really big. I mean, it's been about 2 weeks now since that, and it hasn't collapsed. If it could absorb that number of casualties and still exist, then it had to be pretty big in the first place. Even if we assume that the Russians are overestimating by double, it's still a pretty significant, a sizable venture, at least on this kind of scale of the vaunted counteroffensive of 2023. So this may easily be the biggest, the biggest actual operation that the Ukrainians have launched so far, and therefore might well be the most decisive event of the war, if we were looking at it in hindsight. And so what I'm interested to hear about, there have been a number of topics brought up in this conversation so far, and I don't want to overrule any of them, but I would like to invite people to present what they think about the estimation of Ukrainian forces in Kursk and how the Russians are dealing with them, and whether or not this perception of this as being a particularly large operation is right or wrong. Thanks.
I just on the ending of the war thing. I mean, I think the only way there's really a peace deal is if Trump got in and was able to pull something out of his ass, because I don't think he's probably the only one that could put some kind of deal together. So I think realistically the war will be decided on the battlefield, and that'll probably be over the next year, by the end of next year, just because of the way it's going. I mean, I don't see how Ukraine is going to magically have some surge of troops and equipment come in. I mean, there was a story I think History Legends did the other day about a guy that was in his 50s that got conscripted. So the time he got conscripted till the time he's been reported MIA or killed was 1 month. So that included his training time.
There's lots of British.
I mean, I just don't see how they can maintain that. And then when you look at what's going on down south, and then the other parts that are starting to kind of get the pressure, you know, where's this magic plug coming from?
But I just want to add one more thing. Is that you talk about like Trump, able to bring the peace deal. But I got a feeling is that even let's say Trump say that, okay, we're going to give you the entire of Donetsk. Kherson, Zaporizhia, and Luhansk. I think Russia also wouldn't want that. I think Russia would want more.
No, they want
So, no,
Kharkiv, Sumy,
Yeah,
and
they will feel like
Odessa
it's a
now.
loss, right? Russia will feel like it's a loss because like, they already destroyed the entire military. So why not take more? So it's like,
Exactly.
yeah. So not even the Trump will offer such a generous deal. I think Putin may not even accept it.
Well, it
Oh, I know. I
depends-
mean,
it
I agree with
depends
that.
what
I'm
the
just saying, I
government
think he's
wants.
like the only guy that could throw a deal out there that anyone would even take seriously, and whether they
I
took
think
it or not.
It depends who gets to run the faux regime that is then in Ukraine. It's like, is it a continuation of the coup government of Victoria Nuland, or do the Russians get to put their fake Ukrainian government in power? That's going to be the key issue. Because if the Russians get to install a Russian-friendly government in Kiev, they get the whole lot, right? As a friendly ally, which is kind of like the only good outcome for them. Because the alternative is that you've got some NATO client state in rump Ukraine, and even if that's small, even if that's like Lvov and a couple of gold blocks outside Lvov, that still sucks. That's still almost a net win for NATO. So I can almost see the Russians continuing to just apply pressure until there's a Russian-friendly government in Ukraine, and that might be counterproductive. I don't know. They might apply so much pressure that the Ukrainians just hate them like forever. But who knows? But in any case, I don't see
It's
any.
too late for that.
quick
That's already the
outcome.
case.
And I don't see that Trump can offer Putin the whole thing. I mean, he might, but it's not much of a deal for NATO. So, and if Trump thinks he can go in there and promise Putin a friendly rump Ukraine, I don't think the Russians are in the mood for that shenanigans again. Like, they're not going to do that. So I can see this dragging on like forever. Because it might be that the Russians and also the Chinese are just waiting for the West to fall over from the gay and the, horrendous social policies in the West and the debt. So they're just playing a long game.
Nuna, your turn, I think.
Yeah, just to follow up on Gareth's point about Kursk, the latest estimates I read from a couple days ago, I think it was in Sputnik, was around 21,000 casualties in Kursk. So take that for what you will. Though Gareth does raise a good point. It's like when this whole offensive started, whenever it was 6-7 weeks ago, it was all a very small incursion. That's what we were told. And now 6 weeks later, there's 20,000 people dead.
Sufficient
So,
number, be careful.
well, I think it just shows that you can't really trust either side in
Yes, I
what they're
totally agree with
reporting,
that.
right? But
You cannot trust any numbers.
yeah, but I do believe it was a much bigger operation than what we were initially told, and we're finding that out now. Go ahead, Shadowy.
I think it's Nika turn now. He's not there anymore. So I just wanted to.
I'm here.
Yes, speak. So
I'm here.
please.
But I
Your
think
turn.
Von is before me, no?
No,
Maybe.
Shadow is then me and or you.
Shadowy.
Go ahead,
then
man.
you.
It's
But
Shadowy.
no. Okay, I'm going to continue. So the main issue is the continuation of the war of the Trump idea of peace is going to be if Trump is really decided to make peace, he's going to basically ask Putin what he wants, and he's going to say yes to everything. Because honestly, do you think Trump cares about Odessa? I'm sure he doesn't. And how many US people in USA know where Odessa is? So we could say yes, take Odessa if you want. I don't know where is it. I don't care. And for the government in Ukraine, for what is going to be left in Ukraine, I think Putin don't want a pro-Russian government because there is two questions which important in the peace deal: is the Odessa situation and the debt. If the debt is not forfeit, Putin don't want the rest of Ukraine to be a pro-Russian government, because if he does that, that means that he's going to have to pay the debt. And if it's a pro-Western government, basically the debt go to Europe, because I think Trump is going to say, I don't want to pay too. So Europe is going to have to pay the debt of Ukraine in one way or another. So
100%.
for
It's
me,
going
we
to
are
be your
going
problem.
to have a pro-Western government in Kiev and Lviv, and everything else is going to be pro-Russian. I think it's Partisan. No, he's not there.
Me.
Someone else. Nika,
I think.
Yes.
Ron, I don't know.
Yeah. For me too, as everyone thinks, I don't think Russia will be okay with what it have now, because it's already in a winning strike. The military is good. The territory gains are accelerating. They have a good tempo, so I don't think they want to stop here. Neither, I think even from inside Russia, I think the expectation is a bit bigger because they spend a lot of manpower, they risked a lot. So there is a peace deal. I don't think Russians will accept it, and at least on these current borders. Even the 4 oblasts, I don't think they will accept that. But I don't think there is a peace deal in the horizon, because Zelenskyy is doing a great job for Russia. He's refusing any peace deal, so he's making the situation worse and worse until there would be like a total collapse or a partial collapse. So that will leave Russia with a territory that it wants. I think it's like the left side of Dnipro will be good for them, with Odessa maybe as a cherry on the cake.
Odessa is very important for everyone.
Yeah, of course. Odessa is very important. I think they're not even bombing it that hard because they want it for themselves, so they want it intact-ish. But who knows? Bon?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like on the peace deal thing, like I said, I mean, I'm just assuming he's the guy that might be able to cobble something together. But realistically, think about it. Even if Trump wins, there's no peace deal at the minimum till January 20th. So they still have another 3 months to push across Ukraine and get what they want before there's actually a deal even talked about, probably. I mean, not to say there won't be some back channel talking maybe, but nobody can do anything officially, so it won't matter. And then, with the whole Kursk incursion, I mean, yeah, they went in there with, I don't know, I think they said it's up to 6 brigades, but you got to look at those casualties too. A lot of them were in the Kursk pocket. Then you had all the strikes against the follow-on forces that got hit pretty bad all around there. And, and when they say Kursk, it could be the Kursk region, because you can remember there was a couple areas to either side of the penetration where Wyatt was highlighting airstrikes in these forests and stuff, probably where there was troop concentrations or equipment. So that's probably where a lot of the casualties were from. Plus those guys, when they pushed in, they caught the Russians off guard and they drove up a lot of roads, but the Russians, and they said this specifically, the hunter-killer teams of special forces and small units, ATGM teams and snipers devastated those advancing units. And then you had small mechanized units like platoons and companies. You saw what happened with 2 BTRs. They wiped out nearly a company of Ukrainian troops and armored vehicles. You saw those vehicles get hit. Most of those guys didn't get out. You're not getting out of an armored car that just got penetrated by multiple 30-millimeter shells. I mean, yeah, they pushed in. They did great. And the thing is a lot of these videos coming out are probably stuff that happened in the first week, like that company-sized element that got wasted. That was probably in the first 4 or 5 days, but it just got put out now. Like that's some bullshit that just happened. There probably hasn't been a company-sized element moving around inside that Kursk area for a month because it's too hot. There's no way in hell you're driving around there with all the drones, all the air artillery, all the air support, and like I said, all the hunter-killer teams running around. I mean, that place is a death trap, and Wyatt's reports and other reports, verify it. The whole front's collapsing. Everybody that's in there should get the fuck out, or they're going to get trapped, cut off, and killed.
Super
I think
chat.
it's
John Scott.
up.
It's my turn.
John Scott super chatted. Yeah. Harry Camels 2024. Okay, so next.
I want him to
Yeah,
come to speak with us because I think we have very, very few Democrats on the Open Mic. So we need him. Please come to speak with us.
Yeah, why would you guys assume that Trump is going to be any less supportive of Ukraine than Harris would? Because just I'm thinking of like, Trump in his first term, everyone was saying, oh, he's going to withdraw the U.S. from NATO, he's going to pull all the troops out of Europe, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, and of course he didn't do any of that. He actually expanded NATO to I think Montenegro and Macedonia. I think those were the two countries, but so that's what you're basically dealing with with regards to Trump. He could just say all he wants about how he's going to end aid to Ukraine, but he doesn't actually have to do that once he gets into office. And I think all things considered, whether Trump or Harris win the election, you're in a position in the U.S. now where most people aren't supportive of increased Ukraine aid. I think a lot of people aren't even supportive of the current amounts of aid going to Ukraine. So what you're basically going to see is that Russia's going to keep gaining more and more land, and eventually, Ukraine itself is going to have to come to some sort of agreement with them, regardless of what the U.S. wants them to do. And with regards to the Kursk offensive, I think that I think Syriac Map said that reports of like 50,000 troops were an overestimate, and it was something like 30,000. But I mean, I obviously don't know the exact numbers, but if you look at just all those numbers people put out, they're usually only talking about combat troops. So when you say that Ukraine has 1 million troops in total, only maybe 300,000 of those are actually going to be combat troops. So if you're talking about sending 30,000 combat troops to Ukraine or to Kursk, that's pretty much 10% of Ukraine's whole army, whole military. So I think that's a pretty big commitment on their part, and I don't think they would try and use much more than that. Because I mean, like I don't know if you guys remember, but like not too long after the Kursk offensive started, I said it was too early to judge at that point whether it would be a strategic success for Ukraine or not. And I think at this point it's pretty conclusive that the Kursk offensive was in fact a mistake, and that ultimately Ukraine would have been better off had they used those troops to defend the Donbass and other areas where Russia was advancing. But I think what you're seeing at this point is that Ukraine basically made this mistake. I'd imagine they realized pretty early on that unless they could keep advancing in Kursk, which obviously didn't happen, that because Russian gains were started increasing in Donbass, shortly after Ukraine launched the Kursk offensive. I think at that point Ukraine probably realized that continuing to double down on Kursk wasn't a good idea, and they basically stopped at that point and basically tried to hold the line. And now that that's collapsing, they're pretty much just going to have to pull out of Kursk completely before too long, once all the supply lines get cut off, in order to try and halt the Russian advance in Donbass and keep that from getting any worse. But the extent to which they're going to be successful in that, I don't think they have much of a chance. I think Russia's just going to keep accelerating the amount of territory it gains until again Ukraine just is going to have to sign some kind of deal with them. Shadowy?
No, I think it's Partisan.
Oh, product.
Okay. Yeah,
Why would
thanks.
Putin take into account any Trump offer? Russia is winning all anyway, or not?
Well, it's a very well way of seeing it. Yes, it's quite true. I think we are running into a moment of big deception like we haven't had yet before. We had moments of deception, but not as big as what is coming now. And this is part of the victory plan of Zelenskyy. He's building a certain scenario, around a mediatic scenario that is ready for negotiations. Let's remember, I think Kursk was a kind of an experiment, which worked very well. So they lured the Russians for peace talks in Qatar. They were talking about energetic ceasefire. And in luring the Russians to those negotiations, the Russians were probably not as prepared or alert for the fact that they were going to invade Kursk. And this was kind of a surprise and not a surprise. Well, we know that someone was talking about how much land they still hold in Kursk. It doesn't matter. These are lowland swamps. They have no value. Each time the Russians conquest 1 kilometer or quadrat kilometer in the Donbass, what they are getting in terms of natural minerals and resources behind that land is immense, so it doesn't compensate. I think the Russians would give away Kursk very well. They won't, but it would be. But again, going back to my theory is that we are going to a big deception. So Zelenskyy is building an international image that is ready. Something failed, the so-called peace plan, victory plan, but this is part of the victory plan. Something failed, he's really wasted, Kursk went really badly, and now he's talking about being ready for a ceasefire. He went to talk to the Pope, he gave him a picture of the Bucha massacre, which is quite interesting because we all know this was a hoax, but nevertheless it's interesting how the Pope would see it or not. But now he's going to all European countries and journals. The German newspaper was writing that Zelenskyy was speaking with Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, that he will be ready for peace talks in other terms. This is all a lie, we know. And so something is going to happen. And why I'm saying something is going to happen that people are not expecting, the Russians are bombarding as many supplies of weapons like never before, especially in the ports of Odessa in the south. The Russians are trying to find out the Poles everywhere, like something entered into Ukraine that is going to be very badly. And last but not least, we saw that today at least dozens of videos in Ukraine about forced conscriptions. And we know these forced conscriptions, they take something like a few weeks. And after a few weeks, they are already in the battlefield, like with what happened to Kursk. We also saw a moment of big intensity of forced conscription in the streets, and this same thing happened. About Nick, I would like to contemplate something you said. I think Trump, and he did this in his first term, he understood the pressure of the military complex. The problem is that when the military complex takes too much of the Congress to itself, well, it creates a kind of a momentum where they are preponderant, when they are the ones that really dominate the discourse. The other sectors of economy get behind, are forgotten. And so Trump was very intelligent. He kind of gave sugar candies to the military complex, forcing the other European NATO countries to spend more on time of peace. Very interesting. And these actually worked wonderful because in doing that, he was able to create momentum for other economical sectors in the US. And now the problem is that the military complex has taken too much attention, and all other economical sectors in the US are really deprived of incentives. We see Boeing, for instance, a very great case. Boeing just announced that they're going to discharge a huge amount, thousands and thousands of workers, but Boeing actually has huge orders from especially from Asia, India, ordered them loads of airplanes. How come are they discharging now workers? Something is not right between the announcements and the real economical and we also situation. We also see that in Germany they are closing more factories. The big machinery industry has some of the worst outputs since many years. We are talking about machines that other industries order in order to produce. This is one of the this just came a few days ago. So we are really going into a very strong recession, and the US and these enterprises I'm talking about, these big machines, they go to everywhere, to the United States, to the big industrial. So they just don't show the state of industry in Germany or in Europe, but also in many other parts of the world. So in that sense, I think if Trump comes back to power, he'll do the same, but we'll have a much more difficulty than the last time in trying to control the military complex and their ability to finance political parties and political groups that have a lot of influence in the big decision corridors in Washington. So I'm not sure who's next. So if you guys could please me.
It's Toby.
Yeah, I've been
Okay,
waiting a while.
before Toby, wait. Super chat.
Shadowy or version?
NGS wrote, will West make Russia an offer to avoid humiliation and balance China? What are the incentive of the Western side? Is it the action still ideologically driven?
Yeah, okay. So on that, like talking about what Trump is going to do, but if you can remember, like way back at the dawn of time during Trump's first presidency, if you remember the kind of people that he ended up having around him, like Mike Pompeo and others, the thing
John
is,
Bolton.
he doesn't really get to choose, right? Because the way it works is like, this is just like how horse trading works in US politics. And you know, Vaughan can confirm this. Trump needs the support of the GOP party. And so he's going to do deals whereby a whole group of GOP senators, or even one senator from one state, will say, I'll give you my confirmation vote, and I'll vote with you on like your wall or whatever, but I want to get my guy appointed into the Pentagon, right? And he's just spent 5 years at Boeing, and he knows how all the contracts are supposed to go there, right? And so in order to be the guy, in order to be branded as the Republican Trump has to do all these deals, right? Like, it's not optional. It's not like Trump's being a bad guy by doing all this horse trading.
Yeah, but he's working around that right now because they're having people being
That's
picked.
what the job is. At the end of the day, the Senate, like, and this is another thing, right? You talk about like what Trump can do.
We're talking about the people that he can appoint without Senate approval. Right? There's thousands of them, and he's already got over 500 ready for day one. So there's the potential for a lot of different things to happen is all.
But it also cuts the other way. Trump is only the president. That's all he is. And the US is not an entity where the president is the only and exclusive power holder. Like, there are 4 different senatorial committees that can commit over $4 billion per year out of the US budget to a foreign war. And if those committees choose to do that, unless the president like outright vetoes it and makes a big deal out of it, that's just the business of the US Senate. And not only can those 4 different Senate committees commit funding to foreign wars, they can commit funding to foreign wars on both sides of the same war. And that actually happened. That happened in Syria. One Senate committee was funding the defense of the Syrian oil fields, and another Senate committee was funding Kurdish rebels. And it just so happened that the Kurdish rebels got tasked with attacking the oil fields. And so the US Senate was attacking itself and funding both sides. And my point about this is, right, this Ukrainian conflict, it's part of an economy. And Trump is not the guy you think he is if you think he's going to go and take money out of those poor weapons manufacturers like Raytheon and Boeing, who are just trying to feed those kiddies, right? And if you think that Trump is going to stomp on the futures of those hardworking Americans, well, that's not making it again, is it? So there's a similar story on the Russian side, and that's why I think this conflict has got legs. But because it suits the military industries on both sides, and because like nobody really wants to own Ukraine because it's like massively expensive and it's saddled with so much debt as well. But anyway, so Shadowy, I think.
Yes, I wanted to add something about the earlier comment, and I think the Trump is going to create a peace deal, but Putin may just listen to it very politely and just say no, or we want more, so give us more. Or we are not going to do anything. But Trump is going to propose something, and Putin is going to do what he wants. And if Trump is smart enough, he has already people in Moscow asking Putin what he wants. So he should have a very clear idea of the situation if he is smart, and I think maybe he is. So maybe he's going to make a peace deal that he already knows that Putin is going to say yes, or already knows that Putin is going to say no. We don't know. I think after it's Virgin turn.
Hey guys, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I see you agree mostly, and what Ryla said, that nobody can be sure which direction Trump will really go regarding support for Ukraine. This is, in my opinion, quite true, because it's not just that the MIC exists and well, the rich peoples on both sides have interests and stuff. There is really this thing, in my opinion, that states have interests, and in foreign affairs especially. And the interest of the foreign, the foreign interest of the United States won't go away because of Trump getting elected. You know, they ultimately will want the other great powers to be as weak as possible. It's in the interest of every great power, especially the greatest, if it's the hegemon. So this will not change radically. So the policy of Trump will not be decided just by some profit calculations and stuff, but real long-term strategies play into that as well. So I can easily see Trump continuing to support or doubling down the support, regardless how all of them think that the war will end, because victory is not the only goal. Weakening of the other side is also a viable goal. This is why I think that not a lot will change, regardless who will be elected. Yeah, and there was, I think, recently, the other week, an interview with Pompeo. I think he's not in very good terms with Trump anymore. But regardless, he was arguing about how the West needs to bring Russia back into the fold because of future possible, not conflict, but adversary, well, politics against China. And that it's in the interest of the West to have Russia on their side. So these people realize that, and the question is, have they crossed the point of no return to bring Russia back? What do you think about it, Vlad? Oh, sorry.
It's Wyatt
Sorry,
and Wyatt is the boss. So it's always Wyatt's turn.
I respond first, because just now we were
Okay.
talking about that. What could Trump offer, right? I'm just about to say something similar to what Mike Pompeo has said. What if Trump offered Putin to take any amount of Ukraine Putin wants, and then, but in return, Russia pivot back to the West and cut off, all this cooperation with China and all these BRICS things, and something but it's with recognition of Crimea and all of Ukraine that Russia takes. It's super deal. I'm just saying. You choose the next person, Virgin.
Nika was the next.
Nika.
Yeah, hi guys. White has proposed a very tempting offer, but I don't think it's about Ukraine, only Ukraine. Ukraine is one piece of the puzzle. What happened? I don't think any leader or a man of influence in Russia will go to the arms of the European and the West as easy as given some territory. We see what they did to Russia. So I think they will want to not be so dependent on China in one hand, but not be dependent so much on the West. We know everyone here know that the West cannot keep their deals, cannot keep their promises. So why he should trust them? Even if they give him all Ukraine, I will not trust them. So in
Nika. Okay, Trump offered Russia to join NATO. Signed deal, confirm. Okay, what do you think?
Same thing.
They will not accept.
At least has
deep
to
state,
offer Alaska. At least Alaska.
the deep state will not
Maybe they are
accept
going
it.
to say yes.
He cannot. There will be a third assassination attempt. It will be very, very, very successful. So forget about it. We know that NATO is against Russia and China. So there's no need to hide it. This is one thing. Secondly, about the deal, I don't think any amount of opinion on regard of the Americans on the West. Very what they think is irrelevant because they don't have any leverage. To have a deal, you need to have a leverage in the other way. What they will do to them? They will give more weapons with what industry? They will give F-35. They cannot do it. What they will do to help Ukraine? What's the leverage? They will do more sanctions for what? For what? They did every sanction possible. So I don't think they have any leverage. And this is one part of the thing, what Russia wants. But don't forget that inside even Ukraine, even if they wanted to have a deal, there is a big part of the Ukraine army and Ukraine nationalists will resist it very, very, very strongly. So I don't know how they will. I think they need to kill them all or to have a deal with them or give them an island in somewhere. I don't know who's next. I think it's Bigari or
Bigari next.
Bigari, yeah.
Clarence Super Chat. Trump can offer the star and the moons, and the next president will revoke it and back to square one. US is agreement incapable, period.
Mika stole all my points. Basically, Trump doesn't have any leverage. He only has like long range strikes, missile strikes. That's all. But Ukraine is striking Russia deep anyway with drones, so it's like missiles. Okay, what missiles, drones? Who cares? The only leverage is like a full-scale war with NATO. It's the only leverage they have. But I wanted to address the point from Toby. I was like listening for the first part of the open mic when people were talking about when the war will end, and people are fucking thinking like it's a computer game, like Europa Universalis, where human power is slowly regenerates and all the shit. Like Ukraine can only like do what lower the conscription age to 18 as the maximum, and and it will give like 2.5 million more men possible to the front line. This will fuck the economy because country cannot go, like if all men goes to the war, like who will work? Women? Please don't tell me that shit. So economy will collapse. Men will not want to
They
fight.
still will work, just not the work that you think they will be working at.
Yeah. I know. That's most of the. If you go to the brothel in Germany, most of the women there are Ukrainians. By the way, that's just a side point. Like, war cannot go on forever. Maximum 2 years. It's like it will be stretching. It will be stretching because unless some magical manpower means NATO appears, Ukraine will just bleed dry. Like, read about fucking Paraguayan war against Brazil. Like, Paraguay set themselves back in 18 when the war was 1860, something like that. Country still doesn't has not recovered from that because 90% of the male population were dead. So unless Zelenskyy really wants to steal more money, like he wants to, because like what's his left? Like if war ends, he's done. He's probably I hope he's fucking shot dead, but he's done. So he will prolong the war until the turning point. Like there is no fucking resources to prolong the war, but it cannot go forever because resources are very limited.
I think it's Prata.
It was Shadowy Oprata.
Okay. I think the first thing Trump will try to do is to close the gap, the taps, the flow of money to all these conflicts that don't bring anything positive in his view to the United States. And what he really wants to do first and for all is to construct a wall with Mexico to stop the inflow of migrants. And he needs to do that quite fast in a very short time when he becomes president, because it was a too strong promise that he did. And in doing that, he will bring the Europeans to pay all associated costs, previous ones and future ones, to do with Ukraine. And this will bring the Europeans out of their moral higher ground and start thinking economically. How much can they pay or not pay for maintaining this war? Because they are already in big trouble just to pay the future loans, in the future the loans they already did. This will create in 5-10 years probably a collapse of the euro by itself. But I think that the other problem that we have to understand is that Trump, more than anybody else, understands that the dollar is also on the brink of collapse. Well, not the dollar, but the sovereign debt of the United States. And if that happens, that the United States can't really pay or is in a very, very big trouble, the dollar will suffer. And the first thing he really wants to do, and that's the thing I think you would like to have from Putin as an exchange coin, it's the dollar. So what he could ask from Putin against Ukraine would be, don't do anything that lead to the de-dollarization of international markets. Yes, because everybody's in panic about what is going to happen in Kazan when the BRICS are going to meet. If they really are going to announce not a coin, it won't be a BRICS coin, but probably it's about electronic coins and a kind of on-time conversion system between central in the platform made by the central bank of the BRICS, the new development bank. And this is somehow what really troubles Trump, and it's probably what you would ask from Putin. It will be a bit too late, it's true, but it's probably the only thing that he really needs that Putin can give him. Yeah? Because sanction and threats don't work anymore. It's how it is. And also, I think the military industry complex, I know that they are very important, and you guys said, sorry, it was.
Do we lost him?
No, I'm just going to finish. If you still hear me, I was just going to say that, okay, yes, the workers in the military complex are important, but nevertheless, they will keep working. The problem is the workers in the other sectors, and those are the ones that Trump will really try to save and to bring more industries, more production of goods to the United States. And for doing that, he will need to bring that money that is going out for wars and conflicts and financing all types of proxies. He will need that to invest in the United States. So I think this will be the big difference. And as I said, for me, it will be asking as a gambit to stop the dollarization, and Trump will do everything to stop that if he comes to power, because we don't know if he comes to power. Now, Shadow, you know who is next? I presume it's you.
Yes,
but you
Just
have
one, just choose.
Just trying to follow it.
It doesn't matter. It's who.
Yeah, it's
You can skip people.
and the third is Salvador, and the third is Von.
Okay, then please tell
So
the next person.
I just wanted to add something about Trump and his future peace plan, maybe if he's elected, of course. I think the key point is going to be Odessa, as always. If Odessa is in the peace plan, then this is a serious deal. If Odessa is not in the peace deal, that's just propaganda things. For me, that's the main issue, Odessa, as always. So, Nunia, your turn, and after it's Virgin.
Oh yeah, no, I was just going to comment that on Wyatt's hypothesis about Russia, coming back to the West. I think that ship has long sailed now. I mean, and I keep saying to you guys, forget about the news, read the trade journals. The deals are being signed constantly. Almost every day, you're hearing about, some sort of export deal in agriculture, in mining, in oil. They're happening constantly between Russia and countries all over the world, and China and all over the world. They've moved on. Like they've left us in the dust here, guys. They're never coming back. So I think that it's a lot of hopium to think that we could do that, but the reality is the U.S. just doesn't have any bargaining power in this situation. Russia's going to take what they're going to take. They're going to go down to the river. They're going to take Odessa, possibly link up with Transnistria. And then from there, they're going to say, this rump that you've got left, we're going to create a buffer around it and you guys take care of it. That's how this thing will end. But the whole notion that we're going to go back to how things were, 10, 20 years ago, it's just not happening.
Yeah,
go ahead,
maybe just a comment. Maybe they will give some to Poland and the neighbor countries, so they will shut up.
Right. Yeah. I can see that happening. They'll just, purse it up amongst themselves and call it a day. Go ahead, Mojo.
Jotan.
So what can the West offer? It's kind of a question if the West has still a stick and still a carrot, as if Russia would be only reacting to such things. But let's look on it. Does the West still have a stick? Well, I guess so. They could still escalate a few steps up the escalation ladder, like for instance these long-range rockets and additional color revolutions in Russia's surrounding. Still, things could be done, obviously, by the West. And does it have a carrot? Kind of regarding the Ukraine future borders and especially the status of the part that is not in going to Russia. If this part gets into NATO or not, so this is a major point. But also economically, the West can offer concrete things to Russia. For instance, these 300 billion immediately back or almost immediately. This is not a small thing. And then opening again economic ties. These are concrete things. The question is obviously a question of trust. They tried this with Iran in the atomic agreement, the nuclear agreement, and they didn't fulfill the promises, the reduction of the sanctions, because one part of the West, this was the United States, just didn't want it to happen. So this is a question of trust, if Russia is going to trust the West or not. But Russia also has interest, national interest, which are not only focused on Ukraine, obviously. They will have to look also into the future, and at least a peaceful, well, if not collaboration, but coexistence with the West is in the interest of Russia. So it's not a minor point to offer to them. Bigari?
Yeah, I want to address the point that Prata made about the dollarization rollback on that. The cat is out of the bag, as they say. Yeah, you see, like Russia is like a best example, but Indonesia, India, Malaysia, China, they cannot trust dollar anymore. So the dollarization rollback will not happen. Like people will start to trade in their own national currencies. It's you cannot roll back that shit anymore, because if some one day some country decides, oh, we don't like you anymore and we impose sanctions and you are fucked. No, that doesn't work like that. You just need to look at what Saudi Arabia is doing, what Nigeria. No one is talking about that Nigeria is moving away from dollar in oil trade. The second point is what Nanya said, that Russia will not pivot back to Europe. It's kind of wishful thinking, I think, because Russia will need Europe. like all the markets in the world. Yeah. Europe is a fucking big market, and you need to like. You can think that they hate Europe. They will not trust them. They will sell you to Europeans as soon as the fucking sanctions are done. I promise that you, like, yeah. You can see, you don't know Russian society and Russian people and Russian elites if you think like that. Russia wants to trade
you don't
with
know
Europe.
contracts and economics. Like, it's already happened, guys. But will they eventually do some
Yeah, I
trading
think it
with
was
Europe?
Decathlon.
Yeah, but let me finish, because he said this about me. Will they eventually trade with Europe? Yeah, maybe decades down the road. Will it be as much volume as it was in the past? Absolutely not, guys. It's already done. It's finished. Europe's done. R.I.P.
Nika, your turn.
Yeah, I think what's they can trade again with the Europe to balance, so they will not be on the mercy of the Chinese. But let's face it, Europe is on a downhill too, so I think they would benefit from it, so they can have a foot in the Europe continent and in Europe. But that's it. There will be no strategic accords. There will be nothing that's important aside from trading and commerce. I think it's I don't know. I didn't see. Shadow?
Yes, Alvaro, you wanted to say something?
No, it's okay. You can go.
Okay. I just wanted to add about the de-dollarization. The main issue of the USA when they basically lost this economical war is when they decided to use dollar as a weapon. That's when they make the biggest mistake they could ever make about that. If you look at the Russian situation, they have some kind of the same thing, but about energy. And they didn't make the same mistake. Even when they were at war with Ukraine, they have continued to sell Ukraine gas. It's very strange. Basically, they were killing Ukrainian soldiers and selling Ukraine gas for their military industry. It was very strange. Basically, what the Russians send as a signal is that even if the tension between our countries is very high, the energy deal is going to continue as always. Don't worry about that. And that gives the customer a lot of confidence. And it's a very big thing, big difference between the long-term diplomacy of Russia and USA. Basically, Russia has quality diplomat and USA diplomats as very bad. And the next one was Toby, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about like the European and Russian trade potentials, because I have a fair bit of experience with that. I worked in Switzerland a long time, working with different industries, and they all had like a Russian desk and a Russian sales team, and it didn't matter if it was like advanced materials or business jets or whatever. The Russian market was always the highest profit margin and the fastest growing, because there's like loads of billionaires in Russia. There's lots of cash from the oil industry, and like, so the Russians go shopping in Europe, right? And they've got a lot of money to spend, and Europe's got some pretty neat stuff to sell. That's not going to go anywhere, right? And so like, it wouldn't matter what industry you were in. The fastest way to get rich, right, would be to get other people to give you their book of Russian business. You know, like if I could walk into Switzerland and everybody's just going to go, you know what, I'm not trading with Russia, so all my customers here, right, you can have them. Here's my book. You get 5 guys to give you your book on the aluminium desk and you're a billionaire, man, if you get all that Russian trade. Because the thing is, these trade potentials, the potential is a good word. It's like, you know, an electrical potential. It's like you've got a big negative on one side and a big positive on the other. A spark is going to jump, right? And those potentials are based in reality, not politics. They're based in like who has an aluminium smelter with like nuclear power and who has, you know, the mills to mill aluminium, and these kinds of realities that exist because of centuries of economic development in Germany and Russia especially. So there's massive economic potential between Europe and Russia. And you're never going to stop people taking advantage of it because there's just too much money to be made. And yeah, I think that's going to be what Trump is going to be looking at, because a lot of that money is being made by American corporations, and a lot of them are owned by both Republican and Democrat. So yeah, I can actually see the restarting of trade between Russia and the West, just because like there's so much money in it, and it would be very hard to stop it one way or another.
Yeah. It's like trying to don't trade with USA, don't want to earn any money from USA. It's a bit insane. Like even like Americans wanted to earn Chinese money, in the early days where they would try to open up China. No, Europe is a huge market, ultimately. Toby, you choose next. Who's next?
I think it's Nika, no? Nika or Waila, I don't know.
Yeah. I just remember one thing I was gonna say. Yeah, the 300 billion. The Russians are not starving right now because they don't have that 300 billion. And plus, I think that it will be the doom of the European if they try to do anything with those 300 billion. And the Russians have a lot of ways to get them back. So again, I don't think they have any leverage on the Russian again. Shadow.
No, I think it's Relatan.
Yeah. I think that the $300 billion talking about, it's Russian. I think it's Russian central bank reserve funds. So basically, that's just money to keep on hold so that the fractional reserve banking doesn't cause inflation. But I don't know how much of that Russia could potentially devalue if the West tried to expropriate it. But I know for a fact that if the West did try and take those assets and send them to Ukraine, that countries like China and other countries that aren't particularly friendly with the West but still trade with the West are going to see that and think, oh no, we can't have our assets in the West because they might do the same thing to us. So that's certainly going to cause a big problem for Western countries in that regard. And one other thing I did want to talk about today was the Israeli response to Iran. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to talk about that after this, but whatever. I'm not going to try and force it or anything like that. Vaughn.
I mean, I was just going to say, one of the options is, what if they just swap the 300 billion from the assets to the West or the United States, and they give Russia whatever they want land-wise, be it Odessa, the link to Transnistria, everything east of the Dnieper. That way, they get paid back, Putin wins, and everybody acts like they got something.
Yeah, but that's kind of interesting, because that would be creating this group of Wild West riders, because who's we and who's they? Who's in this club? There's 50 nations in the Ramstein Group. So what are they?
I don't know. I guess they would go by where the most assets were percentage-wise, and maybe everyone gets a cut, or maybe the U.S. takes it all and says they'll give some back and then doesn't. I don't know.
Well, my point is, it's not the free world that's grabbed this money, right? It was a group of people calling themselves the free world, and that group is actually pretty small, right? And so there might be a load of people that don't want to be in that group because they don't want to get accused of stealing Russian money. So the whole thing's really spurious. It's it sets
if they agree to a swap, it's not really stealing then.
Well, my point is, who's they? It's just these group of dudes who are going around stealing hundreds of billions of dollars worth of states' assets. It's highly unlikely that the community of states is going to think that's a good thing, right? Because the next group of the next cowboy rough riders that come along and decide to steal a couple of $100 billion, it might be from you, So this is very much it's not one state doing it, and it's not even a formal institution doing it. It's like this hodgepodge group of dudes and neocons, and the thing is, they haven't really been allowed to take the money. That's the bottom line. So I don't even really take this seriously. It's if anyone really wants to help Ukraine, there's nothing stopping them. It's there's nothing stopping any state on earth having bilateral relationships with Ukraine and sending their troops tomorrow, right? And that includes America, the UK, Macron, anyone else. Anyone that wants to have a go can go and have a go. It's like, and nobody is. They're dumping all their trash on Ukraine, and now they're complaining about the bill of supporting their coup government there as it gets stomped by a resurgent Russian military. So it's like, I can't really take that theater seriously. I think Israel's like the more interesting theater at the moment, because Israel actually does have an air force, and so does Iran, and that place economically is massively important. You know, because like one thing people forget, if they talk about like the attack on Iran, I wanted to talk about that briefly from a military perspective, using the term the projection of power, because not all countries can project power globally. In fact, it's a pretty rare skill to be able to project power globally. You need a blue water navy to control your supply routes, and that usually means aircraft carrier groups. So basically, it's like one of the criticisms of both Russia and China is they can't project power globally. They're tough nuts to crack if you fight them at home, right? Because they're huge and they've got massive militaries and they can fight. But they actually don't have the hardware to project power globally. And even, you know, getting outside their own near vicinity is beyond them. So if you think about the Russians, they went into Afghanistan, which was kind of next door to them, to the Soviet Union, but they didn't, you know, do much in South America. Well, the thing about Iran is the only Western power that can project power into Iran is America. Israel can't. Israel can bomb some stuff, but Israel can't actually like take the war to Iran. And so the only serious threat to Iran is from America. And the question is, would Trump go into Iran? Would Trump send the carrier groups to the Persian Gulf and go with Israel into Iran? Because like, I don't see anyone talking about that, but that's, to me, that's the most likely serious escalation of conflict on the globe right now. Because Trump is pretty like vehemently pro-Israel. Everyone kind of ignores that, which I find is really weird. But anyway, I think Ryla wanted to talk, and then Shadow.
Yeah,
wait,
I think there's.
I just add one more point to Toby's point. It'll be even more weird if you think Trump will be like super pro-Palestine or super pro-Hezbollah. It will be even more weird, right? He can only go one side, you know.
Hey, ambassade to Jerusalem.
Yeah, there's absolutely no. I think there's absolutely no chance that Trump is going to be any less supportive of Israel than Biden has. I think almost certainly he's going to be more supportive and more willing to escalate with Iran over this. But I mean, just talking about, you know, like potential Israeli strike on Iran, I think it's more likely than not that the countries between Israel and Iran, you know, mainly Jordan and Saudi Arabia, aren't going to let Israel use their airspace to launch any sort of attack on Iran. So what they're either going to have to do is basically go all the way around the Arabian Peninsula and try and strike from the Persian Gulf, which, you know, is going to create its own problems, or they're going to have to try and, you know, basically just not use their air force and try and either use, you know, whatever few ballistic missiles they have that they can fire, you know, conventional warheads on, or they basically just try and do some kind of sabotage attack or something like that. Because I mean, you know, I think that the Israeli military has really shown itself to be pretty incompetent in this war. You know, they're still, you know, we're over a year since the October 7th attack, and, you know, Israel's been either bombing or blockading the Gaza Strip since 1967, and yet they still can't defeat Hamas. So, and if you look at the amount of bombs they're using, you know, Israel had something like 30,000 bombs when they started the war, and the U.S. sent them about another 30,000. They've used up pretty much all of those bombs. Like, the bombs they're using now in Lebanon and in Gaza, they're only using them pretty much at the rate that they're getting from the U.S. So even just in terms of inventory, you know, they're not going to be able to devote a huge number of weapons to striking Iran, even if they could get there. And so I think, you know, all things considered, you know, I mean, there are some pretty, you know, undefended targets in Iran, like, you know, the Kursk Island oil depot that Israel could maybe strike with cruise missiles or something like that. But, you know, all things considered, if they try and do like a truly strategic strike on Iran, I don't think they have much of a chance of succeeding. And of course, if Iran does subsequently respond to that, you know, I think a good target for them would be Israel's power stations. You know, Israel only has 9, you know, power plants in the whole country. if Iran can take those out, fire 20, 30 missiles at each one, which you could easily do, they're going to pretty much knock out power to all of Israel, and they're going to get screwed over with that. But I mean, yeah, I think that Israel could try and basically, I think maybe they could even try and wait just until after the election, see if Trump wins before launching their response, because they know if they try and basically just go all out and maybe even be willing to lose a few aircraft, maybe then Trump could, maybe then they know Trump is going to after he gets inaugurated, send them more aid than Biden was. But that's obviously not a guarantee. And again, they lost quite a few aircraft in Iran's missile strike, and also they're running so low on air ground munitions that I don't think they'd be willing to take those kind of aircraft losses, trying to fly inside Iranian airspace or anything like that. But maybe if Trump gets elected, that's something they could maybe try and do. Shadowy?
Yes, I think it's a Nika turn first.
Okay, Nika.
Boga is before me than me.
Sorry. Bigabi, your turn.
Yeah, I was just handing my finger for like 30 minutes, but okay. What Raul said about Israel, since the invasion in Lebanon, so-called invasion, Israel captured like 10 square kilometers of land in a week. Israel army is a fucking joke, by the way. They are they're incompetent, and the retaliation strike on Iran will not happen. I'm sorry to disappoint every warmonger that here, but it will not happen. So that's one point. I want to address the point that one made about the $300 billion in exchange for land. This will also never happen because it's like fucking reputational. If you accept that deal, you will never have any meaningful foreign relations with any other country.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, that's one of the crazy things that somebody might suggest and actually seriously try to do. That's all. Yeah, I don't think it'll succeed because, like you said, there's so many people involved and everybody would have to agree to sign on to it and take the money.
It doesn't mean...
I'm just throwing it out there as like something that somebody could, throw out there.
I'm not talking about people signing off. I'm talking about, for example, Philippines. What will Philippines will think about if United States trade territory of foreign countries for a couple of $100 billion?
Oh, I agree. I agree. It's not a good idea. I just threw it out there as a possibility. Who knows what kind of crazy shit they're going to try and pull. That's all. I don't disagree with anybody's points at all. I just threw it out there as a possibility.
Yeah. I'm just talking Wyatt also talked a lot of crazy theories about peace deal.
You're right. Though, think about what would the Philippines think if you could be sold for a few $100 million.
Yeah, people so fucking overestimate Trump's ability to make a deal. It's fucking funny.
I'm not overestimating. I just figure he's like the only guy that has a shot in the West that might be able to get somebody to listen to, because everybody else has burned all the bridges. So I figure he's the only guy that's got a shot. And if he doesn't succeed, then that's pretty much a wrap, because I figure everybody else is already cut off.
I will bring the quote from Mike Johnson that when he said that he doesn't have the appetite to fund Ukraine anymore, and that Trump will make a deal, and a response from Dmitry Medvedev to that quote. And what if we don't want to make a deal? Huh?
Well, yeah, exactly what. There's a chance there'll be some offer, but more than likely, why stop when you're winning?
Yeah,
Trump says himself, you get sick of winning. There's so much winning, you'll get sick of it. All I ever meant by it was, it's one of those crazy ideas that he might be able to sell. But obviously, it's extremely difficult to pull it off. And if he did, it would be.
I did saw a quote. I'm not sure if it's real. It's like Putin saying that the time for negotiation is over, but I'm not sure if it's really from him. I just saw it today.
never saw that quote from Putin, by the way. So it's probably shit. And the last point, when people were talking about Russia and economics, yesterday or today, the report came that Russia cut its foreign debt by like 8% or 7% this year, and it's at the lowest point since 2000. Like it's cut down to like 300 billion. So Russian economy is not suffering from the loss of those frozen assets. Like Russia is making money in fucking great amounts. So they are not suffering. Like it's inconvenience, but
well,
it's
that's another thing
inconvenience
I
more.
kind of figured too.
It's inconvenience
they
more
can
to
afford to
the
write
West
it off.
because they it's inconvenience more to the Western countries because they like froze those assets and they created the fucking headache for themselves because they need to deal with this shit. Russia is not really bothered about it. Like, yeah, it would be nice if you return our money, but we are doing just fine. And you fucked your relations with every fucking country in the world because you broke the trust of every fucking country in the world, and now you need to wiggle yourself out of this. And how you do that? It's a really big fucking question. Yeah.
Nika, your
Who's
turn. And
next?
after you, it's Drew. And after you, it's Junior.
Yeah, I need to comment on some things that the fact that Jordania or any other Arab country will prevent or even say something about any planes going through their border. I think it's, for me as someone from that area, it's hilarious because they are just, imagine Latvia will say something if America have some planes above their skies or something like this. It's like they are just puppet states. They are just, the governments there are just puppets. They will obey whatever they will do. Israeli can have an all armada in their sky, but they will not do anything. And what they will do, they don't have any useful air defense or something like this. So forget about that.
Yeah, but couldn't somebody there just give them a heads up, like, hey, the plane's entered our airspace?
They know the
Not
place.
even
They have the
person, but somebody.
They don't need that. They don't need that because I think the Russians can give them that heads up better than that, and they hate the Iranian more than the Israelis, maybe the governments. I mean, one other thing is like the fact that I think the guy said they had like 10 kilometer. That's not true. They just entered, popped up some flags and have pictures and have losses, then get out. They are not controlling any territory inside Lebanon now. There is a fierce resistance. Anything that the Israeli says, you need like a very hard proof to say. Even the tunnels that they showed, the houses are old ones that everyone knows about. And the fact they in one case they had they had like a lot of fire, so they got too close to the unified, I think, forces, so they can take cover with because they know the Lebanese will not hit the peacekeepers, so they are in deep shit. The Israeli what appear now, that Israelis is good with buildings, with children, kids, that's it. But for others who can really fight, they cannot do shit. Even Gaza right now, as everyone said, 17 years, I think, with an embargo and 1 year of destruction, and couldn't like achieve there's some cities in the north, in North Gaza, they entered like 6-7 times. Each time they enter and they have resistance, they go out and they enter again. They cannot stay there because they will get effed multiple times. So the only thing they can do is like stir shit up with Iran, so they can make everyone forget about the other two places. I forgot the things that I was gonna say, but who's next?
It's
Okay,
Drew
can I
next.
go?
Drew?
Drew
Yeah,
is next, and after
Yeah.
him, Nunia.
You guys can hear me, right? Just testing my. Can hear
I
me?
can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
Because I just saw drop off.
Okay. I have a kind of a grand theory on what's going on overall. So hopefully you don't interrupt me. This will go on for a while. Okay. So first, in
I'm interrupting you.
When Afghanistan suddenly ended, I turned to my wife and I said, oh shit, there's going to be another war somewhere, and we don't know where yet. And 3 months later, Ukraine kicked off. So what's happening here, I think, is that after the counteroffensive, all of this nonsense started in the Sahel, in Asia Pacific, in Israel. They're trying to find a new war. Why? Because Ukraine is already, the writing is on the wall. It's going to end, and now you can see where the political kind of environment is in the US. Giving money and support to Ukraine is now toxic. They can't do it anymore. So the MIC needs to find a new war, right? So Hamas is actually funded by Qatar, which is the US main Arab ally in the Middle East. Israel is the main Jewish ally of the US in the Middle East, right? Hamas and Israel and ISIS fought on the same side. They were fighting side by side with each other in the Syrian war against Hezbollah. These guys are all on the same side, funded by the same amount of money. Sure, the guys on the ground, like the Hamas fighter who's holding the gun and shooting the Israelis, thinks he's fighting for Hamas. He thinks that he's fighting against the Israelis. The Israeli soldier thinks he's fighting against Hamas. He thinks he's fighting against Hezbollah. But this Hamas was directed to do the October 7 incursion. Why? Because they needed a casus belli for Israel to go and fuck up Palestinians, civilians in Gaza. Why? To draw Iran in, because it's no longer enough for the a general in the US to go to a Security Council meeting, show a white vial of powder and say that we have to invade this country. So they need casus belli for US to go and carpet bomb Iran. But the problem is, after a year of killing civilians and genociding and whatever they're doing in Gaza, Iran isn't really responded properly. He hasn't really killed anybody in Israel. They fired missiles, but they didn't kill anybody. So after a year of doing that shit, right? And the elections are coming up, so they needed to turn up the heat. That's why in the last month we saw them going after Hezbollah instead, which is like a more direct ally to Iran, right? So they set off all the pager bombs, and then they did a ground invasion, and all of this is to get Iran to react. And they killed, instead of killing Nasrallah inside Qatar, where he has been for months and months, everybody knows where he is. They waited until he's in Iran to go kill him. They are trying to provoke Iran to send missiles at Israel. If Iran had sent a whole bunch of missiles at Tel Aviv and it hit the skyscrapers and killed a bunch of people, that's exactly what the US wants. Not the US though. Okay, on the US side, it's complicated because the politicians, the elected politicians like Biden and all the other senators and whatnot, they don't want another war. They know that they are already overextended in Ukraine. They want to go after China. They don't want a war in the Middle East. The generals know that the buckets of ammunition are almost empty. They're not empty, but they're at the line where they cannot go down below, right? So because they need to keep certain amount for themselves, it's in their law. So the generals don't want the war, and the politicians don't want the war. So who wants the war? Where we get reports that people, the unelected, the appointed people like Blinken and whatnot, have been going behind Biden's back and telling Israel to go ahead, go and continue escalating. So the people who are behind this Blinken and whatnot is they are paymasters, the people who actually pay money to keep them in power. It's the MIC basically. They need another war. So the MIC is getting all these people who are unelected inside the US system to basically egg Israel on to start a war. And Israel is now in the process of doing that. The problem is Iran hasn't reacted properly. So it fired missiles, but it didn't kill anybody. It fired another bunch of missiles, it didn't kill anybody. So they're kind of stuck now. Israel is stuck in the three-front war against Hamas, against Lebanon, against the Yemeni guys, and there's no way for them to get out because there's no way for US to go in because there isn't enough justification yet. Nobody died. They can't justify it. So now I think there will be a response from Israel, but if it's too much, it will actually hurt their case. So they can't just go and like carpet bomb Iran. If it's too much, the world will balk. And so so I think they will escalate with Iran, but more like in like like kill a general here, kill a support guy, like a political guy there. I think that's what they'll do. I don't think they will like do anything crazy like blow up a nuclear plant. Okay, I'm done. Okay, who's next? I think it was Nonya.
Tunggu sekejap.
Come on.
There is a super chat. No.
Israel will attack Iran from Azerbaijan. They have promised northern Iran to the Azeris in exchange for their airspace use and even maybe territory.
Yeah, just to respond to Drew, as well as the super chat, I don't see Israel making any sort of large-scale response to Iran's last attack. I said that a couple weeks ago, and I stand firm on it. I just don't see them doing it. I think they received the message from Iran last time. I think they can talk tough, but I don't see them having any sort of retaliation. So, yeah, I think that on the Western side, we're in a situation where we just don't know what to do now. Because to Drew's point, I think initially, yeah, maybe the plan was to drag the U.S. in, and they were going to look to, provoke Iran to the point where Iran would provide a response that they could justify going in. But Iran provided that response, and they didn't like the response that Iran gave, and that's why I think you're just seeing a lot of bluster now. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, another way they tried to start the war was with the whole bullshit story about how Iran is involved in this plot to assassinate Trump with some Pakistani national who it turns out later on was a former CIA asset or something of some kind. So there is no plot by Iran to assassinate Trump. Is there bad blood between Iran and Trump over Soleimani? Yeah. Do they probably want to kill Trump? Yeah. Have they ever had a legitimate shot at Trump overseas or in the States or put a team in place in America? Probably not. So it's just, that's another thing, because what they're counting on is Trump dies, he's expendable. They hate Trump. Everybody's pissed because Trump got killed by the Iranians, and then they can get their little war. And that didn't work out either because, this guy's arrested and people started digging down. It turns out this guy used to work for the CIA. So it's not even an organic Iranian plot. It's like, can we, if you're going to try to play this shit, it's got to be some guy from the village that never left Iran, who has no ties to nobody, never saw any Western shit. It's always some guy, no matter what happens, you trace it back and there's a connection there. So I would say that was another way they tried to start the war, by trying to make it look like Iran tried to assassinate Trump. That's not to say they don't like that and they wouldn't like him dead, but I honestly don't think that they're going to try and kill Trump, especially not in America at a rally. Nika.
Yeah, just I want to push a bit about what Drew said. I agree on some points, especially the second half of what he said. But the beginning is, I'm not agreeing with what you said. It's not because Qatar is funding Hezbollah or not Hezbollah. Oh my God. Hamas, yeah, it's not because they are funding Hamas. Okay, so to know what's happening, what pushed a bit, what happened to the Gaza is you need to see the whole 5 years, the past 5 years, the fact that the push, the pressure, the Israeli pressure on the West Bank is very immense. They are pushing on settling. They are doing a lot of settlements in West Bank. They are pushing a lot of their agenda. The rise of extreme political figures in Israel. The fact that everyone is going closer and closer to Israel, the government, I mean, like Arabia Saudi, I think nothing have to do with the external part. To have an idea, the most deadly year in West Bank was last year, was before what happened in the 7th. So it's not only plus what you need to know. Qatar there's a big base, American big base. They are allies to the Iranians. The Iranians is one of the people who supported Qatar when they have the embargo from the Gulf states. There's a big base, Turkish big base. So it's not as simple because Bahrain is Qatar is an ally to USA, and give money to. It's not as simple as that. So I don't think it's external. It's just the decision of doing 7th October is basically internal, in the pressure that happened to the Palestinian inside the territory. Even their allies, their most allies were surprised, and even Iranian. Why they will harm Iranian? They are one of their allies who are supporting them and funding them, even if they fight in other areas. But it's not. It's just in that area. It doesn't have. You see what happened to, for example, to Hezbollah in the north. They supported Gaza from the first day of what happened, and they continue with that even with the big hits they had. So I don't think it's a reason or it's a plot to get down. It's just what happened is in reaction to the Israelis and the fact that Israel have a big blow. So he needed to react big and try to go to escape forward. So in going from deep to deep. So
okay, can I respond to that before it's passed on to somebody else? I think there's nuance here. Hezbollah doesn't support Hamas. Hezbollah supports the Palestinian people. If Israel hadn't struck Hamas but not killed like the Palestinian civilians, Hezbollah would not have responded.
But who's Hamas? You think Hamas is coming from Mars? All Hamas is from Gaza. Even listen. Do you think if the population is against Hamas, they will not they will not sell it to the Israelis?
No, let me put it this way. If there is an election today in Gaza, Hamas will definitely be elected. 100%.
Yes.
But
yes.
Hamas is not the representative of the Palestinian people. Why?
No one is a representative.
No. Yeah. So if you see your family and friends being bombed and half your city being leveled by bombs, you're going to want revenge, and Hamas represents that for the Palestinian people.
Yeah, and
yes.
And
so they were placed
there.
They were placed there initially because to allow for this outlet of wanting revenge. Even Netanyahu himself said that Hamas is there so that we can balance out the Palestinian Authority, which is the ones who actually were there before Hamas, but they were too moderate, so they couldn't get them to do the things they wanted them to do. So they by pushing more and more, they push the populace to support Hamas, which is the radical entity which they want.
It's not a radical entity. Listen, there were always an armed resistance in Palestine because of what's happening from before 1948. So call it Hamas, call it potato, whatever you call it, there will be a fighting resistance. because and the fact that the West Bank was like tamed, the leadership there were tamed and were bribed to be with the Israelis. They are, I'm telling you, right now they are doing more than the Israelis doing to the prisoners. So the fact that it's not about Hamas itself. If it's not Hamas, if it's now everyone in Hamas is eradicated, there will be another group to fight. You see in the West Bank, there is no Hamas, but people are resisting and fighting. So it's not about Hamas or their agenda, or even before Hamas, they were I think left. They weren't even ideologically Islamists. So it's not even about ideology. So it doesn't have anything with
about resistance. It's about resistance. So whatever the thing is, how do you resist? The Israelis, they want to prevent a two-state solution, to prevent that like having a strong political stance and global support for the Palestinian people. They want radical people to be in the leadership position. They want all these people who don't care about Palestinian people, they care about hate for Israel, to be the ones that actually become the face of the Palestinians.
I don't think the resistance don't care about the Palestinian people because they did the war. Okay, do an agreement. What in the West Bank? Look what happened to the West Bank. Do an agreement will not give you any result. It will make you fade away piecemeal. It will, at least in Gaza, they can fight back, but in the West Bank they cannot do anything because they have people in the government who are like traitors, and they have the occupation. The only way to help the Palestinian,
you have peace and you can live on. When you fight, you allow them to fight back, and then your houses get bombed, and that's what happened in Gaza. That's what
your house will get bombed, or else they will destroy it by settlers. It's the same result, but it's like more deadlier. The same is happening to the West Bank before even the 7th happened. The West Bank is like they're destroying it bit by bit.
Yes. So like think about it. What has happened to Iran so far? They sanction them, they kill off their generals and so on, but they are resisting the reaction because they know once they react, they will be, the US and Israel will be allowed to do a lot of work.
Because that's a government. It's different from a government and a resistance. For example, Hezbollah can do things that Iran cannot do. This is a different calculus. You cannot apply what Hezbollah. Tawbi.
Yeah, but the human reaction is the same.
We're talking about Iran and Israel before, right? And like Israel doesn't have what the US has to project power into Iran. So it doesn't have like massive amounts of Tomahawk platforms. I actually had a look into the Israeli missile systems. They've got quite a few missile frigates, like 10 or something, but they're quite good missile frigates, but they're all armed with harpoons. So that's anti-naval. So that's a proper navy that's designed to like have naval superiority. They are not a harpoon's weapon platform. So it's not like a carrier group that could go in and send in 300 harpoon missiles to overwhelm air defense in Iran. So if Israel were going to push into Iran with its air force, they would be contending with all of Iran's air defense. It's not really feasible. Iran can flog the piss out of all of their neighbors, right, that are on their border, but they do not have the ability to project power into Iran. It would have to be America. And
of
the
course,
thing is, the thing
I'm
is,
agreeing with you.
Geostrategically, then the question is, does America and or Trump want to go into Iran? And this is the nuts and bolts of it, right? Iranian strategy is pretty obvious. We saw it with the missiles into Israel, right? We also know that when the Houthis really wanted to stick it to the Saudis, they attacked the oil infrastructure. So, like, here's the thing. Iran doesn't have to hit Israel with a whole bunch of missiles. What they've shown is that they have enough ballistic missile capability to shut down the Straits of Hormuz and to cripple Saudi oil production and Western oil exports out of the Persian Gulf. And that's been their doctrine for a very long time. not necessarily overt, but everybody knows that if you go into Iran, you shut the Straits of Hormuz. And if you have a look at where the oil from there goes out to in the world, right, it's a lot of the world. And Iran will still have its oil capacity to send to China, assuming it doesn't get bombed out of existence. But if you think about it geostrategically, America consumes about exactly what it produces. If that happens, if the Americans attack Iran, and this is probably why they won't, it will immediately make Russia the undisputed economic leader of the global south, because Russia will become an oil superpower. They will become so rich. I mean, you're talking about ripping away half the supply to the market. Drew can tell you what's going to happen to the price. And that will mean that Russia is just rolling in cash. And not only that, right, their ability to allocate their oil will be bestowing power upon the nations of the global south. And so an American move into the Persian Gulf, right, would be costly and messy, and would probably unite the Arab world against them. And it would also, in the medium term, make Russia the global superpower of the South and the primary oil producer and exporter in the world. So that's why I think there's a lot of hesitancy about going into Iran from people who aren't completely insane. And I would say Trump would listen to them. So I don't really see Israel doing very much except getting bogged down in a whole bunch of really sort of unproductive and ugly local conflicts. I don't think a big...
They already are. They're already bogged down.
Yeah,
they
I know.
are already bogged down.
Well, here's an interesting... I saw a statistic on the Jimmy Dawes show that like 300% more people are leaving Iran now. It's just people are fleeing Iran and the economy is tanking. And I'm not surprised, right? Because like a large percentage of the population of Iran have multiple passports. They've got the option. And I wouldn't want to
Israeli,
live in
you mean?
Escalating.
You mean Israel?
Yeah, the Israelis, right? So the Israelis are suffering economic collapse and population collapse because of this. And the ill will against Netanyahu is off the charts. So this is a crisis for Israel domestically. So yeah, I don't really think that they're going to be able to hurt Iran nearly as badly as they're hurting themselves. But I think it was Shadowy next, or maybe
No, it's
Bigari.
Bigari next, I think.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and discussion about it, because it always, mostly always bogs down to, do you care about people? Like, and this discussion is like, no one cares about people. But anyway, what I wanted to say, like, I don't remember, maybe like months ago, or maybe even before that, I was talking about Trump and who is more, quote unquote, dangerous to the world if he or Kamala gets elected. And if, like, it's my personal opinion, like, I think that Trump is fucking retarded in when it comes to Israel. And I think that he may have the fucking balls to go against Iran, and it will start the Third World War. That's my personal opinion about Trump and the Zionist dick that it's really deep in his ass. So, but when you have to be a politician in the United States, you have to get the Zionist dick deep inside your ass, especially in the Republican Party. That's like, I don't know, like, people. What Toby said about Russian economy, yeah, it's true. What I was reading from Russian about the oil prices, the majority of the opinion is that conflict in Middle East will not blow up, so the prices will not jump. So that's the majority of opinion. But if it will jump, Russia is in a big plus. Yeah. By the way,
I think it's Shabos first, no?
Am I up?
I think it's your turn.
Okay, thank you.
After it's me and after it's Pata.
Yeah, a couple of things about Israel striking Iran. I forget who was on earlier; they dropped out. But There is a way that the Israelis could strike Iran. There was actually a video on it, exactly how they do it. They wouldn't go like through the Persian Gulf and around. They would just fly over Iraq, or possibly even they might even fly through Saudi Arabia if Saudi Arabia had some plausible deniability about it. So it certainly could be done. I don't believe that they would hit their nuclear facilities, though. They would probably try to strike, someone said, like their oil depots, or they have that rig that's offshore. So maybe something like that. But the Israelis historically have always responded to an attack somehow. They always militarily do respond. One of the things, though, that I don't think anyone's touched upon is the way Israel has dealt with the Gaza Strip. And what they're doing there is they've decided not to send in their ground forces other than the checkpoints. And what they're beginning to do, they've actually brought in all their earth moving equipment, where they're going to divide the Gaza Strip up into quadrants, and basically similar to kind of what the West Bank is now, where if you look at the West Bank, which is much larger than the Gaza Strip, and it pretty much has all the indigenous Palestinians who live there kind of sectioned off into areas, so there's no way that they could mount any sort of organized resistance to the Israelis, because they're so divided up. And they're looking to do something very similar in Gaza, kind of following that same model. And I believe Toby talked about there was a huge number of Israelis that were leaving Israel. That is true, that there have been several that have left, but they don't plan on leaving permanently. Also, there is a huge influx of Jews from around the world that are just grabbing up land now in the West Bank, because, you know, the way it works there is pretty much the Jews can just come in and just squat on a piece of land, and it's just theirs by default, the way the laws work there. So you have that going on as well. So in some ways they're losing population, but they're only gaining it. And some of the population that they're gaining are the most radical Zionists that you can imagine, like people who believe in the quote unquote greater Israel theory and all this craziness. Now, as for the Russia-Ukraine thing and how Trump would respond to that, Trump ultimately does have a lot of isolationist tendencies. Yes, he's pro-Israel, but he's pro-Israel to the point, as long as it's up to not having to start another war with another country. Remember, Trump had the option to bomb Iran during his first term, and he called it off at the last minute, despite all his generals and you know, everybody goading him into doing it, even without any sort of experience. And he did say no. So I don't believe he would do that. Also, the difference about Trump, if he does win, which is a big if, is he's not going to be running for a second term, because he can't constitutionally. So he's going to just try to go all in and accomplish everything he can from day one. So it's going to be a very different mindset he has now. And plus, there is, you know, people are referring to Trump's second term as revenge Trump. So I don't think he'd make a lot of the same mistakes he made initially, like having people like Bolton hiring him as you know, he's not going to get fooled like that again. I mean, say what you want about Trump, he's not stupid. He wouldn't be who he is if he was dumb. So I think that you might underestimate what a second term of Trump will be like. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Now, I'm sorry. Is it Shadowy that's next?
I just
Yes,
want to
I
add
think
one
so.
point
Shadow
as well.
or product?
Just
Shadow.
at one point before I throw to Shadowy, because Trump, you have to understand, during when he just ran for president, he's not a politician. He have no links with you have to fill in thousands of positions. He have no people. No, he depend on the Republican Party to fill up all those seats. And the Republican parties are the one that keep on recommending all these weird people to Trump. And Trump just fill them in. You know, he don't know better, right? But it's over time when he interacts with them as the president, then they realize this person is crazy. They started sacking people, which is why he keeps sacking people. That's why his administration is full of sackings, because the people that was given to Trump was all rubbish. And there's a few advisors. If you go and look at the that history during those 4 periods, there's a few advisors that stayed on all the way, which Trump really trusts. So, and these people are the one that give Trump really good advice. But then even at the very last year of his administration, he still have to deal with a lot of crazy, bad people like Fauci, where he do not know how to deal with him, because during those days the media was really popular, really pushing Fauci out because he looks so cute, right? So that's. It's true, it's true. No, so that's the situation Trump was in that day. But now I think Trump will be very different because he's now prepared. So I agree with Shepherd's Goy, not gay, sorry.
Okay.
Shadowy.
Yes, I think Israel is becoming some kind of economical trap for USA on basically the Western world. Something like Ukraine. Israel is going to cost more and more to USA every year, because it's a very sad thing to say, but the economical situation of Israel is not going to improve. So it's going to be becoming more and more expensive. And the US weapons that are used to protect Israel from Iranian, they are very, very expensive. Basically, the most expensive stuff in the world. So the cost is impressive. And for the global south, the people who want the dollarization, they want this war to continue. Because for every year of these wars, USA are going to bleed US dollars. They are going to print more and more of them just to avoid Israel to go bankrupt. Because the first dangerous thing for Israel is the economical side of the situation. Basically, what could kill Israel is the economic situation. If Israel is no longer able to generate by himself money to sustain himself, he's going to die, because at a point or another, the dollarization is going to advance more and more, and the USA at a point are going to have to choose to cut the link with everybody else, or they're going to sink themselves. And at this point, if Israel is not able to sustain themselves, they are dead.
Testing.
Yeah.
So, yes.
It's Rata?
So
Okay.
yes, it's me.
I think it's
So
what
just for Wade, you have to see Wade. Obama was 2 mandates there. All the Republicans were really greedy to have to have the touch to the resources of the state again. So Trump had to give to all the different groups of Republicans seats. It was a kind of distributing jobs for the boys. So we saw all types of groups from the Republicans to whom he made concessions. And I'm sure many of these, as we know, many of these people he didn't trust actually from the beginning, but he had to bring these people in. And we know that these people were the first to betray him. And yes, and of course now he understood how the system works. It's not that he wasn't a politician; he already was a politician before. Well, not the one for a president. That's obvious. But the thing is that now he knows how the system works. He knows how he was betrayed. He gathered all that information, and the first thing he probably is going to do is to substitute all those middle-level decision makers and put them out, kick them out. And we saw that Biden is trying to put as many as possible into place, but I don't think this time they will hold to the seats longer. Now, this was a point about Trump. Trump on the first mandate. Now we have to realize the daughter of Trump, her most beloved daughter Ivanka, as we know, he's very attached to her. She's married with a Jewish guy. But what kind of Jew is Trump connected to? He's connected to the guys that have that are industrious, that really are produce their money in the US, not in Israel. I don't know if any of you guys ever went to Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is full of high skyscrapers that are empty inside. Rich Jewish investors parked their money in Tel Aviv because it sounded secured. It was a good investment. Somewhere in the future, it doesn't compensate now, but somewhere in the future, they can put that to work. But it's amazing the amount of skyscrapers in Tel Aviv. They are completely empty from inside. It's very strange, but it's like that. So the people, the Jewish people that are around Trump are the ones that work for money and value money. And if they look at Israel and they don't see a place where they can park their money, where investments will pay off somewhere in time, they will also stop supporting Israel in a very logical way. This is like, it's consequential, more or less. And that's where I think Netanyahu may start losing the support, because Netanyahu doesn't need the support of all these radicals. They don't mean anything. They don't have money. These people don't make money. These are just ideological fanatics. They are a minority. They are very loud. It's true. They are okay to make loud announcements. But what really sustains Israel and what really sustains Netanyahu are the really big Jewish businessmen, the ones that cares about money, and they need to make money in the U.S. and they need to be sure that their investments in Israel pay off. So I don't think that Netanyahu will stay for longer. When they really think something is running bad, they will take they will take the chair of Netanyahu somewhere in time. I see him, his support is becoming weaker and weaker as a man that went raw. So we have to pay attention to it. So perhaps when Trump comes to president, Netanyahu either is gone or won't be lasting much longer. We have to consider it's. I don't want to make this a magical thinking, because that was my critic last time we were in the open mic talking about this magical thinking, that people think, okay, Iran will make a revolution, everything will be wonderful and beautiful, rose and yeah. No, this is just not good thinking. So on the other way, what I wanted to say, Trump is a very transactional person, and Iran from his time is not the same Iran of today. Iran made a big evolution in trying to integrate regionally with the countries around them. It has become actually a country that might be interesting to invest in, to sell a lot of stuff, to make business with. So, like Trump did it. You guys remember Trump and North Korea? That was a surprise, right? From all that narrative of destruction and war and so on, suddenly Trump starts saying that the tyrann of the autocrat from North Korea is his best friend, and we could actually see the same with the Iranians. The Iranians just have to tell. Trump, well, we would love to make business with you. What do you think? Yes, Jewish investments are welcome. Please come inside. So we could see things, unexpected things that make sense, but we don't see on the internet now. So this is a great thing about Trump, is these kind of unexpected developments that we saw most of his first administration, and we could see it again. But as I said, don't forget, the Jews that Trump support are not the same that we are looking now in Israel. So whoever wants to jump, or isn't there?
I just want to add some disclaimer. Prata was saying skyscrapers, not sky rapers. Everybody is very excited in the chat.
He didn't say that, did he?
I took a while to try to understand what was sky rapers. So yeah,
sorry.
Prata, you can choose. You can choose
so
who is
sorry.
next.
It's
okay.
It's okay. Who's next? Is it Nika?
I'm
Nika,
sorry,
please,
I'm
jump.
not following
Nika.
the order
Yeah.
to know. So you have to
Just-
find another one to follow the order.
Yeah, Nika.
Yeah, so just some comments on what have been said. Netanyahu is actually now in the polls is very popular. It sounds crazy, but it is what it is. Well, that's one thing, because I think one of the reasons is the Israeli population is starting now to feel the weight of the war. Before, they weren't affected. The core, I mean, where the mass population in Tel Aviv and Haifa and those areas weren't like personally affected. But now, I think it will change a bit. That's one thing. Secondly, the prospects of the Israeli state is very, very dire, part of it economically and demographically, because now is like there is like two halves of the Israeli population. One very very religious and radical, and one is like more Western, more what's the word? More
Secular.
secular. Exactly. So a big percentage of this secular part is not intending either for him or for his sons to stay in Israel, and the others are content and very happy because the religious part is not going to is not bearing any weight on their shoulder. They are not in the army, so they are not suffering. They are not in they are not providing economically. So when that secular parties will drain away to the Europe and into America, I think the state will suffer a lot, because the religious party is not producing anything, but it's not producing a lot of income to the state. It's not highly trained, it's not highly educated, because they are educated only in religious texts and so on. So it will weaken the state a lot. This is one thing, and one thing will lead to another. Secondly, the who's fighting now in Gaza and in Lebanon? It's the IDF. The majority of the IDF are conscripts, are young men and boys, and men and women of the Israelis. They are suffering
but highly
many.
trained, not Ukrainians, not 1 week training.
No,
Yeah?
no, it's
Highly
not.
trained people.
Not all of them are highly trained. There's a portion of the army is highly trained, but the other portion isn't what you think. I said this anecdote in one of the discussion with you guys. I think when there's a Palestinian, he knifed an Israeli soldier, a female soldier, in a mall, and took her gun. Where were the other soldiers? In the bathrooms. And people were very upset about that. So the large amount of the Israeli army isn't very ideologically very, very interested in continuing the wars. So I don't think it will. It's affecting the economy, their mental health, their physical health. So because there's a lot of what we say, a lot of casualties, and it will affect the economy. So that's what I would say. Majorly, it will be economy and security that will prevent Israeli from going forward and getting weaker and weaker. I think it's Shabos.
It's Avero.
I think I was first. Yeah, I just wanted to say Hamas attack benefited Netanyahu, I think, because, well, in a certain way, because like, and also it benefited Iran, because I don't think, if you remember the Abraham Accords, I don't know if you heard about them. They were about to sign them with Saudi Arabia, and then the Hamas attack stopped them to sign them. And also for Netanyahu, like it, as far as I know, he has like a corruption stuff in his government, and like the Israeli opinion was very focused on that, and the attack permitted him to like focus all the public opinion on the war against like the terrorists and to get back the hostages. And yeah, like I think this tension situation of war benefits Netanyahu in that way, because like it keeps the focus on other topics. But yeah, I think like the main question is Israel has 9 million population, I think, and they are not prepared for a large war. against Iran. But yeah, we will see. Go against Shabbos.
Yeah. Nika made some interesting points about Israel, but I would just like to say that as far as like the Israelis fleeing Israel en masse, one of the reasons that Netanyahu's, in my opinion, one of the reasons that his numbers are so high is yeah, you're right. He is corrupt, and I think his wife is corrupt too. There's a lot of funny business going on there. And right before October 7th, I mean, he was on the
They
verge.
have,
He was on the.
they have legal cases inside the Israeli
Yeah,
courts, and they are
there
in
were like
system.
lots of demonstrations I saw.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not very focused on Israel, but as far
Yeah,
as
everybody saw. Yeah, and then October 7th happened, and then everybody said, "We'll put that on the back burner because this is an existential threat to Israel." Because I mean, it was pretty ballsy attack what they did on October 7th. It was crazy, and so the priorities of the people shifted. So if you look at his poll numbers, if you can trust them, he is very high. And but as far as like Israelis fleeing Israel, I don't think that's too likely right now for them to do it in mass, because the Jews, plus it's kind of part of their psychology, they feel very threatened everywhere. Because if you look in the United States and Canada, even and throughout Europe, you guys would know more than I do, but there's all these anti-Israel protests going on all over the Western world.
Yeah.
Never mind the Islamic world, but I mean the Western world. I mean, even cities like New York, who we used to call it Jew York City. I mean, there's Jews being attacked on the streets of New York. There's universities being taken over where you have students saying, if I see a Zionist, I couldn't help myself, I would kill him. Things of that nature. So a lot of Jews, I mean, I don't really believe there's this mass violence going on against Jews, but they perceive it that way because, I mean, because of their history, they do have a little bit of a victim mentality. So the one place they do feel safe is Israel. And a lot of Jews, even Jews that had never been to Israel, ever planned on going to Israel, they like the fact that it's there and they want it to be safe. So it's part of the kind of the Jewish identity to have this homeland, this place. So there are a lot of Jews that may disagree with a lot of the policies and be very sympathetic to the plight of the Palestinians, but not at the expense of the existence and sovereignty of Israel. That was basically my point. So I don't know if Alvaro is next.
Yeah. Well, in a way, that's quite true, and we have to realize that when the Jewish state was created, by a decision of the United Nations, they didn't have the support. Like the British hated them because of all the problems until that point. The Americans were not really keen in supporting the creation of a Jewish state. And I think the first weapons they got were actually from the Soviet Union, interestingly enough. Well, many of the Jews in Israel actually came from the Soviet Union.
They actually got the weapons, actually, interesting enough, from mobsters in the United States. The original Jewish terrorists. That's where they got the weapons. You check it out.
And the first years of the Jewish state until the Suez crisis was a very weak state. Economically, nothing almost. Most of the population live in quite a poverty state. So it's a country that made big developments. It was not long ago. And so I think the main part of the population of Israel are nowadays people that were born from several generations of Israeli-born parents. So in a way, they have in their DNA, in their family history, the surviving with little. So it could be true that economically the Israeli could fall apart. It could be true that financial and support from outside could fall apart. But the Israelis are prepared for that sacrifice in a large extent. On the other side, what Shabbos Guy, Shabbos Gay, whatever, was saying about
Shabbos Goy. Shabbos Goy. It means it's a goyim that serves the Jew to perform their duties that they're not allowed to do it on Shabbos.
Ah.
Goy.
Oh, interesting. Well, when I was in Tel Aviv once, on a Saturday, there was a father that was looking for someone that was not a Jew for them to turn off the.
Yes, that's what a Shabbos Goy is. That's what I did.
Oh, pretty interesting. They gave me a bottle of kosher wine. Very nice of them. Anyway, and were very interesting in where we're from and so on. So very, very nice people, although strange enough. Yeah. So anyways, the thing is that there is a problem about confusing being Jew and being Israeli. And this intentional confusion and mixing and intermingling of these two meanings is one of the big strengths of Israel, of course. So all the Jews around the world will support Israel almost automatic. We know there are many groups that do not, especially very radical groups, very traditional groups, do not support Israel, the state of Israel. They are against it because they considered it a sin in a way that if God destroyed Israel and sent the Jews around the world, there is a reason for that for them, so they shouldn't come back. But it doesn't matter. These are little things. What my point is here is that the Israelis do have in their family histories, in their most deep inside perspective, that they can survive with little. They will make that sacrifice. Actually, when you guys were talking about traditional Jews in Israel, they do live with very little, so they are not productive at all. Actually, but they are adapted to survive with very little. And the ones that really work in cities like Haifa and Tel Aviv support the country because they are extremely hard workers, working people, and productive. So yeah, this was my point.
Yeah. Well, go, Shadowy.
Shabbos, you don't want to go first?
Well, okay.
No. You guys go. I'm good.
Okay. I wanted to add something. We have to make three distinctions, in fact. We have the Jew religion, the Israel state, and the Netanyahu and all his extremist friend. Because there is some people, especially in some Jewish New York organization, who basically hate Netanyahu and will accuse him of apartheid and things like that.
All liberal
and I'm
Jews.
pretty sure that they are very supportive of the Israeli state in himself, but very, very opposed to the actual government politics. So, a lot of different things happening.
Actually, if I may add something from my experience in Israel, I was surprised that actually the most vocal against neighbors were not the Orthodox Jews. Actually, were the liberals that actually were proud to have performed in the army.
Yes.
So it's also curious. So sorry.
It's the same thing in a lot of countries. The military, most of the time, has the more like people, and the guy were the most moderate. If you look at Turkey, on Morocco, and country like that, most of the time the military are fighting against internal extremism, and they want to have a secular state with not too much involved with religious stuff. So it could be the same thing in Israel.
Yeah, just I want to push something. What Prata said. You said that their roots are like the Israelis' roots are very, very modest and stuff. But you are talking about 2 generations away. So it's like saying the youth in USA is very, very hard because their granddad is like, it's the same thing. Yeah, because they are living in a Western lifestyle now. they're very,
It's
very
not.
Western style, as the
It's not 2
European, as the
generations
American.
ago. It's not 2
Yeah,
generations
yeah.
ago.
At least this generation is.
The parents of a guy with 20 years old in Israel now did experience the times when Israel was not a rich country, where parents had to survive with very little, where the country, for instance, constructed infrastructure because they didn't have cement with a lot of sand, and all that infrastructure is falling apart. They knew, but it was the only way they could bring the come forward. So people, they work really hard with very little, which invented stuff, with constructed stuff, with really what they had in front of them, and they did it. So it's the parents of the children they are now. It's not long ago. It's not 2 generations ago. If I may,
You're talking about only 15, 20, the first 15, 20 years of the Israeli state. You're not talking about like 30, 40 years ago. 30 years ago, it's a different thing. Like in the war against Egypt, you have a big army, they have a well-trained army, a good economy. So we are talking about the first like 20, 30 years of the Israeli state.
No, Nika, did you went to Israel? The really nice built houses, they don't have more than 20 years. The rest it's stuff that where you get like shocked, but they did build it with the materials they had. It was a country that didn't had anything to develop. It's really not long ago. I would say 30 years maximum did Israel started to develop into a first world economy. They were not like that before. They survived on charity from rich Jews from other countries, and they were being blocked from everywhere. They had almost no commercial relationships with nobody. It's not long ago that they have a trade deal with the European Union, and they can sell their agricultural products to the European Union. This is new. This is not long ago. And Nika, where do you live? Sorry, you live in the Netherlands. I can read it very badly.
I'm now located in Canada.
Okay, you're in Canada. But if you lived in Europe, you would remember, Shadovi knows. You would remember that agricultural products from Israel just started to appear on our shelves not more than 5 years ago.
Yeah, they have a very big industry, like good technology in agriculture.
I think the Israeli weapons have sold in the world way longer than that in the past.
Sure. But my point is that just, most people experience a very hard living and a very hard work. What they have now, people remember that they had to work really hard to get it. That's just my point. I don't feel the Israelis are wasted kids.
You can see what's happening in their army, how they are not like well disciplined. They are all TikToking about what's happening and playing around and doing childish things. You need to see the population that's fighting now. Like they are in their 20s and 30s, how they are acting.
Did you went to the university when you were 19, 20 years old? That's exactly what those boys and girls do. They are finally out of the house. They have boys and girls to play with, and that's what they do. And they are like trying to show off. But I would argue that apparent indisciplinary behavior is much more controlled than what we think.
Yeah.
Well, we agree to disagree, maybe, but we will talk about that later.
No, sure. No, I agree with Nika saying that we see now them fighting a group of people that they are not prepared to. Well, they have been fighting these people, but this is a very disadvantaged conflict. This is not a conventional war. They are not fighting the Jordanian, the Syrian, or the Egyptian forces. They are fighting groups of very indoctrinated people, really very indoctrinated, very motivated people, and this will be very hard.
For example, see what happened to Hezbollah. If you apply that to any army in the world, it will crumble. You see what happened is their top leaders, the first tier or in first and second tier are destroyed. The pager attack and everything else, and they're still fighting on the border. They're still hitting with rockets, well coordinated hits. So I think they are screwed because they are fighting very indoctrinated group and very unorthodox fight. I think it's Alvarez.
These are people that sought all types of things, really bad things to do, to organized group of soldiers in ways that we could never ever imagined. No, I saw. Well, I really don't care much about the modus faciendi, the how they conduct war. But it was like they had all these tunnels. They were booby trapped, and they were just waiting for the Israelis to try to go in, and they explode them. And
not only that,
the tunnels were never constructed to be used. They were constructed to be a trap.
But Prata, no, that's not true. For example, in Gaza, the tunnels, there's different kind of tunnels. There's storage tunnels. There's booby trap tunnels to drag the enemies. There's fighting tunnels, a lot of kind. But don't forget, they are fighting the Israelis in a very close quarter. You don't sneak on a tank and put an explosive device and run away if you are not well trained, mentally well prepared. If you go to now, if you go to a Tesla or any car, it will the alarm will go on. Imagine a tank. So it's not an easy thing just to go near a tank and plant an explosive device or hit a tank in like couple meter away. So the human aspect is very well prepared, I think. I don't think that we give it its real value.
Yeah, it's true.
It's Alvaro, I think.
Yeah, but I think with Hamas and these groups, there's like a religious base, and that's a very good energy to fight. You know, like they are very convinced in their faith and that stuff, and also they have like a very big hate, as I see, a very big hate to Jews and Israel, and that's like they're gonna keep fighting as long as it takes but they are they are not well organized, as I see, because like they fight, they go, the videos I see at least, they get out of the tunnel, they run, they shoot a grenade or something, and they get back, but you know, it's like a guerrilla
But you think that's easy? But
no, it's not easy. It's not easy.
That you think it's easy?
No, not at all.
For example, how can you say it's not organized if they are fighting the most technological army in 1 year and they are not giving up? I'm not just here to defend them or something. I'm talking about facts.
No,
if you think that going out from a tunnel in that environment, and don't think that there's like 10 drones
you have
above
to be very brave. You have to be very brave.
Yeah, not only brave.
But
you need to be intelligent because there's
it's
a lot of reconnaissance.
It's suicidal.
If you,
it's
I don't think it's suicidal if you are.
But
it's suicidal. Then
are we talking about Hezbollah or Hamas? Because I still think there is a difference there.
Oh yes, there is.
Of course, there is a big difference. Of course, there is a big difference. Hezbollah is very well organized, very well trained, but
I think there's a religious base also, and that's like
both, of course,
more powerful than political or anything else or national. I think, like they can give their life to their religion, and that's the most powerful thing, I think.
So give me a second. I need to cut in a bit. There's someone called Andrew in the backstage. He's new, so please be careful when you drive, and please give me your email and where you come from. If not, I cannot let you in. Yeah, you guys can continue.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shavos.
Yeah, I think the chat kind of wants us to move on from Israel. So I was wondering, is
Oh, yeah.
anybody?
No, please. You're welcome.
So I was just wondering if Wyatt, you want to start us off in a new vein regarding Russia?
Let me think. What else what else happened? I think there is some rumors, on Twitter.
Yeah,
on the
I wanted
pro-Ukraine
to-
space talking about F-16 shooting
Yeah,
down a Super
that-
34.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
cannot be verified. Alvaro?
I read about that. The F-16 taking down the Su-35, I think, or Su-34. Did you hear
Wait,
about
the
it?
The F-16 shot down.
Yeah, I read that in Telegram channels, in Russian Telegram channels, but I don't know if you heard about it.
But are we talking about the drone, or are you talking about their?
No. There was like today or yesterday, they took down a Su-34, and they said it was like an F-16, a Su-34 that it was taking an attack, a glide bomb attack. I don't know if you heard about it.
Glide bomb attack.
So the rumors.
That's very
on
surprising.
So the rumors on the pro-Russian side is saying that it's probably technical
Okay.
issues that crash. But all there is actually is fighter bomber. The Telegram channel posted the Sukhoi 34 image saying that something like the Earth is the sky or something. What funny way of saying. Yeah. Then after that,
Well,
the
it could be
pro-Ukrainian
an
guys
ambush with the
shot
Patriot
and say
inside,
that.
no?
No, it's not verified. So then the Ukrainian side then took screenshot of that, and then with some other stuff, and then they say that it's an F-16 that shot down it. Then I on Twitter,
That's what I
I'm
read.
trying to ask for a source. I asked for people. Anyone saw the source or anything that can verify this? No one saw anything. They're pointing back to fighter bomber, and that's it. And I checked fighter bombers Telegram channel. There is nothing about F-16s. They don't even talk about Sukhoi 34 getting shot down per se. They only have the screenshot, something like a eulogy.
Yeah,
kind
it
of
was
thing.
it was that one.
It's super weird. And I have also to add that fighter bomber is super unreliable. So they all, like the previous time they talk about radar plane getting shot down. It's like there's totally nothing to back that. That's all we have for that. Of course, Sukhoi 34 dropping fat bombs are very far away from the front line. So the F-16 to engage it will have to fly very close to the front line, and then they will be exposed to Russian surface and missile system. So
that would be very surprising.
And also in the air defense system, in the Ukrainian air defense system, there's a very big there are big holes, because I don't know, the S-70, I think it was a drone. It was shot down, I think, in Konstantinivka, or it was shot down like in Ukrainian territory, I think. And like
most of the experts saying the
stealth
drone was
drone,
out
right?
of control, so they
is it
wanted
the
to
stealth
destroy
drone?
it.
The Su-57, I saw the video.
If that was true, Alvaro, the Ukrainian propaganda would be all over the place.
Yeah, but did you see the drone, like the Su-57?
The boomerang ship one, right?
Yeah.
They say that this boomerang, the trowel drone. Yeah, the Russians are troweling. Something went wrong, and then they sent the escorting air-to-air fighter to shoot it down. And then after it shot down, it actually dropped into Ukrainian controlled territory. So that was that actually created a little bit of hoo-ha, but no.
But it was
because
shot
the
down.
footage of the shooting down.
There are very interesting theories about it. Sorry, wait. There's very interesting theories about it. First of all, it's a prototype that started to work badly, so that's why they shot it down, in order not to be, or it was taken out of control by electronic warfare. And the other one is that it was intentionally done on that way to make the Ukrainians believe the electronics in that drone are the ones that will be in the real drone. But this is all bullshit.
Yeah, maybe.
So there is no official comments about it. So who cares?
Yeah, that's the.
In fact, I'm not
That's the
even sure
drone
if that
is
drone actually
operating.
dropped inside Ukrainian control territory. I can't even tell. Actually, the reality is I can't even tell.
Yeah.
So, and that passes very quickly. Like
I
after
just saw
one
the
day, no one talks about it.
Yeah, but that was actually the drone that is operating in Kursk. No,
Kursk.
Kursk.
But why
That-
is it so difficult to say
can I-
Kursk? I don't know.
Yeah,
Explain it.
actually in
people sound,
Spanish
but
is Kursk.
What about
Right.
I was wondering if Wyatt has any insight on, or other people have any insight on how significant it is the Russians started to bomb commercial shipping.
Yeah.
You've seen that, and that was that.
Oh.
No, from my understanding, that was not happening, right? Like they weren't.
No.
This is new. Why do they do it? What are the repercussions of them doing it? How will it affect Ukraine?
I think that
They
was
say that these ships were transporting ammunition, which could be true.
Right. Well, I'm sure they
because-
were, but they've probably been
Yeah.
doing it for the longest time, and the
But-
Russians
yeah,
never
yeah,
done it before. Like what?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying on the beginning of the what I call the big deception working, is that the Russians are paranoid about supplies to Ukraine right now. Why not before and why now? Because they really are afraid that something is getting inside of Ukraine, that it's completely out of it could be dangerous. And they are targeting ports and storage facilities all over the south, Odessa, more or less. And some people even have been saying, well, it can't be true that the Russians have so much information, so they're actually doing it in a kind of
Shotgun approach.
Yeah, in that sense. So they are preoccupied with something that they know that is being supplied or is going to be supplied to Ukraine, and that's reason. But we see as well, if you notice, is that the Ukrainian side, when the first time happened, they were very vocal about it. They are not saying anything now. They're not talking about it. They're not making a big deal of it. So it's kind of they're somehow guilty as charged, you know, where we have to take into consideration. But shooting commercial ships is really a problem because the Ukrainians could start with the same. And that's very dangerous.
Clearly, nothing had happened yet. So the destruction of the ships at the Odessa port has happened for like at least a week now. There's still no repercussions. So yeah,
And
it could be the case where the
political-
Ukrainians have nothing to shoot at the Russian commercial ship. That is also a possibility. Like there's no more surface drones because the surface drone production facilities and the storage has been destroyed multiple times. At least it was reportedly so. So even maybe the Ukrainians may also have troubles. I mean they have boats. They still have attack boats. They have a number of new ones they posted just recently. Then and it could. I think I'm not sure if I actually don't know. If you destroy a boat in port, maybe it's not as bad as you destroy a boat or at sea. There might be a difference. Like so sorry, I was trying to hit the port but I missed. Then I hit the boat. I'm so sorry. Like
Oops.
Oops. So I mean, it's a bit harder, to justify that. The Russians are terrorists. It's a bit harder, I guess. I think one of the bigger news, I think, are BRICS. There's a lot of geopolitical maneuvers lately, but because we have this, I think I don't know which forum is that in Laos. I think East Asia or is it ASEAN
It's
plus?
ASEAN summit. It's the biggest.
Yeah. It's the East Asia one. Is it the East Asia or is it?
Yes.
I didn't take note
to.
because my prime minister was there, and then my foreign minister was there, and then Lavrov was there, and then very funnily Sputnik posted a video of my foreign minister, very touchy with Lavrov, introducing him to other people. I was like, it's like that I share it because it's so weird. Because we are supposed to be unfriendly countries, but my foreign minister is like so touchy with Lavrov. And
Well,
and there is also news of Cuba wanting to join BRICS, applying for it. There is like a lot of different.
I don't think they want Cuba and BRICS.
Yeah.
No.
There's a lot of weird, a lot of stuff. I wasn't monitoring. I saw a lot
It's
of
not the
all these
best
headlines.
ally.
I haven't had a chance to really go through all of them. So I'm also very vague. No, but all the people who interested in all this all drop off. All our
It's
finance
interesting
people.
because the ASEAN summit was always. Sorry, go on.
It's okay, Prata, you can go on because I actually run out of things to say.
It's very interesting because the ASEAN summit normally are very well publicized. They are very well visited. Normally it goes the president of the United States, the Chinese president, the Russian president used to come. And this time there is just Michael from the European presidency and Lavrov. These are the highest international invitees, invited persons for that summit, which could also explain why, on the end, Lavrov is being so well presented. Nevertheless, we saw the visit a few weeks ago of the Malaysian Prime Minister, which officially applied for BRICS. And he was talking in an economical forum with Putin, and he was saying like wonderful things about Russia. I never saw such a kiss ass so well prepared like that Prime Minister did. So
and then he just shake hands with Blinken just like a few days ago. And then Blinken was like celebrating, how well the good relationship.
That's a true professional diplomat.
Malaysia will play both sides. Okay, Malaysia is like Turkey, so don't expect too much from Malaysia. Malaysia is going to play both sides. No, so just to highlight this, because like people, sometimes people not sure, because of that, especially if you only you watch a lot of pro-Russian side information, you get confused. You think that Malaysia is going to drift east. It's not true. Malaysia have Western weapons. They collaborate closely with the United States, because the biggest threat to Malaysia right now is also China. So it's also China. Malaysia have is one of the claimant states for some of the islands in the South China Sea. So the entire Southeast Asia military is now all militarizing, and they are all buying Western weapons, including Malaysia, especially Indonesia. So everybody's militarizing because of China. So that is the broader thing, but Malaysia is also wanting to to have some safeguard, you see, because they are very distrustful of the West. They're very pro-Palestine. They're very anti-Israel. So Malaysia is playing both sides. They're going all in all the different directions. So them joining BRICS is a good move for them, because it is a way to compete with Singapore as well economically, because Singapore don't dare to join BRICS or don't dare to apply for it. We are not even observer yet. So so Malaysia definitely don't want to move another path so that they can compete with Singapore. So it's not wrong. These are all very natural geopolitical moves. Jadovi.
I wanted to add something about Malaysia, Indonesia, and all these countries who want to stay, I'm going to say, neutral. In the French military industry, we used to sell very few large weapons or expensive weapons to foreign country. And at a point, maybe we will save a lot of demand from back channel about removing the US component from our weapon. And we did that. And suddenly we sold a lot of Rafale, missile, and so on, especially the one with no US component inside. Very strange, isn't it? For instance, I think it's Indonesia has decided to buy Rafale fighters from France, but they specifically ask for the one without US component inside, because they don't want any issue with the US State Department. Except for the Australian submarine, of course.
I think one of the things, when we're talking now about Malaysia and so on, I just figure out that actually it's very interesting, the discussion happening in Indonesia now. They don't know, they have the feeling they need to make a choice, and they are not sure if they can make that choice. So we know that Indonesia was one of the countries that was invited They wanted really to invite to be part of the first group of entering into BRICS. And the president, Yabloko, what was his name? Yabloko? I forgot, sorry. He refused, and he said publicly that he and he said publicly that he refused. He was very flattered, but he refused. And now there is a discussion with the new president, which is a bit more assertive, the new one.
Prabhu.
And he's and there was a surprise declaration from one of the commerce or economy ministers that they could enter the OCDE. It would be very possible that Indonesia could enter the OCDE in a very short time, in less than 1 year, which was very surprising. So the West is also making their counter offers to many of these countries. We know that they tried to do that to Brazil, and the Brazilian president said, we are open to it, but at the moment we are not focused on it. So it was a polite way to say, no, thank you. And my other considerations would go to India. And India has been showing very strange signs that they might change their position towards BRICS in a very unconstructive way, by moving completely apart. It would be very destructive for India, but if they believe that would bring them some good, please go on.
Well, India is kind of interesting. Like the history of that country is kind of fascinating because they were always very careful never to side with anyone or any other alliance. They walked the tightrope perfectly. They seemed to play everybody. Now, I don't know if this was the genius of the politicians at the time or just an accident of history, but you notice how they were very, very careful never to sign on to one side or the other, and they always seemed to always act in their own best geopolitical interest, and that's what they're doing now. India is, I kind of see India as a country that's in the ascendance, and China eventually is going to be in a country in decline, because India is not suffering the demographic, implosion that apparently China is. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And India has no illusions of, India kind of always just, does what a country should do, is act in their own best interest. And they've always done that. I respect them for that.
The thing is not about they not doing things for their own interest. It is about considering at this moment which one is the best offer. So it's not being non-aligned. That was the traditional position of India. And you are right. It's also, it has a lot to do with historic accidents. Because, for instance, one of the reasons why India become very suspicious about the West, it's not just their reaction, the fact that they had to fight the British to get their independence, but also because when things got really wrong, and they also blamed with Pakistan, and they also the partition of India, and they blamed the British a lot for that. But they also blamed the Americans for later supporting the Pakistanis against India and supplying their weapons and refusing to sell weapons to India. And somehow I think this is the accident in history that made them be very cautious.
Yeah, but I meant the way they handled it, product. Like you notice, because like the United States built a nuclear reactor for Pakistan, and then the Soviets built one for this back in the Soviet Union days. They built one for India, but the Indians were very careful, like because the Soviet Union was trying to, expand into India, get them to sign some sort of mutual defense pact, and the Indians were like, nope, we're not doing it. We'll buy your weapons, we'll trade with you, but no, we're not entering into any sort of alliance with you. They were very careful about that.
Yes, and they also had a lot of respect from the Soviets not to push too hard. So this is also a very particular relationship if we understand how the Soviets acted in Africa and many Southeast Asian countries. They were much more pushy in Indonesia, for instance, which made Indonesia change camp immediately. just after a while, but become extremely anti-communist. But in India, the things were the Russians were much more careful about India. So I think it's also one of the reasons why that relationship now with Russia works so well, more or less. And I think the Russians also do everything to support Indian development because they have to build a balance in Asia.
Yeah, well, I also think there's a bit of just the personality of Modi and Putin are kind of similar because they're both very nationalistic, and it seems like they actually get along well. Like just they seem to kind of actually genuinely like each other. So I think there's some of that as well. But it's complicated, right? Because India and China have a lot of problems with each other. But right now, Russia and China are, Russia's forced to have really strong ties with China. They have no other choice. They can't fight the West on their own.
And this relationship is very interesting because that's the reason how BRICS was born. So there was this BRIC forum organized more or less in secret between China, India, and Russia, and it started to work very well. And they started to present themselves and align themselves in terms of political international decision making. And that's when Brazil, in the UN, I think it was 2008, really wanted to be part of it as well. It was an experiment. They accepted. They called the group BRIC. And later, 2 years later, in Russia, they decided to create a real group called BRIC and invited as well. They needed another African country, and they decided to invite South Africa. And so it's the BRICS came with it. So out of this conflict between China and India, and the Russians understanding that this was problematic for them to have two best friends fighting each other, that the BRICS was born. So if we look at what BRICS is developing, they invited countries that have really problems with each other: Iran and Saudi Arabia, Egypt and Ethiopia. Both, as we see now, Egypt is really creating a situation with Ethiopia that could go very wrong. They just made a kind of an alliance with Somalia and Eritrea against Ethiopia. So but it's interesting. It's a group that it pretends to really solve problems, and I think it's also one of the reasons that so many countries perceive BRICS not as taking a camp, taking a side, but going into another dimension of solving problems. And this is the failure that in the West people do when they look at the BRICS. But there is also a confrontational dimension in BRICS, and I am not going to deny it either.
I think Pakistan is also joining BRICS, right?
Well,
everybody is joining BRICS.
Yes, Pakistan last year November announced that they are seeking for BRICS membership as well. So, every single paria state,
exactly,
having problem with the
because
West.
It's very useful for them.
But look at
if you're part of the BRICS, you have some kind of immunity to sanction from the Western world.
But look
because
at the
most
Shanghai
of the time, those
Cooperation.
BRICS countries are going to continue to trade with you, even with Western sanction.
Yeah, but look at the Shanghai Cooperation organization. The Chinese wanted to put Pakistan in, and the Russians said, then we want India in. And they are working. So I think it's a different approach from the camp mentality that we are seeing in the West, democracy against autocracies. Bullshit, of course, we know that. Yeah. So it's a different dimension. I think this is one of the things that attracts a lot of countries to BRICS, because they feel they perhaps are finding a forum where they will be more able to solve problems, because the UN, as you know, it's completely manipulated nowadays. It's
in fairness, it always was, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, you could say that.
I would say that when I look at India's geopolitical situation is a bit. It's like they look strong, but they're actually also very vulnerable. Like they militarily, they seem strong, but actually militarily they're actually very weak, because the only countries that will really fight India will be China, and they can't beat China. Pakistan is weaker than India, generally speaking, because they are a smaller country. So, and they have a lot of internal,
I
separatist
think
problems.
Pakistan's going to implode. I honestly believe.
Yeah. So Pakistan is a bit risky. They have too much of their own problems. So India's threat is not coming from Pakistan. It's actually from China. And China, they can't beat China, not economically, not militarily. So they need Russia as a friend, and Russia is a very, very close friend with India. And Russia is like it, because India is far away. So, they can be very close friends and they don't feel threatened about each other. So, but the problem with China moving very close to Russia, India also feel very uncomfortable, which means that in the eventuality, if there's a real conflict between India and China, Russia may not help. There is a problem for India as well. So, and India also have this problem with that. I think politically they are too complicated. So they do not have a very, very strong foreign policy kind of thing. It's like they are still very vague. Like no countries will trust India to come and save them in that sense if there's a war, with exception of maybe Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Maldives. Maybe because those countries
well, they're
just
kind of India light, kind of though,
right?
Or
Sri Lanka, the countries that are literally next to India, okay, they can still maybe hope for India's help. But anything slightly further away, no one trusts India to come and help. Malaysia will never trust India to come and help. Singapore will never trust India to come and help. So that is also a problem, because the branding of India, in the sense that nobody will trust India to come and help them. And India literally did nothing to help anyone other than, like I said, the neighboring countries' immediate ones. So
foreign policy costs a lot of money. To make this type of influential foreign policy, it costs a lot of money. Well, the US is a big example, but also China. China is giving money everywhere, and they this is not cheap. And,
they don't give money everywhere. They loan money, and then they know that the person that loaned the money have no money to pay back. So you just have to wave it away.
It's not fair way. They also give a lot of money, and India can't do that. They do have some third world developing programs, but these are tiny things, because India is not a real economical powerhouse that can really afford to.
But India is growing. India, see, that's the thing about India, is like they are really growing. Like, I mean, they're like one of the few countries where the middle class is getting bigger. Where you got countries like Europe and the European countries and the United States, so the middle class is shrinking. Right? I mean, it's disappearing in the United States. Especially when we had this ever since
in France too.
Yeah, in France,
in Spain too.
Yeah, right.
Germany too, but I didn't say it.
So the I don't know what it's like in the other Asian countries, but like India, the middle class that's a sign of a healthy country, is a strong middle class, and that's one of the the people that are doom speakers about the U.S. That's one of the things that they point to, is this vanishing middle class in the United States, and that makes for things very unhealthy, right? Because you just get a bunch of people that are completely dependent on the government for
for programs. People say that India is the fastest growing country in the world, but you guys know they are not growing more than 8. It's 7 point something. In the same development stage of China, they were growing 2 digits. So India is
but there's a little bit of, you also take the time period, right, that happened, right? And also China was coming out of going from communism to capitalism, or whatever this hybrid kind of thing that they made.
I would say it's a bit different in the sense that when China was growing, opening up and growing, there is no competition. There's no big competition. If you tell India to grow, hyper grow now, China is a super huge competition which they cannot beat. So they can't possibly grow at the level of what China did, because China is now so powerful economically. Like if you want to build a business right now, you want to get cheap goods to design your own stuff and produce them at cheap rates, you got to go to China. Alibaba will be the choice naturally. like everyone does the same because it's so cheap. Although it makes zero sense. How can it be so cheap? It doesn't matter, because it's so cheap. So people will just continue to feed the foreign currency to foreign exchange to China because it's just so cheap. How China hacked this game and how they will survive this, that is not our problem, you see. But it will not last forever as well. So, but the thing is, India have its own problem because internally they're just too complicated and they're just too messy. The bottom class is too huge, and there is a lot of infrastructure problems. And every state is also different because they are also a federation. So every state have totally different level of development as well. You can go to one state is super clean and very well organized. Then you go to another one, it's just like a slum. So that's also a problem. When we look at India,
it's kind of like the United States. What it sounds like places in the United States. I
think it's more extreme. I think India is way more.
Like every country has this inequality, so it's normal. But the thing is that we have to take into attention that the industrialization of China or the modernization of China industry was possible because China was an autocracy and a dictatorship. They could decide how many engineers they need, how many doctors, how many everything. And they produce people to work in those specialities they wanted to organize. And we know the violence, forcing people to leave the countryside to cities and so on, obliging them to live and they still do, to workers to live in horrible conditions and so on and so on. India doesn't have that because it's an open society, is a democracy, and people study stuff that it's useless, but they perceive it as good. So there are huge amounts of useful lawyers. The state spends a lot of money creating lawyers. They don't need any more lawyers, but they keep forming lawyers every year in big quantities because India is a democracy. The people have the free will. And when I'm saying, yes, India has a lot of potential, like many countries around the world, but we can't expect them to come any near to the Chinese because their development, which is much more way behind the China, and is coming now to those moments when China was exploding. But that moment in China was growing like 2 digits, and India growing a lot. It's just growing 8%. So I don't see them bringing. And I was watching a very interesting discussion from an Indian university when they were complaining about this stuff, and they were saying, when we develop the material, yes, and we present it to the market, the Chinese and we later are already developing a product that is superior. So the thing is that if India really believes it will substitute China, which is a political will, and that's a big mistake. If they believe that their business plan will be based on doing a second China, they are lost. They won't be able to compete. And now coming back,
I wasn't trying to.
I'm sorry.
India was trying to replace China in any way. I was just saying that India is on the ascendance.
But the political will in India is to create a second China. They are crazy. They believe that if they slam China enough, Western countries will invest in India instead of investing in China. And this is stupid. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the quality control. Products produced in India are much more probable to work correctly than if they do in other places. In Southeast Asia, it doesn't need to be China. I'm not even talking about China. So quality control in India is horrible. Infrastructure is very bad. Political will is very complicated. It's a very bureaucratic country. It has a lot of red tape. And secondly, there is a lot of hand force, but there is not a lot of specialized working force for all necessities. They have a lot of people in computing, mathematics, and lawyers, but then there are a lot of things missing where they have a population that is actually basically now how you can, they never went, they can't read us or write. This we have to take that into consideration. So I hope the Indians wake up one day and understand that they need to find another business plan that works for them, not to try to beat China, but to find. And I also was today I listened to a political science, an Indian political science, where he was saying that actually there is nothing concrete that puts China against India. Quite the opposite. We should work together because they have technology that they can transfer to us. So complaining about the actual position of the Indian politicians to be extremely xenophobic. Yeah, but it's how it works. Wait, there is a big news. The big University of Moscow announced the creation of a supercomputer, which is probably the second or the third fastest supercomputer in the world. And it was known that the components were bought for 2 billion euros, for 2 million euro, for $2 million in AliExpress.
Okay.
Yes. The same
so the spare
computer,
parts, right? It's not the chips, right? It's the
chips
parts.
with the stuff. There's everything is on
Everything
sale
the
on
chip.
Alibaba. You can buy it, everything there.
So
yeah.
they bought the supercomputer from China essentially.
No. They bought the
components
parts and they
They bought
assembled it.
assembled it, and they think it was fit, and they got the supercomputer.
And then they tune it.
Yes,
And they create the software.
the
I think
same-
the software is very important here.
Yes, of course, but the same computer in terms of hardware would cost in the United States $2 billion. So, well, we just it's an anecdotal thing about
And I
Alibaba.
think you need a nuclear
AliExpress.
power plant to just make sure everything is running.
Again?
I think you need a nuclear power plant just to make sure there is enough power for the things.
I
So
think the
don't forget
Russians
that,
have
I
enough
think.
energy. Don't worry. They have the biggest
Oh,
per
yes,
capita
yeah.
consume of energy in the world. I don't think they
And
have.
they have no issue to cool everything in Russia.
Yeah.
They have no issue to cool everything in Russia. For data
Oh,
centers,
yeah.
the cooling is a very important issue. If you create a data center in St.
Just build
Petersburg, it's going to be very easy to cool it for most of the years, I think.
They just
And
just
if you
build the
create
entire
it in
server.
Texas, it's going to be
server
way
base.
more complicated.
Just build the server base in the Arctic. That is theirs
Yes,
anyway.
exactly.
So Shadow V, continue. You
Yes,
raise
I
your
wanted
finger.
to add something about India, about the quality control of the Indian industry. I think it was 10 years ago, France sold to India a lot of Rafale aircraft fighters. Basically, the deal was we build 20 in France and 100 in India. So it's not going to be very expensive because basically we give India everything. The technology, the aircraft, the factory, everything. But after a few months, they have to rewrite the deal. Because in India, they were not able to have the quality control to just to build together the Rafale with the part coming from France. That means that they rewrite the deal, and instead of 100 built in India, they had just bought, I think it was 50 or 60 but built in France. And the Indian army asked to change the deal. Not the French government, the Indian army. Because they were receiving airplanes that was not working, basically. And they needed this airplane against China, Pakistan, and everybody else. So they have a huge issue, so they have to lower the number of aircraft, basically because their own industry was just not good enough.
I think a lot of deals with India, like especially from Russia, is always like there's some technology transfer, like always, and it's always built in India. Like they have to build a supply chain in India. Like that's often the deal. And something I noticed.
Yeah, and I would say this is interesting for the Russians as well, because they don't have the industrial capacity for these huge orders. So there is, for instance, a very interesting deal, which is to build 400 carriage from Russian technology, and they are going to build it in China. In India. And the reason for it is not because the Indians can do it better. It's just because they don't have the workforce in Russia to build suddenly 400 carriage in such a short time. But the steel will have to come from Russia, interestingly, that they can do. But the assemblage, all that thing, that it needs to come from India because they don't have the workforce for that. Actually, an old problem in Russia.
I wanted to add something about India that very few people understand. India is some kind of federation. Every province have a lot of internal power. And it's even more than that. Because every province was, a few centuries ago, an independent kingdom with a millennial history. Each Indian kingdom have an history who could... basically, they invented the writing with the Sanskrit. So they have a history that go way, way in the past. So imagine the United States, where every state in USA has a 3 millennial history of fighting each other, of course.
But Shadovi, don't forget
a part
the
of
Indians,
history of India.
But Shadovi, sorry for cutting you, but don't forget that they all consider part of the same civilization. And they always have been considered themselves part of that civilization. It's like a country that doesn't exist in our understanding of Western existence as a country. They all understand that they belong, even when they converted to Muslim, like the elites were all Muslims, they still saw themselves all belonging together to that civilization. And they were alliance between themselves from the south to the north, from the east to the. They were never united in a country, never in history, but they all belonged to somewhere together, and they communicated somewhere together. And the Mongols in the north, when the Portuguese arrived there, they didn't have any capacity of control all these kingdoms, but they were respected as a higher voice. Goy.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say about touching on Shadowy's point that, yeah, like for those who don't know, every state in the United States has its own separate constitution. You know, they all have their own. They have their own governor, and each state has its own 3 branches of government. They have an executive, a legislative, and a judicial. So so a lot of the problems people are talking about India, you could kind of say, well, the United States has all those same issues, right? And there's a very big difference between the mindset of, let's say, someone that lives in, let's say, California, and someone that lives in, let's say, Idaho. Okay, these might as well be different countries in every way you can possibly imagine. Everything from demographics to just religions to, in Idaho, you can walk around with a gun on your hip and walk into a 7-Eleven or a Starbucks, and it's totally legal. You do that in California, they call a SWAT team. So that's how different things are in the United States. So there are these huge differences, yet the United States is the most powerful country in the world. I'm not saying it's going to stay that way. I'm just saying right now it is still. But anyway, someone had mentioned in the chat, I don't know if we want to change channels. We spent a lot of time talking about India and might have beat that horse to death. But I'm kind of curious what people's thoughts are and how Europe is going to survive right now, because it seems like the major economies in Europe are starting to really crumble. You got Germany. Germany is pretty much just totally screwed itself.
It's getting worse by the day. Yeah.
One of the big announcements, I think, from Germany was that they declared that unconditional support for Israel. So it's like,
you cannot. And then
they
cannot do.
They said they will not stop selling. They said they will not stop.
Forget that.
Yeah, they say they will not stop selling weapons to Israel.
Yeah,
that was like, huh? You're gonna sell to Ukraine, and then now you want to sell to Israel. How are you gonna survive, man?
No. For the Israel thing, it's a history.
Scholz did something even worse. Sorry, Shadow. Scholz did something even worse, because, as you guys know, Nicaragua brought in Germany to the court because they were selling weapons, knowing that might be a case of genocide, and the sentence of the court was that there wasn't enough proof that Germany was selling little weapons to be used in Gaza. And Scholz the Germans actually presented in court saying that they were not selling any weapons any little weapons to Israel. And now Scholz said, we have been selling weapons to Israel and we'll keep selling weapons to Israel. How stupid is that guy? He's so stupid. Sorry, Shadowy. Sorry
Yes,
for cutting you.
to answer the question of John, who is not here anymore, and about the future of Europe. First, I think we have to separate two things in Europe. We have European Union with a political entity, which I think has no future, and with Europe as a continent. As a continent, and as a lot of countries in Europe, from UK to Italy to Norway, they have a future because the country is not going to disappear. The population are not going to die. Okay, they are going to stay here. But I think the economical situation is going down most of the time. I'm going to add something which is very funny because I think a lot of people in this forum love to speak about this topic. For me, they love it too much. I think that in a few years, we are going to have a reverse of immigration. Basically, a lot of people who have come in Europe for works on safety, they are going to come back in their own country because it's going to be safer in Africa, and most of the time more economically interesting in Africa than in Europe. In 2 years, we are going to have something like that.
Well,
Shadow,
please.
You have to remember, every time Europeans come to Africa, things don't turn out okay. No.
But it's going to be the I don't know. At a point, I think a lot of people in Africa are going to choose to stay in Africa, maybe another country in Africa, but to not come to Europe. And already today, most of the African immigration is inside Africa.
Yeah,
Not
most
Africa
of them are
outside.
actually, most people actually, like, for example, so the president of Kenya was being attacked by almost everybody because he was flying around like South Korea and all those countries, asking those countries to basically take Kenyans for jobs, right? And Kenyans were saying, we don't want to leave, dude. They create the jobs here. We don't want to go over there because nobody really wants to go to other countries to go work at places that will likely be hostile towards them. Nobody really wants that. Everybody wants to be around their cousins, their brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Like nobody wants to. What did I go and do in South Korea? And do what there? Learn a new language, learn a new culture, all that stuff, while at the same time working out. If I was rich and I went there as a tourist, I can have time for that. But when you're working, it's a whole other different thing.
Yes. Asian societies are highly racist, like super racist. No, every single country you go will be like this. No, as a tourist, you're perfectly fine. But if you want to work there, it's super racist because every country in Asia is nationalistic. All the countries are born out of nationalism, all is cut out with racial, ethnic differences. So it's very racist. Like you go to South Korea, Japan, that's it, man. You'll feel it.
I had a colleague from South Korea that once told us, you can't imagine, but we in Korea, we find all Europeans to be barbarians. And she started laughing. And then she asked, there was also a Japanese guy in the course. And then she asked the Japanese guys, but you in Japan also think like that. And he was so ashamed, he didn't say the words.
Yeah, Japanese are too polite. But it is true.
Yeah, there's this guy who has like a travel YouTube channel, and he was talking about how that South Koreans are insanely, especially racist towards South Asians, like people from Vietnam and those countries. They will insult them about everything, about their rice. Like, and he was basically, they believe they're poor. And so like South Koreans will go to like those countries, get kids, but they can't take the kids back with them and stuff like that. It was a long documentary. It was basically a travel vlog talking about all that. So yeah, that was interesting.
But there is some truth to this sort of things because especially for Japanese, the Japanese food, the quality of the food, the vegetables, the fish, everything, the rice is so high level that if you go to Japan for a tour, you come back to your own country, you're like, oh, I can't eat all this food anymore because the food quality is just so good. Every single person that just went to Japan and came back told me the same thing. In fact, History Legend is right now in Japan. No, he's telling me exactly the same thing. The food is damn good, damn fresh. So there is possible, I mean, South Korea maybe is the same. Maybe they have a very high regards for food, so they have a very high quality food. I mean, that's the possibility. So yeah, I mean, if that is factual, then no, it's not racist.
But anyways, what Shadavi was saying, that Europeans will go away, this already happened, especially with Portugal in 2011, when the Germans were preparing to receive Portuguese engineers and so on. They were finding them houses for them to stay, but the Portuguese engineers all went to Africa very gladly.
Why?
Angola never had so many Portuguese. Not even during the colonial time they had so many Portuguese back then. Well, it can happen. But going back to the European economy.
Wait, Pratap. Wait. Why are the Portuguese preferring Angola over Germany? I don't understand.
Because it's an adventure. It's something. It's not a boring place in Europe with with bad climate. They want adventure. They want good climate. They want people that are happy and constructive, and they don't want to be in a depressive place. It's as simple as that. And also because the language,
true Portuguese. Sounds like true Portuguese from the colonial era. Is like the brave, adventurous Portuguese going overseas.
I think they were well received, and it's a different situation. For you see, sometimes I say it's good that the Portuguese left the colonies after the discolonization, and there were a lot. So in comparison to French in that country, there was a lot of Portuguese in these countries, and they left. And so I think because they left, today we can return, and that the resentment is not there anymore. We are not talking
and
about.
You speak the same language, right? And
yes,
you speak
exactly.
the same language, right?
But the Angolans don't see, like, for instance, the whites control 90% of the territory of the farming land, like it was in Zimbabwe or is still in Namibia. So I think it was good. It was a big suffering for many people that had to leave and left without anything. But today we can look at Angola and the resentment. It's not the same. You don't see the Portuguese. Okay, yes, you were there. There is historical phenomena, but then you come back now and you are at the same level. You are not the owners of the land. You are not the ones responsible for social inequality and so on. So that was an important factor, and also the reason why people felt so well, not just in Angola, but also in Mozambique. There was also growing less because Mozambique is still, unfortunately, a very poor country, and it was interesting. But on the other side, going back to because that was a question from Goy, the news from Germany from this week are very bad. We have a Ministry of Economy that doesn't recognize that all these effects are the cause effect of his stupid policies, especially energetic policies. He says that, no, these are structural problems. This has nothing to do with us. This has nothing to do that Germany doesn't have any more cheap energy. Of course not. So I think in the beginning of this open mic today, I said that there was very distressful news that the producers of big machinery used in other factories, were in really bad shape. They had almost no orders. And then I said, well, this is really worrying because it doesn't just tell us about the economy in Germany, which is stopped, is in recession, is not investing, is not growing. This is also about Europe, because they produce for all Europe, and they produce also for the rest of the world. So this is a very, very bad news.
And they produce past tense for Russia too.
And they also, oh yes, no, Russia was the good market. They still have it.
Oh, yes.
So the other news was that actually they were supplying Russia, which they shouldn't. And these machineries, they are used on the production of military goods, on many other things. So it's quite interesting. On the other side, we have it was the previous week, there was news that the business feeling was very low. So people didn't believe that the economy was going on. So the businessmen, the guys that make decision making. So this normally this index also gives you a kind of a vision into the future, how the economy will really develop. So that's also very bad numbers. And secondly, or last but not least, I think the government, there is the sense that the German coalition government is not going to stand, it's not going to last. And this also produces a lot of bad perspectives in terms of investment, because we don't know, will they change the next government, will they change the green policy or not? Do we really have to make these conversions or not? So there is a lot of open things in the air. So the lack of trust into the government plays a lot on it. And when we understand that Germany is the engine of Europe, so Europe doesn't work without Germany. Germany is the one that really produces things in Europe. And if we understand that this is like this, then France is in a bad state. Everybody is in really bad shape. And on the other side, we see social crisis coming everywhere. In Portugal, for the first time, I never remember ever saw something like this. Demonstrations anti-migrants, because there is not enough housing. The reason was housing, but it was the first ever recorded demonstrations when people went to the street anti-migrants, because there is not enough houses. So Europe is really digging digging a hole. Nobody cares about the problems of people. This is incredible. When we see people going to the streets in Portugal, asking for more housing. This would be actually be great to relaunch economy, but that would be also in Germany. There is also a lack of housing in Germany. They could relaunch the economy investing in housing, but they don't want to. And this is really strange. Why don't they want to invest in housing?
Because people have no more money to pay for them.
No, constructing houses is a good way of relaunching an economy. These are things that really are needed. They will be used. This is important things. People need to feel well. People, if a society is in stress, they won't be as productive if they have some sense of perspective for the future. Go on, Nunia. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with everything Prada just said. To answer the question on the future of Europe, I think I've been pretty consistent on my opinion of that since I've been on this open mic, but I don't see Europe having a whole lot of future. I mean, obviously, as Shadowy said, there's still going to be people living there. There's still going to be, businesses running and stuff, but it's going to be at a vastly reduced standard of living. And the way I kind of see it is Europe was more or less supposed to be finished off after World War II, right? UK was done. Germany was finished. Italy was finished. And when you really start to look under the hood of Europe and you think about what's there, there's not a whole lot, in terms of like natural resources and things like that. There's not a whole lot in Europe, yeah, sure. There's the odd mine, but nothing, comparable to some of the bigger nations in the world that produce that sort of stuff, such as Canada and Russia. They were getting a lot of that stuff from Russia. So now we're seeing how fragile the European economy is because of this conflict. As Prada rightly just said, Germany was the economic engine of all of Europe. Everything was being manufactured in Germany from imported materials, by the way. So there's a reason why all of these European countries have been colonial powers for years. They had to go all other places to get those resources because they weren't in Europe. So the way I kind of see Europe now is without, cheap resources, particularly the cheap Russian gas and stuff, I cannot see how they can be competitive anytime soon. It's going to take decades for their living standards to get so low for them to be competitive again. So go ahead, Macchietti.
So these issues, they were predicted. I keep reminding people of some of these things, like that paper by the Rand report called Extending Russia. It had clearly predicted that this war with Russia would have this particular set of consequences. They knew it, but they believed it was worth the risk, right? And again, why? Because I tell people don't listen to these politicians when they appear on CNN, on Fox News, on BBC. They are BSing. The only times you want to listen to these people and know exactly why they're doing what they're doing, they have to be under oath. That's when they can say a little bit of truth. Or two, when they're talking in their think tanks, because the target audience is not the general public. And that's why those conversations in think tanks will never appear on like cable news, because they want to talk to like the liberal elites, but they don't want the whole public to basically hear it. And what you hear from them is a couple of things. So one, they can't leave Russia neutral if they go after China. So that's the one message you're getting there. So there's a high possibility this whole conflict was created exactly that, to get Russia to make a deal of some sort and have them stay neutral, or at least weaken them to a point where they're not a threat when they decide to play their games in Asia, right? So, but the West, I think, believes this conflict was necessary because, again, these people don't think they can survive. I have a feeling like the economies have an expiry date, right? If you look at their debt to GDP ratios, countries like Japan have 250%. I don't think I'm smart enough to even understand what that actually means, but man, like that's a lot of debt. Like you're literally, I'm assuming you're making less than you're actually spending. Countries like the United States is way over 150%, right? Russia right now is at 17%, which is like insanely incredible. It's crazy how they decided to handle that. But the point I'm making is, I don't think these economies can sustain themselves the way we assume they sustain themselves. I think, as I've always assumed, I think they play around with I know they call it printing of money, but I think they just add zeros to accounts, and that's generally how they're surviving. But I don't think they're going to have their issues will get worse if other countries grow stronger. Like, let's say, I'll give an example of like Africa. When everybody in Africa gets the stuff they want, the stuff average people want. Everybody wants a good television. Everybody wants a good refrigerator. When all those people get whatever they want, a lot of the people in these think tanks believe that it's not sustainable. It means the people in the West will not be able to afford the same things. So they have many reasons why they play these games.
I think Shadow V is next, because just now he raised his finger like
No.
for
Someone
no more.
else.
Okay, you
I
roll,
forget
right?
what I wanted to say. So
Hi guys, how's my voice?
Hi, Euro. Good.
very nice.
Very
For
sexy.
the issue.
Yeah, different headphones, so I'm not sure how they work.
It's super good.
Well, excellent. Let's talk about climate change.
No.
They show the chart. You have a little bit upswing in temperature, and they predict the future to keep going linearly. Linearly, everything is linear, right? Demographics, linear.
If that's the
We
case,
are
I'm a
like
billionaire
losing
now.
people. Okay, we are losing people, and it's gonna continue linearly. Say straight line. A little bit of recession in Germany, and you guys talking about linear future. It's going in the same straight line. Never happened in history. But how, when you guys hear some political bullshitter on the mainstream, you keep repeating the same thing. Oh, the great Europe is over. Somebody pronounced it, and you keep repeating it. This is not analysis, okay? What you guys talking? That's not analysis. It's a recession in Germany. It's a recession. It's temporary. You guys check the growth rate in Germany, and it's temporary. Okay, in 2010, Germany was a laggard of Europe. They called it laggard of Europe. Why? Because it was stagnating in growth. And now a little bit of recession and it's over. What kind of analysis is that, guys? Come on.
Hey, a quick question for
There's
you.
no
Like,
linear. There's
what
no
do you,
linear thing.
I'm not talking about what's going to happen in the next 2 years. What about the next 30 years? Like, where is the growth going to come from? Are they going to come up with new inventions, or?
I'm not prophet, sorry, but I know that there's no linear.
No,
You
so
guys
30 years
pretend
is
to be
actually
prophets.
I'm not
30 years
seeing
is
any
actually
magical technology being created in Europe in the next 30
Not
years
about
that's going to get
you
him out
don't
of this
need
hole.
magical. You
no. I
don't
will
need
say that
magical technology. It's about growing the middle class
it's
instead
not
of
just that.
oligarchs
It's just
stealing all the money.
I'm not
It's only
seeing that
about that.
either.
It's only about
no.
that. Yes, that's very difficult. Yes, that's
So
true.
you
That's
you see, 30 years is a very long time. Like you look back 30 years ago, the Cold War probably just ended. So so geopolitically, a lot can change. So if you talk about 30 years, you don't even talk about the economy. Purely Germany become a ally of Russia is possible. Then then they will like have all the way free energy. You know, there is a possibility. You don't even talk about economics. You know, it's too far away. Like you cannot imagine 30 years ago.
So why
You
are
know,
you
30
saying?
years ago, USA is like the fuck yeah, American, you know, the kind of world. Now it's like what America is like,
So
like
why are
nothing,
you
you
saying
know.
that the only country that's supposed to think about 30 years from now is China, because they're the only ones who are talking about
No,
30 years from
you
now?
can only plan your economy 30 years. You can plan like, okay, where I'm going to go in this direction. Like Singapore does the same thing. We have 50-year plans. China is, I can tell you that China have more than 30 years. It's just that they cannot announce too far away because it's unrealistic. Like Singapore also does the same thing because we actually taught China how to do this. So China actually does it like us. Like Singapore have this when we independent, we have a 20-30 years plan. We focus on manufacturing, bringing in investors, MNCs, and then we develop our ports, become a port hub, a transport hub. When we achieve that, then we start to fail to compete with Vietnam and whatnot because we earn too much money. Our salary is too high. So we move into service industry, banking. And then within a span of 5 to 10 years, most of the manufacturing factories all closed down. Like my mom was a seamstress. She was working those clothes factory. Very quickly after the announcement, she lost her job. Very quickly, within 5 to 10 years. So and Singapore now is moving again. So you can plan ahead because you know what's the general industry, you know how things are moving. You can find a niche and you can grow from there. The thing about Europe right now, like Germany, is that they have a need. They know what to do. You just need to trade with Russia. You can have cheaper energy. You just build nuclear power plants. You can have energy security, and then you can actually compete. And you just put on tariff on China goods, you can compete. The thing is, they don't do what is necessary to do. They make themselves difficult. There is actually no problems, generally speaking. They just create a problem for themselves.
It's a
Europe.
philosophy of free market.
Exactly.
That's good analysis when you just let markets do or banks do what they want. That states completely gives up on any action. But we see, like in Singapore, just what he explained, when the state acts, works, right, and plan and invest in that, then it keeps moving, it keeps adjusting, changing, improving. But when you just let to the free market, But that's all what you present, actually, how the free market would work. That's what will happen, yes. But we know that in 2010, when everybody called Germany a laggard because of the unification and bad, bad interest rate and all that, it worked, it didn't work, they didn't, there was problems, right? But then they acted. They concluded the contract, long-term contracts for the gas supply from Russia. And that's how they pulled ahead out of all other countries in Europe, by having a contract with Russia for
I
gas
just want
supply.
to add a bit. I just
Now
want to add
they
a bit
lost.
to Euro's point. So I just want to add a bit to Euro's point is that free market is good, but the government still need to help out. Because if you let free market to go purely free, then you will find that what happened to the United States. You have offshoring and your country just go collapse. You still need the country support. If Euro completed, we can go to Nunya.
Well, yeah, Wyatt, I think you just took my point away. When we say that we didn't plan, we did plan. I remember us planning like 35 years ago. I remember hearing all about it back then. And we absolutely did plan. We planned to what Wyatt just said. The plan was outsource everything we could to low-cost countries like China, and we would be a service industry, and we would be knowledge centers and all this nonsense. So that was the plan. I'm not saying it was a good plan. We're realizing now it was a terrible plan, because we're living the results of this now, where we've got no industry in the West. So we had a plan. It was just a terrible one, and now we need to come up with a better plan. So go ahead, Macchietti.
Yeah, people in the comment section keep saying that there was no such thing. There's never been such thing as a free market, and I say that the only free market that ever existed was Russia right after the collapse of the Soviet Union. We saw what the real free market is.
Too.
Yep,
Somalia.
So that's why I say, if you let free market be totally free with no government intervention, you're going to die. The economy is going to collapse, because the rich people will manipulate it to the point where only they earn money and no one else can earn. They'll monopolize everything, because money can earn more money. So that's why governments are important, That's why governance is important. The government will should be protecting the industries, preventing monopolies, putting tariff when it's necessary to protect your own economy, which is what the Europeans are not doing right now. That's why you have so much protest all over the place.
Yeah, the people demand state action. They demand it. But they talk about small state, right? How can do that? It's schizophrenic. You cannot demand state do action, but then ask, just like with these hurricanes. People demanded small state for such a long time because it was a good weather, good time, no need for the state to act really properly. And the state actually just relaxed in a chair, raised the legs up on a table and enjoyed its stall. And now we see incompetency, because people demanded of them not to do anything, not to plan. And that's why what happened. Small state, actually, it's not small, it's just not active. It's just lazy, just taking for themselves. That's all. That's what you get when oligarchs' propaganda gets you to fight for them with stupid ideology. That's just stupid ideology. Colonial mentality. The empires grew this colonial mentality that goes with the gold standard, goes with talking about dead to state, in order for you to fight for them, for oligarchs. That's what they do.
Sounds to me like it's time for a revolution. Like I think we need to get on that revolution.
A big communist revolution.
No, not necessarily. Just to educate yourself what's real. Like I explained
the answer to 1984.
Okay, and once you're educated, you do what?
let's okay. Talking about public debt, it's not important. What's important is private debt that can bankrupt you, that can get you lose your job. It's all private debt. No state debt caused anyone to lose a job, right? No,
Tyler
state
just
debt.
gave. Wait. This is very big. Tyler just gave 20 memberships.
Wow,
it's a lot. That is a
Wow.
lot. I can't even tell how much is that. Like how
I
much
don't
is
even
that?
know what that means.
Thank you to him.
Yeah, 20 is actually a lot of money. So
Hey, Tyler,
Good,
what do you want
Tyler.
to speak about?
yeah, Tyler
Economy.
can now decide what we're going to
Yes,
talk about.
choose the next topic.
You are now the king of this Open Mic 99. You are the lord of the Open Mic.
Hey, you paid for him.
Yeah, a lot of people wonder. Holy shit. He just won up.
Damn, bro.
Tyler has just funded the Open Mic for the entire month.
Wow.
Thank you, Tyler.
Now, Taylor, you
Oh,
need to choose a topic.
Yeah. How the hell? Oh my god! This is like the Iranian Putin is not gonna get very, very jealous. He's like, he's being outshined.
Good one.
Iranian
Tyler, I
Putin
pretend
is
to
no
know
longer
everything,
our
so
lord.
you can ask me anything.
Let me see. Okay, 20 is 140 Sing dollars, so it's around 100 US dollars. Then 50 is around 280 or don't know how many US dollars is that. It's a lot of money. It's 350 Singapore dollars. So that's a lot. Like basically, he's funding DPA for 1 month. Thank you,
Next.
Tyler.
Now we can slack.
The membership, messaging cannot stop. It just keep blah blah was gifted a membership. Blah blah is gifted. Oh my god. Yeah. Thank you. Great support to free speech. So everybody can now spam emoticons now in the chat. For those that never have the membership before, there is exclusive emoticons. You guys sometimes see me use it, so you can spam it. Yeah. So thank you, Tyler, again. That is mind blowing. So okay, so I'm confused now. What do we talk now?
Jordan, you're talking about that people need to be educated. I don't think information is the issue right now. We live in a world where everything can be searched in 5 seconds. If anybody wants any information, they can get it in 5 seconds.
No, I don't agree with you.
I think it's a competition. I think it's a competition between information, misinformation, and stupidity. Because the information, like for example, we're talking about debt to GDP or percentage or whatever, right? That information is available for everybody, but I promise you, 99% of people from each country know their debt is high, but they have never looked up exactly what it looks like, right? So they can look it up. So I think that the issue is like, one, people have been programmed for years since they were kids, especially people from these like extremely like capitalist nations like the US and the UK. Man, the programming starts the moment you walk into school. Like if you think that, and that happens with almost any country, but some countries are just not good at programming their people. Like I can tell that Kenya sucks at that, right? So if you go to take a poll and talk to individuals in the streets, you'll get 100 different answers to the same question. If you go to a country like, let's say the US, you get like 2 different answers for the same question. Like people have already made up their mind on a lot of things. But so these guys, I don't think really it's information, really. Parties, I think people have given up. The other is, as I said, they're programmed so they cannot challenge the system, right? If your country is split into 2 poles, whether it's Labor and Conservative, whether it's Democrat or Republican, if you're split in 2, you can't rise up because you have another 50% that will rise against you. They have magically found out a way to stop that, right? But if you go to a place like Kenya that has like 200 registered political parties, it's chaotic. You don't know what anybody is thinking anywhere. And that's why they almost burnt the country, because they didn't like that taxes were being hiked. That can happen there. In the US, you rise up on one side, the other side gets up and starts to fight you, and the government takes the side which they want to take the side of. It's a perfect setup, and it's not a coincidence. They thought about these things a long time ago.
Well, if I may answer, yeah, there's problems, and just providing information is not so helpful. But I was talking about educating yourself. So basically, everyone talks about public debt, but nobody. How many people spend some really real time in learning details about it? Not just how the debt goes, but to check the history of their debt, how it goes up and down, right? It's not linear, it's up and down. And why? Is it always the same? It's always what is it? Like why? Okay, it's different for majority of countries that own the debt in a foreign currency. Okay, but I'm talking mostly about countries like European countries, like America, former empires, basically former empires. I call them former, but they're still empires. They act, but they don't use military anymore. They use the banking system and education and information space. That's what they use. They don't use military anymore, but they still achieve the same result: colonial relationship, right? How it is achieved? They don't want to trade with you in your own money. If you're a colony, empire will not allow you to use your money to trade with them. They will only use their own money. So you always have to borrow their money when you wanna buy from them something. Okay? That's the way. That's empire. Imperia. That's what they do. They don't allow you use your money to buy, to trade with other countries. That's why you have to go into debt in a foreign currency. And then it's a different story. That's how they achieve. That's why I'm talking about that BRICS are going to be different. They're not demanding to buy in their own money. That's why China is going to be different than United States. Yes, they're approaching the hegemony the same way, through media, through exports, through giving money, allowing their money to be used, but they're not demanding their own money only to be used. They're allowing you to use your own money to buy. Okay, that's a huge difference. That's what's going to make equal footing between everyone. Okay,
I think there is another issue with the post-colonization solution. The education of the children of the elite children. Most of the time, a post-colonial country want an ex-colony country leaders to send their child in their own school. So in Western Africa, the child of most of the dictator we left in place go to school in France or in UK or in USA. Okay, it was done like that. And so 20, 30 years later, all the elite in this African country come back to their own country, take the power basically, and they have a European mindset, a European Western mindset, okay? And it's already too late.
But no, if you are the dictator, you will do the same thing. Or you are the leader, you will do the same thing, because you just want your child to have the best education. So
yes, but if you are smart, you are going to send one of your son to Harvard, one of your son to Beijing, and one of your son to Moscow.
Unlikely. Very unlikely.
Yes, but it would be the smart things to do.
Yeah, but you will go crazy. Your logistics will be very, very expensive.
Yes, and I think at the next generation, you have to kill basically two of your sons.
You know, when it
So,
oh,
I
go
want
ahead.
to talk about one phenomena I noticed. Is something related to the U.S. politics. So one thing, like, Trump, before he started to go into politics, people like in United States really love Trump, and then like from both sides of the political spectrum, they both love Trump. Then Trump go into the politics, and then suddenly half of the American think that he's racist. Then now the same thing happened to Elon Musk. Elon Musk is like one of the next most popular guy since and then everybody says that feels like he's like the savior, like to American technology and future, the god of space age, and then because now he supports Trump now, a big group of people now is anti Elon Musk. Like even when he bought Twitter, it's the same thing. Sorry, Nunia?
I don't think it's because of supporting Trump. I think it's because really when he bought Twitter, right, and he wouldn't play ball with the three-letter agencies on censorship and stuff. That's when it all started with that guy, right? Like you can be everybody's hero until you decide to go against the established narrative, and then you'll crash pretty quickly. So this is just another example of him going off script and them trying to, politely correct him, shall we say. So that's all I see.
So with Elon Musk, like so many people, it's a lot of it is protecting themselves, right? If you are a billionaire in Western countries and you are liberal, it's very, very difficult. Because with liberals, they expect you to do the right thing all the time. They expect you to protect the animals. They expect you to protect people from cancer. They expect it's very difficult. And once one of your secretary from 20 years ago says you touched her ass, then you're done, right? So what most of these guys do is that they will change to conservative, and then the conservative population will protect them. We have seen the same with Russell Brand, right? The guy now is talking about Jesus and God, that dude, but he wants to protect himself because they're coming after him for the RAPE charges in the UK, right? I don't want your channel to be demonetized, but
don't worry, no.
Don't worry.
Just now, Prata already says raper or sky raping or something like that. So like, it's already gone.
So he's doing that to protect himself, which makes a lot of sense. Even I saw what's his name? Even people like Ice Cube, the moment they were getting questioned by liberals about the lyrics of their songs are demeaning to women, you saw them pivot a little bit to the right, because you can't be protected on the other side at all. Like the moral expectations or the pretense of moral expectations are just too high. And if I was Elon Musk, I would do the same. But, and this is something I was talking to Mehdi the last time about it, you can't assume that the guy is against the system. Why? He's the biggest monetary beneficiary of that system. Think about it. Was it 2023? He made like, I don't know, $38 billion from government contracts. So if they wanted him out, if they hated him, he would be out. But he's smart. He knows how to balance himself, but to protect himself from the petty elite of liberals, especially in Remember, he rose through Silicon Valley with those tech liberals. But he was all liberal with them. But then now when he became the richest man, he's like, no. These guys, they can't protect me, But
He
you
wasn't
need them.
liberal.
You need them, huh?
He wasn't liberal before. He
was.
didn't have any.
One of his
he didn't.
One of his kids is actually trans too. Like converted the sex.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But he wasn't liberal. He wasn't political at all until
he
last,
wasn't. But he was part of the crowd. He was following.
You're not going to get those loans from Silicon Valley banks and and donors and everything he did to build the companies he built. You can't be at PayPal and talking about immigrants. They'll kick you out, you know. So at that time, he had to be whatever he was. But then now, you know, this is what he's doing. These are smart people. Like, you know, if he owns Twitter and the first thing he'll go right now and start tweeting some BS about Israel, he's gonna kick you out so quickly.
Are you trying to say that he sacrificed one of his child so that he can gain the commercially? He said, "Child, you shall not be trans."
Well, I say it a little bit
my point is
differently.
these things are complicated. My point is these things are complicated.
Well,
No,
For the greater good.
two things that characterizes Elon Musk and Trump. They don't pay for advertising. Media form our opinion, our feeling, how they're perceived. How we perceive them from media. What we see on our own news or what we can gather. But two things is, I mean, those two people don't pay for their advertising. They talk, they use different advertising, peer to peer, right? Self-grandization and so on. So giving sparking imagination. Let's fly to Mars. Let's start a colony. That's sparking imagination, right? That's a way of advertising. How the Trump advertises, by first he started with Obama's birth certificate. He's just raising the most stupid topics, most stupid sentences in order to be talked about. And they say any PR is good PR, either negative or positive. It doesn't matter. It's good PR still because it's you talk about it. So he gets advertising by saying stupid shit. So everybody talks about it, how stupid it is, right? And Elon Musk gets really good products and gets good ideas that he works on it and develops it. He doesn't pay for advertising. So the media that lives off of advertising, of oil industry, of the lawyer industry. I mean, so many industries live off of it. Car industry pays a lot of advertising, right? And oil, especially those two pharmaceuticals. Okay, he's not there, but Elon Musk doesn't pay advertising. He maybe pays people to talk about it, like on YouTube, on new social media, maybe, but I haven't heard. But people just genuinely believe in that technology that's really advanced comparing to anything else. So people advertise it themselves. Good news, talking about good information, right? That's how. While media, they want to force him to start paying for advertising. So they criticize all the products, like, oh, EVs are burning all this, burning all shit, people, in accident and all of that. They try to force him, and if he starts paying for advertising, they'll change the tune. They'll switch 180, maybe 360 or 270, depends, right? They'll shift immediately and glorify his products. That's how I see those two people different from rest of them that pay the advertising. And advertising is now continue being like a major employer, PR and all of that, marketing. It's a major employer. It's another bullshit job created because you don't have industry anymore in the West. It's another service economy from marketing. That's how they work on us, through marketing, right? You look why one of the ads work. Obviously it works because it sells idea, it sells philosophy, it sells the thinking, right? It sells that, not so much that talks about product. It just sells the philosophy that people would agree and want it. So many of them do that, right? That's what's happening. But these guys don't pay advertising. It's a huge spoke in a wheel
Let
problem.
Nunya talk. You repeat the
Yeah.
same sentence like 10 times already.
But it's so important, right?
Nunya.
No?
Okay, I don't even remember what I was going to say now. But no, I think in terms of like the media and how they kind of shape the narrative and use people like Elon Musk, you know, business leaders, they use celebrities, things like that. I mean, as a case study, look no further than like Greta Thunberg, that Swedish girl. Remember back in the day, 5 years ago, she was like the climate change poster child, and now she rips out a few tweets against Israel, and all of a sudden, like that, she's the Antichrist overnight, right? So it's a perfect example of how, I guess, if you're part of that world, you know, and George Carlin once referred to it as the big club, and he said it's a big club and you ain't in it, and I'm not in it either. And basically what he was saying was the elites who are part of the big club, you're privileged to be a member of that big club, and hence you need to toe the line on what the big club is telling you to toe the line with. And if you deviate from that, well, you get kicked out of the big club really quickly. And they use all sorts of nasty methods to do that. The Epsteins of the world, the P. Diddy's of the world. I'll say no more on that, but you know where I'm going with this. They use a lot of coercion, and they use the media as a tool to destroy people who go counter to the narrative, particularly if they're counting on you to be part of that narrative. So Musk, he was part of that narrative, and if he sways from it, he'll get destroyed. And that's what they're trying to do now. How successful they'll be depends, right? Like there are certain people who are just so powerful, so wealthy, whatever, that they're pretty much untouchable. And maybe Musk is one of those people. I'm not sure. But, you know, that's the general playbook of the media when it comes to any sort of influencer. You either toe the line or we'll help you toe the line. Who's next? Oh, go ahead, Gareth.
Oh, okay, he's here.
Thank you. I just wanted to rebut the notion that Trump was like universally admired before he entered politics. That's not true at all. He was a laughing stock. He was a joke. I mean, I forget the name. I should know this, but who's that? The British guy who used to be on Jon Stewart's show and now has his own show.
John Oliver.
John Oliver, that's him. Yes, he actively baited Trump to run in 2016 because they all thought that he was a ridiculous candidate who would be the death of the Republican ambitions to win that election. So it is not true that he was widely respected or seen as a great figure. I mean, he was roundly hated in his own home city because of his habit of failing to pay his contractors. And indeed, just the other day, he was boasting about how he refused to pay overtime to workers. So he was never that great, and he was never that idea of him being sort of like universally beloved is definitely untrue. That's all. Thanks.
You are welcome.
Yep.
Shabos.
Yeah, as someone who grew up in New York during Trump's ascendancy, I can say that he was very well liked. As far as universal, I don't think anyone is universally liked, even Jesus Christ, right? Trump was extremely popular, and he did have a cult of personality, and he, you know, was perceived or is perceived to be extremely charismatic, and there was a lot of people that did admire him, and obviously still do. I mean, look at the crowds he draws. You know, it's kind of funny when they did the comparison to like how many people showed up for Biden versus how many people showed up for Trump, where literally Biden would have like 50 people and they were all actually paid to be there. You know, where Trump sells out arenas. And, you know, of course, Garrett's going to try to speak with authority on this, but he's never even been to America. But as someone who actually lives here and grew up in New York, I can tell you what the reality is actually like. And unless you believe that all those Trump supporters are all CGI created, and I mean, no, he really does do that, And one of the reasons of Trump's personality is, despite him being a billionaire, he doesn't like shy away from it. Like, Camilla Harris, who's never worked a hard day's job in her life, at least one that wasn't on her knees. Trump, and all due respect to that, I understand she's very good at it. Which is a skill, right? But I mean, as far as that goes, Trump always embraces the fact that he's a billionaire. He's like, yeah, I'm rich. Go fuck yourself. And and like he said to Hillary Clinton, he goes, I don't pay taxes because you wrote the rules, and I'm just obeying them, and which is true. And he just said, there's something about Trump where there's this brutal honesty to him. It's not scripted. Where Camilla Harris, like, you ever see like the interviews? It's just like this weird word salad she just says, and she keeps saying, I was middle class. I was like, bitch, you never worked a day in your life, so it's. Come on, and everybody knows it. And the other thing, Aaron, I'm talking. We do it one at a time. Relax, Skippy. The other thing is that the Democrats hated Camilla Harris when she didn't get she still hasn't gotten a single primary vote. Second time she's running for president, she still does not have didn't get a single primary vote. And all of a sudden they're pretending like she's the cat's meow now. Everybody, her own party can't stand her. But they're just embracing her because, that's just what the Democratic machine does. While Trump, not only did he have to go against the media, when Trump won in 2016, the hardest part for Trump was defeating the other GOP candidates. That was the hard part, because once the actual voter got it decided, Trump won easily. It was getting past the machine, the uniparty, that Trump totally dismantled. Which wasn't easy to do. I mean, he was running up against Bush, the three-time Jeb Bush, governor of Florida, which is a huge state.
He was
a
lot of very strong people, right, during the election. So many people. It's like you see the primary debate is ridiculous. Like 9 people standing in one row. It's like, what the fuck, yeah?
Yeah, and he just bitch slapped them all. Like little Marco, low energy Jeb. I mean, he was just bitch slapping them all, and people just liked him. Because of that. They were like, he's real. I mean, that was just something that he didn't have a team of writers that came up with that. That's just the way Trump speaks. And I've been seeing him since in the 80s when in New York, he would just say shit like that. There's just something I mean, does anyone believe that Camilla Harris is a genuine person? No one believes that. Do you believe Trump is genuine? Who's more likely to say you're an asshole to your face? That's a friend. It would be Trump. Anyway.
No, Trump, absolutely not.
I'm sorry,
Trump
I
is
can't
a
remember who's
complete.
next.
Trump is.
Sorry, go ahead.
Completely weak victim of flattery. All you have to do is butter him up and he's yours. That's been seen over and over again. He has no strength. He has no courage. He has none of that at all. He absolutely would not tell you anything to your face.
The man got shot. The man got shot. It was blood pouring down his face.
Fucking Sabbath guy. Why are you interrupting him?
Could you
Are you saying that he arranged that he's brave?
Shabbat idiot, you just complain about him interrupting you. Why are you daring to interrupt him now, you asshole?
Because you're a Croatian moron.
You're an asshole. You're
still not over the fact that the Serbians smacked your ass.
And a hypocrite.
Okay, so there's our good Trumpian answer, an immediate appeal to racism.
No, not
Wyatt, we need to organize a pre-electoral US debate.
Racism was secondary.
But Gareth,
sure. Yeah, absolutely. I believe you, but thousands wouldn't.
But Gareth, you look at it from the American point of view, like the kind of Trump bravado, and he's kind of like this political John Wayne type. They love that shit. So, I can see why it appeals.
Yeah, it's a different culture.
I can also see why it appeals, and that is so predictable that a novel was written about that appeal 50 years ago, or more than 50 years ago, 1930s. It Can't Happen Here by Upton Sinclair, if I remember correctly. It projected the rise of Buzz Windrop, who is an absolutely fitting match for Trump. Trump is exactly what you would predict and what was predicted of a populist demagogue who leads his country to disaster.
You mean Hitler? That's what Hitler is, right? It's not just
Among
the
others,
thing
but
is
yes.
Gareth, I really love
the
you.
difference is Donald Trump has
Continue.
went through one
support
term
you.
and it did not destroy United States. In fact, they really made United States become a massive threat to Europe because Europe economy was struggling. They can't compete with United States because of the trade reforms, because of the tariff threats, and then they forced the Europeans to spend more money on NATO, which now they need. But they didn't do it.
But they don't need it.
drag
The
it out. They
only
said we're gonna take 10-15 years to reach the target 2%. And then now they realize that they don't have the money.
No. That's completely the wrong. I completely
Wrong?
disagree with that. The fact is that NATO is an American operation, and the Europeans were sort of like
That's conspiracy
grudgingly
now
going
already, right?
along. Yes, okay, we're committed to 2%, but we'll get there eventually. We're not going to do it right now. If America wants to play with all the explosive toys, then it can, but Europe isn't going to throw its weight behind that because NATO is an American exercise.
No,
okay,
not true.
Certainly
You see,
it
the
doesn't really come from a
Poland,
great
the
deal of
Baltic
public
states are all paying
support.
more than 2%. They are all doing it. There are
They
countries
are
that pay
doing
more
it
than
now.
2%.
Yes, there has been a
Yeah.
big shift, and that's
But
that's
the
part
country
of
that
my
matters
point.
don't do it. Yeah, so
What?
Trump
Sorry?
have a point. The country that matters, like Germany, France, they are not paying the 2%. So they are gaming the Americans, which Trump rightly point out, and task the threat. If you don't pay your share, then we will not protect you. We'll come out because you are not playing by the rules. That was what happened during those days. So
Okay, but they're not protecting
it's not
us.
wrong.
They're not protecting us. The only reason that we are in danger is because of American adventurism with the accession of Ukraine and the expansion of NATO. And the only reason that happened was because Bill Clinton wanted to look like a manly man on the international stage and give the what was at that point the recently ex-Soviet Union a kicking. And so he arranged for NATO expansion. There was never even a vote within NATO to expand to the borders of Russia. Okay, so this all happened because America wanted it to. Europe is being dragged along by America's wishes. Why should we feel obligated to pay for America's adventurism?
I'm not sure.
Great question. Great question. I don't know.
Because for what I can see right now is the European leaders that's visiting Ukraine the most, not the Americans. It's the Europeans that constantly talking about Ukraine. It's not the Americans that is pushing the war. The Europeans are pushing the war right now. And they're trying to force USA into it. They're trying to force USA to commit more.
But they do it by orders of United States, just like they did it during the Balkan Wars. Same. They didn't want to play with. They didn't want to play with Balkan so much, but they were always constantly asked by Clinton to involve themselves. It's in your backyard. That's
but for me, from my point of view, from my point of view, from far away,
by order.
All I see is the United States tell Europe, please go and step that person, and the Europeans go and step that person. So whose fault is it? You can say that yes, Americans are the one that back the mastermind, but the Europeans are the one that do the stabbing. It's the same. They're all responsible for the same shit. So you either have a political will to fight back and say that no. Like for example, if Germany have during the Nord Stream pipeline explosion, hold on. Why the fuck the Americans or someone blow my pipeline? I got to stop supporting Ukraine entirely. They have the political will to do it. It will change everything. The thing is, no one have, and people can say that the Americans have so much troops in Germany. They have so many bases in Germany. The thing is, would United States dare to militarily take over Germany right now? Even if they have all the military right now, they would not dare to. It's the same thing. It's just like the Israeli. You think they will kill all the UN troops in Lebanon? They wouldn't dare to.
Fed can destroy Deutsche Bank at any time.
They could. They could.
But guys,
but the thing is, would they?
They use the banking to threaten to control you.
But the upgrade has been waiting for like an hour.
It's a political will. Do you dare to stand up for the right thing? If you didn't, you didn't. Then everything else is moot.
Yeah,
The
but
upgrade.
that 2%, I just wanted one sentence. That 2% that they demand, it may be more that 1% of the GDP fall caused by the losing the energy. So that's cost more.
Upgrade.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. I have to agree with Gareth a little bit about Trump because I did a lot of criticism about the US, both candidates. I think both candidates are ridiculous, and I said it before already. In my country, it wouldn't be
fully support
possible that such people get to power. But it is what it is, right? Every country has their own people they want to elect, and that's up to the people to decide. Afterwards, who is better? I think everybody has different opinion on it, but I tend to say that somebody who did something great for the economy and for security and also for world peace is ahead to the other person, but that doesn't matter, right? And about like Wyatt said about NATO, that's totally true, right? He went here to Europe and talked about this to pay 2%, and everybody was laughing at him. All the big leaders, they were laughing at his face, like ha ha ha! Look at this clown, like Gareth says, right? Look at this clown. He's a total idiot. He thinks Russia will do something. They will do nothing. They will do nothing. And then when they cut down their pants down, then they look total idiots. You can say no, but it's the truth. There is video evidence of his speech and people laughing, and they show the cameras of all the world leaders of the European Union laughing at him like an idiot.
You can Google
But again,
Google search the
the
news
only reason
from
for
those
this conflict is because of American intervention.
But that doesn't matter. That's not the point. What Wyatt said. The point was
Well, it definitely does matter.
It doesn't matter.
I mean,
if Trump went to
because
somebody
that NATO charge, that 2% of GDP, is effectively a protection racket.
So
No,
what
no,
is
I tell
it
you, it's-
against? What you protect against?
It's not Trump's fault that no Ukraine war happened. It's the Americans' fault for voting for Biden. That or maybe they didn't
And
care
let's
about the
not
voting
forget-
system,
let's
right?
not forget about
So-
that. Also, Trump sent a lot of javelins who saved the ass of the Ukrainians at the beginning of the war. Without this, they will be overrun. We need to understand. Trump is everybody's saying, oh, he's in Putin's hand and Putin's doing whatever he wants. He gave the most weapons to Ukraine. Meanwhile, when Obama was president, they took over Crimea. When Bush was president, Georgia was taking some parts away. So I'm always very fascinated about this thing that everybody thinks that Putin is liking Trump. No, he don't like Trump. He don't want him to be president. He even said that he prefers Kamala because he knows she's a total clown and an idiot, and he will take even more of the country. So that's why we should make peace, and that's why it should be cut off the losses, because now it can be saved a little bit. The safe can be saved, but if you continue like that, half of the country will be gone, and then everybody will be like, oh shit. Mark,
This conflict was in the works long before Biden showed up.
Yeah.
I was also gonna say that exactly, that they have been working on this for years, and
well, hold on. Biden has been a fixture of the establishment for decades.
That's a good point.
I meant showed up as president, right? Like he's part of the problem. He's the machine.
Yeah, in other words, it's a little bit way more complicated than individual leaders. This is like, any one of you guys who has ever played a game of Civilizations, this is kind of what is basically being played. You know how you can like hack civilization and you use the barbarians to attack other nations, and yet those nations can't attack you. Yeah, in the real life, that's called ISIS. You basically get them
all I can say
attack
is luckily
others.
none of the leaders right now is Gandhi. That's all I can say. No, if it's Gandhi, we are all shit.
Yes, that's for sure.
but yeah, so yeah, with I was in the US probably a couple of months ago. The political situation there is insanely toxic from the public. Like, I've never seen people so freaking, how can I put it? Like, if there's an election, let's say I know Kenya because I'm from there. If I say I'm going to vote for somebody, my dad will be like, "Oh, okay, I'm voting for the other guy." We can debate once or twice about it, but that's it. It's not a big deal. Man, I'm telling you, in the US, it's a whole different thing. Like somebody will know you all your life, but the moment they hear who you're voting for, they'll hate you for the rest of the remainder of their lives. Yeah, it's crazy out there. But
That's true, by the way, what you're saying.
I'm sure it is. That's very sad.
Yeah, it's very, very sad. It's really sad because first of all, even the people's individual thoughts are not necessarily their own. Because if you look at the data, you can predict what party a child will end up belonging to based on whether their parents were religious or whether their parents had like a graduate degree or whatever, right? So most of these people,
or their area of study. For example, people with engineering degrees tend to lean more right. People who get degrees in interpretive feminist stance or Marxism tend to be left, right?
yeah, you can make that point as well. But
No, you
generally,
can't, because it's bullshit. Nobody gets a degree in Marxism. That's just idiotic nonsense.
Well, it's interpretive feminist stance. That's what you have your degree in.
And
But-
super
So
chat
see,
wrote,
he's just
Gareth,
making up
you
bullshit.
Dole
It's all
Spangay.
straw men.
So the super chat reads, Gareth, you Dole Spangay. So whatever that means.
I don't know
Okay.
what a dole sponge
So
is. But anyways, so my point was that but yeah, like it's a very partisan topic. It's a very partisan topic over there. But the thing I wanted to mention was something interesting I ran into this week. It was, as I told you guys, I go through these think tanks, and anytime they post anything, I read what they're saying. And it was the Deputy Secretary of State. His name is Kurt Campbell. And he said something on there that really betrayed exactly what's happening. Because if you listen to the news, you won't get it. He said that the US is very concerned about Russian military growth. And I was like, wait a minute. What is happening? Why would you be concerned about somebody who is actively at war, a country that's actively at war, and you claim they're going through insane attrition? But then he goes on to at the end of his talk, and he starts saying all that is because of China. But it cannot, and I take that seriously. When these guys talk, I take that seriously. And it kind of tells us that this conflict, eventually we'll know more about it, but this conflict is not going the way any one of the experts is saying. And as I said, it's interesting. The same guy, when he appears on CNN, he will say something completely different. These countries are fascinating. The guy will say Russia is done, Russia, blah, 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 they can't do anything. When he goes to speak to a group of experts, he's like, oh, actually, their military has grown so large, we're very concerned. Yeah.
Well, I think the other concern would be not just the size of the military proper and its power, but also the fact that, they can export those weapons, and that's market share that's, going out of the pockets of the Western arms makers, right? Like people forget that during the Cold War, the Soviet Union had a decent, export program for some of their weapons, right? And then the last 30 years, they're just largely been getting back on their feet. But if they start building out their weapons industry, that's a formidable challenge against the military-industrial complex in the U.S., and they can't have that.
So I just now I muted myself, but there's a very unhappy message for Gareth. So yeah, but no, it's not fair. It's not fair. No, everyone's opinion is fair. No, it's not wrong. I also agree there are people who really hate Trump. So no, it's not wrong. No, it's totally not wrong. And he's really full of shit sometimes. Like just before Trump went declared presidency, for that 1 year, he was ranting on Facebook. Oh my God, those videos I cannot stand it, man.
French.
So I understand the fact that there are people who don't like Trump. So hi, Malcolm. Long time no see.
Yeah. So no, if no opinions are wrong, then super chat opinion is not wrong also.
Yeah, it's not wrong. Also not wrong. I just say, well,
No
no, all
one who
opinions are
pays,
valid.
pays Wyatt money is wrong to say it. Okay, if you pay, you're not wrong. That's
Yeah. Melko, want to explain yourself?
In
What
video
is
game, you have paid to
Indole
win.
Sponge?
In open mic, you have paid to be right.
A dole sponge. In other words, somebody who just like lives off society. Basically every Marxist ever. So yeah, that's what he is. Revolutionist? No, he's not a revolutionist. He's just a piece of shit.
Well, that is, of course, narcissistic fantasy. I'm living on my own deferred wages. Thank you very much, and go fuck yourself.
What is happening right now?
deferred wages. What's that exactly? I don't know. How do I get that?
I love how we haven't seen Melkor in months, right? And he just comes out full double barrel as soon as he comes in. It's great.
Oh no, he's gone.
I really cannot stand communists. I really hate communists with a passion. So yeah.
But you don't know what communist is. But you don't know what communist is.
He's run away.
No American.
Yeah,
no
I know
American,
exactly
no.
what it is.
No
Because I
propaganda.
used
No,
I
you
used
don't.
to be one a long time ago
Oh,
when I
really?
was young and stupid. And then I grew up and realized the way the world
Sorry.
works.
My apologies
Bro,
then.
why are Americans always so pissed off, bro? Like, dude.
I'm not an American.
Really, always.
I'm British.
Crazy.
He's actually Irish.
Whatever, bro. What's pissing you off? Like,
Well,
are you coming
no,
down here just
Northern
jumping
Irish.
on this Garrett?
Well, I mean, genetically,
So
you're Irish.
it's an Irish-British problem right now. Actually, it's not an American
Yeah,
problem.
well, I'm Irish too. So
Genetically, I'm
it's just in our blood to fight.
Genetically, I'm
The expression "getting your Irish up."
It's a Viking thing, right?
Yeah.
It's
I
a
don't know
Viking
where it
blood
comes
thing.
from. Well, the Irish, it's because of like 800 years
It's a
of civil war. No.
Scottish thing. It's a Scottish thing.
Oh.
So anyway, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in here on Trump, and he's not perfect. No politician's perfect, but I do know that when he was president, the world was much more stable. Currencies were much more stable. Economies were much more stable, and hopefully that'll return when he wins in November, because it's certainly looking like he's going to win.
It's a big if.
I can't
big
see
if,
how.
brother, big if.
Oh man, how can anybody vote for Kamala Harris? Like all they have is abortion. That's
Hey,
the only thing
that's
they're running on right
maybe
now.
near 50% of the US people.
American
are going to vote
politics.
for her.
American politics taking over everything.
Who is talking about no voting for Kamala Harris? No, she will win somehow.
Well, it goes back from the previous discussion we had a few minutes ago. Like in the States, for some reason, political identity is something that people really cling to. And, and Macchietti, I agree with you. It's same thing here where I am. It's like when you vote, it's kind of like, okay, I voted, but nobody really talks about who they voted for. We don't really identify as it or anything like that. But down in the States, you're born and raised a Republican. You're born and raised a Democrat, regardless if you've got the idiots there.
Nanya, that as far as the polarization goes, like maybe it's a little bit. I can't really speak to Canada because you guys are always so nice. You guys, I don't know, but or at least that's how you're portrayed. And I don't know. I have no idea how people feel.
Until you meet Wayne, right? Until you met Wayne.
Yeah, right. So,
nothing changed.
but this thing about this thing where people will literally disowning family members. This is a new thing. This is totally.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. Yes, true. It's something
It goes
recent
one
in the
way.
last,
Like
yeah. And just so we're all clear, Celine Dion, she will gut you like a fish if you piss her off. So just so you know.
Okay. She's French Canadian, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gareth, is it? Gareth next.
Yeah, with that whole thing where people are like, kind of like cut off from their families, it really only seems to go one way. It doesn't seem to like. So I have a lot of people I know in the U.S. that are Republican and Democrat and whatever, like work colleagues through the company I work for, and like the Republicans are always very open to talk about any kind of politics. Like Canadian politics. They ask me about how things are going on up here, and with like what's going on with Trudeau and, commiserating with us for the fact that we still have him. But with the people that are leaning more Democrat, it's like they don't seem to be open to any discussion about anything. Like it's basically, if you mention anything that maybe goes against their worldview, they shut it down right away. It's like they're not open to hear a differing opinion. Where, like with Republicans, of course, they've got their
That's true, because the Democrats are the ones that will shut down when you have like right-wing speakers. You have the leftists that will shut down university campuses and stuff like that, stopping free
like
speech.
Shapiro,
You don't really see
anyway,
that.
right?
Yeah. There's tons of them that you could list off in the States. I don't know if it happens in Canada, but you don't really have that go the other way. So yeah, you are. I would agree with you on that. That it's more one-sided. That the people on the right, they might feel just as strongly, but the disowning family members stuff. You don't see that with Trump supporters disowning their parents or things like that.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
And if I'm
That's unfortunate,
going to
because
take the space, this is a very old practice. People, right wingers have been disowning their own family for being gay or trans or any kind of, or just for going to university and coming back with a worldview that isn't the same as the one the parents. So that's what they would say. Sure, yes, exactly. So you're exhibiting exactly the kind of right-wing intolerance that I'm describing. That anything that you don't agree with is degenerate. That only you have a control of truth. You guys are currently, Marjorie Taylor Greene and others are talking about people controlling the weather. I mean, the right-wing space is completely rampant with absurd conspiracy theories. The reason that you are not getting conversation from hold on, let me finish. The reason that you are not getting conversation from left-wingers is because there's no way to talk to people who live in this imaginary world. I mean, it's like QAnon. It's barely distinguishable, the Republican Party from QAnon at the moment.
That's the word used.
So how do we talk to them? Well, you say that, but that just means that you haven't followed any of the science that's happened in the last 40 years. So that just reveals that you're an ignorant buffoon.
They've pulled back in the UK and closed Tavistock after they've destroyed the lives of how many hundreds of children?
Nobody's lives have been destroyed. That's complete nonsense.
Yeah,
that's exactly the point. That's precisely the kind of lie that the right wingers spread.
No, it's people like you. You're a degenerate, and you want a degenerate society. That's what communism leads to, degeneration.
This is literally Nazi nonsense. I mean, it's pure Nazi ideology.
Yes.
So
there we go.
There it is.
And then I was wondering how long it would take.
Of course it is. I mean, are you going to deny it? How could you?
Yeah.
Oh my
God. Of course it is.
Yeah, degenerates like Chinese, those degenerates, communists are really bad.
Upgrade's been kind of waiting a while, guys. You guys want to give them a minute?
Melker.
This is really such a well-known reactionary ideology, an ideology that construes society as a function of morality rather than physical or material changes. It's ancient stuff. The Nazis banked on it a whole lot. It's ridiculous nonsense. Nobody who understands anything about sociology or politics actually believes that this stuff is true. It's pure political propaganda.
Can upgrade speak, gentlemen?
Sociology is pseudoscience. Psychology is science. Sociology is pseudoscience.
No, those are very demonstrably false, I would say.
It's demonstrably true.
I mean, you'd have to.
Okay,
okay, what's your basis for that claim?
Both.
Well,
okay,
look at how things are treated by psychiatrists versus how things are treated by psychologists. Look at the outcomes for the person that's being treated, and tell me that one is science and one is tell me both are science.
None are science.
I think these are both so vague it would be very difficult for you to demonstrate the scientific method in either of those. But you're welcome to try. So that's a very weak case on which to base the appeal of science. I mean, choose something else, right?
No, this is the one that you brought up. So this is the one
No,
we're
it
going to
isn't. I
argue.
didn't.
Yes, it is. You're the one who brought
No,
up
no, no, no,
psychology
no.
and
I introduced sociology, and
yes,
that
which
is
is
demonstrably an evidence-led science based on what we
no,
can
it's not. It is
reconstruct
it's based
of
on
societies.
feelings. Based on
No,
feelings.
it's really. You see, that just tells me that you've never studied any of it. I mean, have you? Have you ever studied any of it? Have you ever opened a book of sociology?
I did child psychology when I was doing my teaching when I was at teachers college, yeah, and it was bullshit.
I see.
Yes,
So you
sociology
opened up one book and you decided it was bullshit, and therefore you
No, it wasn't
denounced an
one
entire
book.
academic
It was
tradition.
You know why
Wonderful. How
mainstream
brilliant.
sociology? Come on,
I'm totally persuaded.
Hey, you know why sociology
what's
is
your
mainstream?
background? What's your background, Gareth? That you're
Melkor,
an
come on,
authority.
come on, Melkor, come on. You know why sociology is mainstream sociology is not a science? Because it doesn't allow talk about power relationship in sociology. Only Marxists do.
Wow, that's only half
That's
true.
what they talk about. They don't allow it openly. That's why it's not a science. You have to have a power relationship in sociology to
It's
be
not a science because it's all
in
So yes,
in
so
psychology. In psychology, you need power of religion on people to be talked about, but they don't allow it. So it's also not a science, that too thing. I'm not saying that religion is but it has a power to some people, but it's not allowed, right, to talk about it in psychology. So you have those two potential sciences that are restricted. So that's why they're not
right.
fully scientific.
They're definitely not restricted.
Psychiatry will tell you that you're depressed, but it won't address the fact that you are depressed because you work under a capitalist society that denies you all freedom. And it'll feed you drugs.
Yes.
It'll feed you
What
drugs to make you happy under the society that
what
denies you
freedom do
freedom.
you want, Gareth? You don't have the freedom to be a degenerate? Is that what you want?
Melkor.
The freedom to
Melkor,
control
how
my own production.
You
much
have that. You
democracy
can
do
go
you
and
have at work?
start a farm and
No,
do
no,
it
no.
yourself.
No, no.
Nobody's stopping you.
Melkor,
How can I start a farm when the rich people own all the land?
You buy it. You save your
It's
money.
wrong,
You buy it.
Let me
So I'm
ask
gonna
you,
me as some guy just doing local work. I'm gonna raise so much money that I'm gonna buy out the people who for thousands of years have been extorting wealth out of the peasantry and still own the land today. And I'm gonna buy them out, my little self. That's not a serious
plenty of people
proposition.
buy small holding and
And 90% of them go bust.
One by one, man. I can't even hear what you're saying. One by one.
Come on. Here is the problem. Melkor, how much democracy do you have at work? How much democracy do you have
None.
at work?
It's a dictatorship.
Okay.
Work is a dictatorship.
Correct.
While
Exactly so.
democracy is celebrated. Well, democracy is celebrated as okay.
Why should work be democracy?
No. Oh, come on.
Why should it not be?
One by one.
I can explain why it should be. Yes, absolutely.
Let people complete.
You need to have the people at the top to make the decisions to make the company succeed. If it's if it's from the bottom,
no, you don't.
The dumb people work on the line. It's not the smart people working on the line.
Problem. My psychological
no, that's
problem
completely the opposite of reality.
Oh man.
Yeah, sure.
Who is talking to who right now? I don't even know.
Problem in people.
Wait. One by one. Don't talk over each other. Stop. Euro, stop. Wait. Stop. Stop, Euro, stop. Euro, stop.
I'm trying discussion.
Euro, let me cut in one by one, because if you guys talk over each other, the audience cannot hear. You can hear when you talk over someone, you think you can hear, but actually from the other people we cannot hear, because you are hearing something and you are saying something, but on our side both voices was mixed together and we cannot hear it. So one by one. Let people complete their points. If not, then this conversation cannot finish. So Euro, go first.
Okay, so you spend most of your waking hours at work, where you have no democracy at all. While at the same time, in your society, democracy is celebrated as an idealistic goal, right? Isn't that conundrum?
No.
Isn't it that conundrum?
Not
Yes,
at all.
it is.
No,
That's
it
why
isn't.
psychological problems.
How is it?
You
How is it?
understand
One's
that?
a political process. One's a political process, and one's your job. Like, how is it
You
so
can't
hard for you to
distinguish them.
differentiate between the two?
It's your life.
How is
Easily,
it so hard for you to differentiate between the two?
okay, because as soon as there are guards standing at the door of a granary, then who eats becomes a political question. So you can't organize how a society eats without organizing its politics.
Yeah.
And what has
That's
that got to do
science,
with a job being
Well, what that's got to do with it is that you can't draw this dividing line between politics and economics that you want to. You want to say that it's okay for us to suffer under a dictatorship as long as that dictatorship is of the bosses, as long as it's economic. And then once every 5 years, we get to go into our box and sign a little chit, and we get to express an opinion about which faction of the oppressors gets to oppress us. But we never actually have any power over our own lives, either in our political life or economically.
Guess what, Gareth? Too bad, and you never will. Because the people that vote are never going to vote the way you want them to. Because we're kind of happy the way things are. The fact that we can make money, have a nice house, be out here working on my shit, building engines when I feel like it. And we're not going to vote
Public
the way you want
satisfaction
to,
is
because we're not-
historically
because you
low,
know
and
why?
it's much
Because
lower than in other OECD countries.
We are not filled with the envy that you are for other people. We're happy to see other
You
people
don't know
succeed.
your own history.
No,
You don't
okay,
know
wait,
your
wait.
own
You,
history.
Wait. First, we need to establish something first,
That's
because
the
you
very
guys are
last
talking on
thing
different
I am.
frequency. Wait. You all have to establish how much freedom is enough freedom, because you cannot just say freedom and then no, and then no, just because of political process or something, then I have no freedom. Despite you have total freedom to do whatever you want, eat whatever you want, get fat, get thin, no jerk off, no watch porn, like no, you have a lot of freedom. So what is the freedom that you need before you feel like you are free? That is the key. Do you need to have a freedom to kill someone?
The porn's hard for me, Wyatt.
No,
The porn's
you need the
hard
freedom
for
to
me.
work for your own support.
You have one.
Well, then start your own
You can work for your own
company.
support.
Start your own
If you want to
company,
live in the
Gareth.
forest, to just chop timber and just live all by hunting, I think you probably can do that.
Only in some places, nowhere in the United Kingdom. All of that land is already privately owned. If you went into a forest and started chopping down trees, you would run afoul of the law. In fact, there's been laws against hunting in the forest since the Middle Ages. So the idea that we can just, run into the wilderness is not true. We live in a world that is socially controlled.
So if you have the freedom to migrate to another country that allows you to do that, would that work? Is that freedom? I mean, you can actually migrate to Russia or United States or Africa.
I'll explain Gareth's form of freedom. Gareth's freedom is when somebody else is paying his bills.
He doesn't know anything at all.
That's what it is.
No, because I'm
Just
asking a genuine question.
From a capitalist apologist is genuinely hilarious.
What do you produce, Gareth? What do you produce?
I think Gareth is speaking from a philosophical perspective. I think he's looking at
the
it
words
from
are
a
reality.
philosophical
It's not
than
philosophy.
anything else.
Yeah, so I'm
practical,
talking from a
not
practical
philosophy.
perspective. Like, so we want to achieve that philosophical that level. So yes, of course, in UK is a somewhat big small country. I'm not even sure it's big or small. It's like it's big yet it's not big, So maybe because it's all the Queen's land, the King's land now. So you cannot just hunt anything you want, but you can migrate. You have the freedom to migrate. They are not stopping you from migrating. You can go to Africa to hunt, maybe, or you can go to Russia.
No, you can't.
Russia, Siberia.
He migrated to the UK and complains about it. Why doesn't he fuck off back
Yeah.
to where he came from?
Or USA, you can also
I came from
go
here,
hunting.
buddy.
Or you can actually go to Alaska.
lived in
No,
South
it's also you can freedom to hunt.
I'm
So the thing is, you
stepping
have
away
the
for a
freedom.
moment.
Is that freedom to you? That would that be match what you want? That is the question. Because if you say that the UK government don't allow you to migrate, then of course no, you have a point. Like the the Chinese in the Chinese empires, you don't get to choose where you live. The Chinese authorities decide where you live. So yeah, upgrade before other people talk.
Yeah, I just find it funny that some people who live in the most freest countries in the world always complaining about not having freedoms. Guys, you can do whatever you want. What the hell are you talking about? And he's saying, I cannot own land. You can own land. It's a normal process. You buy the house, you go work, you get a loan at the bank, you do the normal procedure like everybody else did. And then you get wealth, generational wealth, and it continues. It's so unrealistic.
Yeah, well, especially
to
in the
talk
United
like that.
States. There's a
He's actually living from capitalist system. He has a camera, he has internet, he has a house, heating. Everything is working from a capitalistic system, and he's complaining about it. Yeah, but I wanted to tell him that he was right, Gareth, about what the right was doing before was what the left is doing now. The right before was extraditing people because they had certain different sexuality and so on, or different point of view. That was true. But now it's the opposite. I think it's a kind of revenge of the left that people were like treated horribly back in the days, and now they come back and it's coming back to hunt the right. But to say
Okay,
that,
but hold on.
Yeah.
But where is this left? Where is this left? I mean, are you talking about the Democrats, who have never been a leftist party, never been based in the trade unions? Are you talking about Germany, where the Christian Democrats have been in power for decades? Are you talking about France, where the centrist and right-leaning Macronists have been in power for decades? Are you talking about Spain, which was a fascist dictatorship only 30 years ago and has still got a lot of right-wing politics? I mean, I just don't understand where this supposed left-wing domination of politics is coming from.
I wasn't talking about that. I was giving you actually a point that you were right, that the right was actually persecuting people who had left-leaning ideas for a long time, and now it's coming back to hunt them because they actually do what they actually hated before. Now you cannot talk to people because you have a different opinion. It's basically impossible to talk to each other. And I think it's ridiculous, because if you want to have a Discord, if you have different ideas and you talk about them, then you can get the best out of it, right? But if you stay in your point of view and you just don't see outside of the box, it doesn't matter which side, left or right, then you're never going to get a consensus and you're never going to get anything productive out of it, right? And that's my point of view. I mean, we can talk about left or right in countries. I mean, we had also in France, for example, I take France because the other countries I don't want to talk about, but in France or in Switzerland, in France, there was La Gauche Caviar, how we call it, with Mitterrand, who was very, very much left-leaning, right? And then we had other, and it's always pending right and left, right? You cannot say there's just one time, one guy who was right, and then all the history is taken from this point of view. No, it's changing. It's interchanging. That's everywhere in the world. And now you see it, the Democrats had like, from the last 20 years or 16 years, I don't know, had 12 years of Democratic president, and Trump was 4 years. And then you can make a comparison and you can check what is best for you, right? And obviously, if you see the statistic, the Democrats get voted in more than the Republicans, and that's fine, right? If they want to do that, that's up to them. But I think we need a little bit more nuance about politics instead of just shouting and emotional acting, right? Because when you say to one of the guys, right, that he's talking like a Nazi or he is a Nazi, that's come on, man. You know, Nazi did horrible thing. I also from Europe. You know, you cannot just say that he's a Nazi because he has certain points of view. That makes no sense, and that
Yes,
makes
I can.
people from the left,
I
from
think-
the right,
I mean,
hate the people on the right.
But hold on, if I can't say that somebody is a Nazi because of
Well,
the
you
point of
can.
view that
I'm just
they
saying.
hold, then on what grounds could I say that? I mean, could I ever say it?
No, you can say for sure, but you need to have like a real point. I mean, like just because he disagrees with you
well,
doesn't mean that he's
I
a
want,
Nazi.
I
You know
want,
what I mean?
yes, I fully agree with the point that you're making, but I also want to tell you with absolute sincerity that if I say that I think that somebody is a Nazi, it is because I think that they are a Nazi. I wouldn't
Yeah,
say it otherwise.
Yeah, of course. I understand your honesty about it, and that you really think that is. But sometimes what the right is saying, and that's why everybody who is right-leaning here on the panel was laughing about when you said Nazi, is because it's the typical way of left-leaning people to tell somebody from the
Yeah,
right
I know you.
that you don't agree with him, right?
I know you
just
think that.
same,
Yeah.
you know, that's just what I'm seeing, you know, because every time the right says something and it's little bit something who they disagree with the left, oh, he's a Nazi, he's a homophobe, or
No,
he's
that's
that.
not true.
But upgrade. Who
see,
do you
it really
think? Who do
isn't
you
true.
Who do you think we got that from? The right got that from the left because the left was calling the right Nazis 20 years ago. So I think
But don't worry.
I think it's very important,
Well,
guys, because upgrade when you say, you know, we shouldn't be concerned about our freedoms of speech because we live in very free, you know, countries. I think that's why we're complaining about it, because we're looking at our freedoms get slowly eroded over time, and they're doing that for really three ways. You know, one, through legislation, straight up legislation. Secondly, censoring. You know, we heard about the FBI and the Twitters colluding and all that stuff. And then the third, and you hit on this earlier when you were talking about alienation, right? You can't talk to your friends anymore because, oh, well, you're a Republican and you're a Trumpist or you're a Harris, and next thing you know, you can't speak to. So that's being social engineered as well by the same people who are trying to, you know, divide us all. So
no,
we need
no.
to fight. Yes. We need to fight anytime somebody says that you can't say something. You need to say it twice over.
And I think people forget, you know, 30, 40 years ago, the term is not Nazi. The term is communist. You know, it's like once they don't agree with you, that you freaking communist. So you know, it's just that it's converted now to Nazi.
But it was the right who were being called Nazis back in the day.
But that's why
absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. Why that's totally true. That the right was doing this, what the left is doing now to them before, and now it's coming back to haunt them. You know.
Wait, hold on. What is the current left equivalent of the House Un-American Activities Committee?
Huh? What is that?
Okay, so where I'm asking, we know that in America during the Red Scare, there were these congressional committees that investigated people for being communists and ruined people's lives, and you know, just the rumor mill was enough to get you tarred. Okay, so my question is, where is the supposed left equivalent of that? Because as I just pointed out,
they tried that.
Hold on. Europe and America are dominated by right-wing politics. So where is this left ability to do that kind of thing?
No, they tried that back at the very
regulations.
beginning. At the very beginning of the Biden administration. Remember the censorship board that they were trying to build out and all that? And then everybody all of a sudden said, whoa, hold on. That doesn't sound like a good idea.
It's climate regulations. It's climate regulations. That's what's equivalent. It's very different. It's very insidious. And that's why it's not recognizable. But it's climate regulations. This, you know,
no,
0.
I don't see that.
Okay, it's
I don't
insidious.
But you can see that
how does, you know, that's not like firing a person because they adhere to politics that you don't like. Even revolutionary politics. I mean, I can even understand somebody having some, it's like being taken aback by revolutionary politics, okay? But I still think that you need some basis before, some justification for firing someone just because they believe a political thing that you don't, okay? So it's not as if people get fired for being right-wingers, but you do definitely get fired for being a communist.
So
That's not true, Gareth. Come on, man. It's all the time happening that people who are Republicans can barely talk that they're Republicans, or they can barely say that they're supporting Trump because they are scared to get fired. That's not true. All even the Hollywood stars, if they cannot say that they're voting for Republicans, because if not, they will never get a job anymore. That's not true, Gareth. Come on,
Well,
you know
but
that.
hold on a second. Well, no, I do not know that, because those people. Okay, those people who want to say they're voting for Trump and that's why they're being persecuted. Okay, so Trump on his first day came out with a Muslim ban that involved the complete shutdown of aircraft and everything. Now, ordinary people actually know, people who live in other countries. That's not such a rare experience. This affected people's family and their loved ones and their friends and so forth. But it doesn't matter to Trump and this right-wing project. They're just the only thing they care about is race. Okay.
Do
So
you know what's the
reaction
detail
against
of the
him
wait?
not
Do you know what's
because.
the detail of the ban or not? The detail of the ban
Go
is
on,
that they
tell me.
only banned a few countries, like 3 to 5 countries that are war torn. It's not a Muslim ban.
Okay, that's all very nice.
People from Indonesia
But
can
what
fly
actually-
in. Yeah, all Muslim countries, Saudi Arabians can fly in. I think even Iranians can fly in. There's only a few countries that is war torn, like Libya, Syria, Yemen, maybe.
That may
it's
that
not
may
a
be
complete.
formally
Because
true.
if you believe that, no. The thing is, there's a big thing. If you believe that it was a total Muslim ban, then you are brainwashed by the media. That is the reality.
No.
Because
That's laughable nonsense. Hold on. Let me
if you don't know, then you are. That's it is what it is. Because he was super clear
Oh, you are.
when the announcement was out. That I was watching the press conference. So so I was literally watching the press conference. They announced the reasoning why and what are the countries that's banned.
Well,
Then the media.
Yes, it is. Hold
the
on.
media
But
called
let
the
me
Muslim
rebut
ban.
that point just
Trump
very,
never
very,
called it
very
the Muslim
briefly.
ban. Yeah.
Yes, he did, I think, but maybe I'm incorrect about that. But nevertheless, the fact of the matter is that the police who are running security at airports refuse to allow both members of Congress and members of the Senate to intervene or to even discover what they were doing in the airports. This was a militarist takeover, an exercise of executive power. And that demonstrated, as I say, that was day one. That was the very first thing that Trump did. That demonstrated his propensity for grand acts which would harm people in large numbers. It's for cruelty for its own sake, for his disregard of the humanity of anybody who just doesn't look like him. It demonstrated him at his worst, and I think that event alone justified all the hostility and antipathy that people had to a Trump presidency before he was elected.
I just want to comment that you dare to say all these things here. It's a good thing, because because most people who are anti-Trump, they don't like to talk. They just like to attack, and then they don't explain their point, and then they don't listen to anyone. So I mean, even if you don't get convinced by any of us of whatever facts and opinions, it's perfectly fine. But I just want to comment that you are, it's great that you are brave enough to say all these things, because from my interaction with people who don't like Trump, they don't talk. Like, they straight away just say they don't like, and then they have no explanation for it, and they don't listen to anyone. And then there's no way to have a conversation. I mean, we probably saw that on those TikToks, those baiting TikToks interviews. Yeah. So I mean, that's a positive thing.
Yeah, but why you could make the same argument against Harris, right? Like, the whole arguments against her are fairly superficial as well. Like, American politics doesn't go that deep. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of depth on either side.
And so I as I think I mentioned before, so I traveled to the US a lot. I have a place there as well, and in Washington State. And so I observed the US almost like a study to basically understand what's going on. And with almost everything, you have to look at it from a historical perspective. The issue is most people do not. The unfortunate thing about understanding history in general is that, first of all, there's no way you'd be on the side of Ukraine on this war. If you have actually read what's happening, you automatically know exactly how geopolitical games are played. But anyways, about the United States. So within a long enough timeline, the conservatives become liberals, right? They are in 2008, conservatives will say, gay people should be killed. In 2024, they're saying, oh, we don't care what you do in the comfort of your bedroom. That part about I don't care what you do in the comfort of your bedroom was Obama's stance in 2008. So they move, and then the left is far ahead. The liberals are following the left, and the conservatives are following the liberals.
So it's just getting more central.
Yeah, so it just kind of moves like that. Sometimes there are breaks, and the Democrats play the job of what is called I think it's called the ratchet effect, where if things are moving very fast, they tighten. So the public will say they want something, and then they have all the houses and the White House, but then one senator votes against them, and they say, oh, it's because of that one guy. No, it's because they didn't want to pass that, right? So with the Republicans that I know in the US, their issues are mainly, I think, taxes and trans issues and things like that. With the liberals, their main issue is they lock up. They're like, these people are hateful. They hate Black people. They hate immigrants. They hate women. And you can't convince them from out of that position. And the issue is, and what actually keeps them in that position, is that there are so many YouTubers, there are so many people on the general media who will always be racist, who will always be this and be that. They're literally YouTube channels that do nothing but talk shit about women, like literally. So as long as those guys still exist, the liberals will always believe that those guys are out to destroy everybody else, right? So, and that can never be reconciled. That will never be reconciled. It's literally impossible, because the liberals strongly believe they sit on a moral ground that's unshakable. So you can't get them from
okay,
there.
but why do you believe that those figureheads and voices are not accurately representing the right wing?
Well, mainly because there's something going on right now. So people on Twitter, people on YouTube, they are very, very loud, and we always assume they are more than they are. We always have to bear in mind that one loud dude may appear to us, and you read the comments behind whatever they posted, and you're like, oh my God, everybody's thinking like this. But we don't have employees who collect data for us to know that that's the position of the majority. And I will tell you that a lot of conservatives, technically, I can't say it's the majority, but a lot of them, their issues are like taxes. They don't want to pay a lot of taxes. They want to own stuff, and they don't want to be limited on owning stuff.
Yeah, we know all that.
but remember, from the days of what they called back in the day the Tea Party, that whole movement evolved, and it's a very loud movement. And think about it, Trump technically seems to be very popular, but remember, he has never gone anywhere above a popularity rating of 45%. So he's very, very loud, and his supporters are very, very loud. And there's a huge chunk of conservatives, the ones who are like Colin Powell, kind of Dick Cheney conservatives, they're still there, and they'll probably vote for him only because it's a thing that's split into two, and they have no choice. I promise you, the Republican establishment cannot wait to get rid of Trump. He is the most frustrating thing they have ever run into. If anybody is trying to kill that guy, it's its own people, because they feel like they're being held hostage by the guy. But yeah,
I want to add on to Macchiari. You know, there's a lot of videos that shows that like they're Democrats voters or they're left wing, and then they want to show how evil the Trump supporters are, and they go to the Trump rally and they realize that most of the people are just normal people. They're very, very nice people. So a lot of this. So like what Macchiari said, the loud
that's
voice.
a misperception.
What do you mean by
Sorry,
misperception?
Okay,
Literally, they
because,
take the video, go down and see, then the people welcome him. And the person who went in is a black guy.
I understand what you mean.
Like, he's a black guy. He want to
Yes.
show that these people are racist, and he failed. He go there and he'd have a freaking good time, and they did a video on it. And this is not just one person. A lot of people have tried it. A lot of people who were anti-Trump, because they believe all the media stuff. And they fought their parents for it. The parents tell them you just come to the rally and go to the rally and do. Or some of them just want to prove that Trump is evil. They went to the rally themselves and they got converted. So there's too many of these videos. So that is normal. The other thing I want to add on about Macchiari is about the political spectrum is moving. The right wing is getting further and further far left. The left wing is getting more and more left, to the point where the center is now perceived as the right. Now, if you want to know
how is the left getting more left? Where is that happening?
So you see, Elon Musk is a left wing guy. Donald Trump is a center left guy. They're now all in part of the right.
He literally just appeared with Trump on stage.
No. Hey, guy.
Yeah, I can tell one more thing. Russell Brand.
There is a finger, two fingers.
But Russell Brand is super left wing. He's now
No, he isn't.
100% back Trump.
No, he isn't. Never has been.
He don't believe in the
He's
system.
always been a grifter and a chancer. He's always been a grifter and a chancer.
So I mean, I
many years ago.
Please, Gareth, there is upgrade. There's upgrade who's just please respect each other.
It's fine. We can talk, right? That's open mic, and everybody has their opinions, and we can a little bit fight over some things, right? But I think
and nobody's waiting.
Sometimes you need to give a little bit of of something to the other side, because you cannot stay here and always say when something is criticized by many people here, left, it's never happened. That's not logical, right? You cannot always say that just one side is the bad and the other one is the good, right? I mean, after a while, you need to by yourself. I think you're a smart guy and you can make this differentiation about this topic. But sometimes you need to give a little bit to the other side, because when you talked about the Muslim ban, I think White is right. He didn't ban all the Muslims from the entire planet Earth. He banned specific countries because of specific reason. And you really need, that's the same with the fine people hoax. Many people believe this fine people hoax thing. Many people think about it. But if you look at the video, listen to me. When I heard
watched it in real time.
I checked by myself because I had to be sure that I don't support somebody who says like something like this. So I went by myself and checked the video from the beginning to the end, not like when it's cut off, like the media was doing it, the beginning to the end. And then you saw that he actually didn't say what the media is telling them. And still people believe that shit.
Yes, he did.
People believe that
shit. He did absolutely say it. I watched him say it in real time. You are completely
cannot
wrong.
Judge people, please.
Yeah,
learn how to.
I don't know.
wait.
Can you put the video on the screen, please, and show it to me and tell me that I'm wrong? Because if I'm wrong, I will change my position right now in front live. So I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood something, and Gareth, you can tell me that it was totally wrong. But
I'm lazy. I don't want to find the video.
okay,
I just want to add a
watch
bit.
it by yourself, guys. You're grown-up guys. Yeah,
During the
so
Trump
just
era,
saying
I just
to
want to add one more thing. During the Trump era, because the media is so anti-Trump, I literally watches like their press conference all the time. Always. And always the media come up with headlines that totally don't match what the press conference is about. All the time. Like the biggest news during the COVID era was the ventilation, ventilators. They say that they're giving free ventilators to a lot of countries, including Indonesia, Brazil, because everyone is lacking of ventilators. That never came out in the news at all. So, and that to me is the biggest news. So,
real.
no. Yeah, Nika.
He's a habitual liar. Why do you believe any single thing he says?
Gareth, can you please let me speak? Please don't cut me. Please. So, yeah. So in my opinion, I see it. I'm not inside the USA or inside their politics. So in my opinion, there's like racists in both camps, stupid guys in both camps, smart guys in both camps. So because literally, if you even see the voting statistics, you have like half of the population, or practically half of the population is in one side and the other half in one side. I cannot believe that like a half of like 150 million people are racist and or stupid or crazy. I personally, I cannot believe it. Maybe there is like, it's always what the media trying to, it's what the media trying to sell us. If left Republicans want to show us that the Democrats are crazy and stupid, that's what they will show us, and vice versa. So I think there's crazy people in both sides, and smart people in both sides, but after all, they are two coins from two sides of the same coin. Left or right, Republican or Democrats, they will serve the same people. They will serve the same agenda. So I think it's like we are just fighting about the details, but the core issues are they will defend the same core issues. One thing. The second thing about the Muslim ban is, I don't want to call it the Muslim ban for what White said, but it's weird, but because those countries, USA is the reason why those countries became like that. So it's weird how USA banning the people from the countries that USA destroyed. Just a comment on the sideshow. Vojin.
It's an interesting discussion, but I think we have not even one American here with us. Maybe we should do this discussion another time when we have some Americans who actually are living there and can tell us really how it is.
There's
no, I think that's precisely wrong.
Well, Nunya is obviously a Canadian, don't you see it?
I'm a proud vassal. Thank you.
Well,
I can answer your questions on behalf of my overlord. What would you like to know?
Oh Jesus! There's
an American.
Not a specific thing, but
They
just
want an American and a conspiracy theorist too.
Oh,
Wait. I have receipts. This is an Indonesian, one of the major Indonesian media, Chemcast.go.id. Indonesia terima bantuan 500 ventilator dari Amerika Serikat. This is Indonesia received the help of 500 ventilators from United States. Indonesian media. So no.
Oh,
I
by the way,
I don't bullshit around.
By the way, so Gareth is wrong about
nobody
something,
claimed that didn't happen.
But he's right about something. So Gareth,
come on, man, fuck off, man.
Trump only called for the ban of Somalia, Syria, Sudan, and Yemen, right? But there's somewhere you're right. Trump literally said in his own words, he is calling for a total ban of all Muslim nations until we figure out what's going on. Those are his exact words.
Right.
So he did say that, but it doesn't mean that the bill he passed was exactly for that. But those were his words.
Okay.
So at that point, you can say, okay, those are his words. That's what he stands for. But the bill itself was only banning about four or five countries.
Okay, but can I respond to that quickly? Yes, that is technically true, but what that means is that he said, I want to ban all Muslims, and the State Department rocked up and said, you can't ban all Muslims, you know, we have to make, you know, some space for our friends in Saudi Arabia because we've got to let them, you know, dismember people on our own land, you know, because they're Saudi Arabians and we like them. So Trump was indeed inhibited in the things that he wanted to do. But of course, the whole pitch that the Republicans are making for his second regency is that he will be unrestrained by such concerns, that they will purge the administration of anybody who would get in their way, that they will jail their political opponents, that they will rule, that he will be the dictator on day one. You know, it's not like they're making any bones about the fact that they intend to do that stuff all the more so and even harder this time around.
Well, no one else is lifting his finger, so I'll just talk. Well, Garrett, how do you explain if he gets voted in that he's then the dictator from day one? I don't get my head around that. Well, everybody has his political opinions, and I think it's not very productive to quarrel about them because most of us here are grown-up men and will not be convinced easily. Some see everyone to the right of Mao as a Nazi, and others maybe see everyone to the left of, let's say, Bush as a communist. It's just the matter how it is, and it's not very fruitful, I think. Maybe another topic,
but that's also wrong.
There you go. It's all a freaking circus, but they're not giving us any snacks with it anymore.
Come on, we had a
Well,
good
that is
fight.
actually an interesting thing. I mean, it used to be that they gave us bread and circuses, and now they only give us circuses and not bread.
Yep.
Yeah. And they're getting crazier too, man. You look at Come Guzzling Camel Toe Harris. Holy crap, man. What a joke. That is the craziest thing in the world.
Fuck off.
And brain dead Biden.
That's just bullshit.
I don't care. I never cared for Trump either. You know, I only voted. I'm 62. I only voted twice in my whole life. First time was Ross Perot. You know, I fell for it. And then I voted for Trump the second time. I didn't vote for the first time. And then I really knew it was a fucking joke because I knew a lot of people voted for him the second time. Because it convinced me to decide to go and vote again. It's fucking crazy, man. Do
you believe that Kamala Harris is going to be the most voted president in the entire history of the United States? He will be the most popular ever.
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah, I
Biden
think
is the
that's
most
quite
popular.
likely, yeah. Only by
Biden is more
virtue of the
popular than
anti-Trump
Obama.
vote.
Yeah.
Only by
Biden got more
virtue of the
votes.
anti-Trump vote.
I kind of see it the other way. You know, we were talking earlier about how the left and right have kind of shifted, and I agree with that. I think that somebody who used to consider them left, like myself, like people call me right wing now because you know, of certain views that I might have on Palestine, for example. So I don't really buy into the whole left right thing anymore. And though I can appreciate that a lot of people do, but the one thing I'm noticing a whole lot in Canada and down in the States as well, there's just a groundswell of people, and they don't have leftist ideas or rightist ideas. They're just angry at the government. And I see this swath of people who are going to kick Trudeau out of power as soon as they can. And I suspect that they're going to lean towards Trump in the election. I think he's going to win it because of that groundswell.
If it's allowed, You never know. It might not happen, man. The October storm's not over yet. I guess. So they say.
But why the Biden was the most popular, actually got most vote, is because you just increase our voting participation a little bit, and more votes were gonna be posted than ever. So if the United States vote on average about 60%, you increase it to 61% by media producing this clash between the parties, danger from other side getting the power, and all of this fighting, radicalizing the voting. They'll vote more. They'll give more effort to vote, right? Because it's pretty difficult to vote in the United States with all it's working day voting, and it's long lines in poor neighborhoods. So it's kind of difficult. If you just allow more voting, more voting stations, polling stations, you'll get more votes, right? When people see there's no line, so you'll increase participation, you'll get more votes, even though people don't like him. But by increasing this infighting, that's what you get, more and more votes for one president.
12 million more than Obama.
But one point before I forget, the other thing that I've noticed too is I think Harris may have peaked too early. I think that momentum means a lot in an election. And I think I've used this analogy before. It's like in the playoffs, it's not necessarily the best team in the regular season that wins. It's the team that's playing the best heading into the playoffs that tends to do the best, right? And I sense right now that Harris, the steam is just out of that campaign, and they need to do something to get it back because Trump seems to be getting it. Sorry, Upgrade.
It's fine.
One thing, Upgrade, one thing. I will not take too long. I don't think Trump will win. He have the Sheikh curse. Forget about it.
The what?
Okay.
An
The Sheikh curse.
MVP from a Super Bowl once said, "The game is not decided on the field." So whatever, it's a circus, man. The game's not
Upgrade.
decided. No matter what game it is, it's not decided on the field. It's decided by money. Money.
What to say is, I want to agree totally with Nunia, what he said, right? If it's really like this, that people vote because of certain issues, actually, if you see the last 4 years, there's no question about it. If you vote emotionally, like most people do, unfortunately, on both sides, then there's this split. But if you see the actual facts on the ground, if you see the inflation, the people struggling for just buying food, food stamps exploding, the debt exploding, uncertainty, crime rate go up, and so forth. So normally there should be even a contest, right? But because the Democrats are always voting for whatever guy is at the election, right? That's why they still have this chance. But if you're logically about it, if you see the checkbook at the end of the month and you see that you don't have anything left for paying bills or buying anything or going to vacation, then actually it should be an easy thing to do, right? To vote for the guy who gives you more opportunity, because it doesn't matter where you are, if you're left or right leaning, right? You want more. Everybody wants a better life. Everybody wants security. Everybody wants to go and have money to spend for their kids or for education and so forth. So I think it's the most important part. And I think Kamala did a smart move at the beginning on surfing on this wave of joy. It's a lot of bullshit, but it's working. It's working, man. It's working. It's working. If not, it would be not that close, right? It's working. She's actually just running on joy, on joy, and that's a ridiculous statement. How you can run on something like that? You don't have any policies. When they ask her a question, she don't know.
When she tells people what they're doing, she goes, "We're gonna do some stuff." Some really good stuff. What are you gonna do?
Like Upgrade said,
George Carlin
It's
probably, if
working.
he was alive,
It's
he would do
working.
her so
It's
good.
working though, Dan.
It's working. That's
It's
the
working.
problem. Like,
Yeah, it's working.
guys,
Yeah, it is.
guys,
It is
think about it
working.
for
You know,
think about
Right?
it for a second.
Yeah, the majority of the population is fucking stupid. They
Well,
believe all that shit.
think about
running
it.
on
Think
joy
about,
is
think
like
about it for
learning
1
from Trump.
second. Biden,
You know,
Biden did terrible in the debate. Right after that, Trump got shot. Right?
Yeah.
He should be up by like 20 points
of
right
course.
now. And
Yeah.
the fact that he's not tells you that it's working. Right?
Exactly.
So her
That's
campaign
what I
is
mean.
working for
You know,
sure.
there is betting odds on all this stuff. I've seen it. Somebody did a video once and showed like the betting odds on everything, like people getting killed and stuff. And that
But
there
like,
is wagering going on.
Like the fact that this is close just tells you what a bad campaign Trump has run, really, when you think about it.
yeah.
Right?
So,
Like he
so
should have
I'm
this
No,
in the bag.
that's ridiculous.
so you know,
Okay.
Trump is a barely literate idiot, a racist and sexist moron. The fact that he is a candidate in the
racist
past
too.
war is an embarrassment to the United States.
Hey, Gareth.
running on joy
Be
is
that as
actually
it
learning
may,
from Trump.
We never
he
went
should
to the
be up
moon.
by 20 points.
You know, running on joy like Kamala is learning from
there's
Trump.
something I realized
That's a marketing that's actually learning from Trump. That's what he
when you-
does. You know,
when you
it's
speak to
glorious.
almost-
We're gonna do it great. You know, that's running on joy. The same thing. He's running on joy. He's not
but at
saying
least he has
it. They're
policies,
not describing it.
Come on,
But
man.
it's,
At
yeah,
least he has some
yeah, but it's the
policies
same.
you
But
know,
it's the same attempt, learning from them. You know, that's what it is.
you
That's
know
what they do.
when you look at almost any country and you go down on the ground, obviously there are some countries that are polarized than others. You go on the ground, the one thing you realize is that the public or the people being involved in the process are not aware of the statistics, right? So somebody viewing it from a certain perspective will see things anybody cannot see. So the US is quite interesting. I find the whole system quite fascinating in so many levels. So number one, it's about the age. It's about age. It's about so many other things. But the Democrats, until the near future, they will always win the majority vote because they have more potential voters, and we're talking about a gap of almost 10 million every single time. The problem is this: is that if their leader is not, if their candidate is not exciting, they don't show up. So liberals are not known to go line up to vote. And then most people, most potential Democratic voters are working class people. And a lot of conservatives, yeah, they do have a lot of working class people, obviously, but small business owners vote on that side as well. So mainly those guys have more time to basically go to basically go vote. Secondly, with Republicans, they have a culture of voting. This is the only time when I went to the US where I found stickers saying go vote on the liberal side, which was surprising because it was never a thing like that. So, but if the Democrats have to win, they have to win with a huge majority. So the predictions are they have to beat Trump by at least 16 points on the polls, on the polls they do nationally, in order to basically win.
Depends who runs polls.
So that's how they do it. Now here's the interesting thing: these polls they've come a long way, and the reason why they got it wrong during Trump's first term is because a lot of Trump supporters, unlike what you see online, a lot of Trump supporters in person don't admit the vote for Trump, especially in the workplace. So when they were going around taking polls, people were not saying they're going to vote for Trump, and they got surprised. But this time they have done a better job. But what I've noticed, what the Harris people are doing, they are trying to scare their base. They are basically choosing polls that seem to be highly polled on the Republican side. I believe they have a higher lead than what they want to claim. If the race was as close and if they were that concerned, they would be throwing policies right and left. They'll be just throwing policies. Hey, from now on, free paternity leave. From now on, free this. But they're not doing that. So I don't think they're as worried as the polls show they should be. But the whole thing is just fascinating. I like just observing and looking at the numbers. But yeah, because where I'm from, there's nothing anywhere close to that.
Virgin.
Okay, let me go then. What I am wondering is why people are so concerned regarding these election campaigns. They are not for politically informed people anyway, so they must be a circus and ridiculous, because someone who is politically informed, he will not be convinced by the other side doing some crazy stunt or like a campaign basing on joy. This is just it's maybe a hard word, but it's for the political idiots among the public who never look at politics during 4 years, and then a month before the election they check what's in the news and whom they're gonna vote. So these topics must be ridiculous by the principle that most people who have decided sides already, they will not be convinced anyway by arguments, and so these arguments are for the people who are easily swayed with just crazy stuff. That's not just America, that's everywhere. All of the election campaigns are basically a circus everywhere, and most of the people have decided beforehand, and the best that they can do with these campaigns is just like Makadi said, mobilizing their own side to go vote with higher percentages. So that's the thing, but it's not some political topics that they choose. So as you said, if they wanted to convince left-leaning people to vote more, they could do it this cheap way, just with some basically psyop propaganda. Yeah, they could make free stuff. They could make politics that, let's say, increase taxes and pay for whatever social things happening. They could do it, and the other side could do it as well. But in election campaigns, they don't do that. They just try to attract people who are not really informed. Jure? Oh, so was it Jure or was it
Upgrade?
Upgrade.
Upgrade. Yeah. Okay. I didn't have my finger up, but okay. Yeah. I saw Gareth my finger up and I get choosed.
Or maybe you were just thinking.
I saw upgrade. I was going to put myself not
Nunya,
sure.
then it was Nunya, I think.
He was like few seconds.
I remember what I wanted to say. Yeah, about that the left is
Maybe
going more left. I think it's true because you can see that many people who actually were left-leaning now start to dissociate, go away from the left-leaning party because they have normal beliefs. Maybe they just think like a woman is a woman, a man is a man, like this basic stuff, like, we shouldn't let compete women in men's sports and stuff like that. And then they get so attacked by the left because the left is so ideologically becoming extreme, I think it's my opinion, right? On certain points that it alienates the middle and alienates also the right completely already, that's for sure. But the middle is starting to become now right, like Nunya said, right? He was before a Democrat and now he is a Nazi, a fascist, because he believes in certain things, right? He said Palestine and something like that. So you can see the shift actually, that it's not good for both left and the right, because both are extreme and both have their craziness, right? But you can see
that's completely mythical. Look, let me ask you this.
Nobody called you, Gareth.
In the
Nobody called you, Gareth.
No, I know.
No, he was actually next. He was actually next.
Actually, Gareth was holding a finger along
Yeah,
with Virgin.
so
So actually, should be Gareth's turn now.
Yeah, of course. Go on.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
willing to
Colin.
concede the claim that I had to time because I forgot what I wanted to say. But in response to this, what I wanted to say is that, again, I asked the question, where is this supposed left-wing political power? I don't see where this is anywhere in Europe. Even though supposedly left-wing parties like the Labour Party in the UK or the Democrats in the US are way, way, way to the right of Eisenhower Republicans in 1956. I mean, this idea that politics has moved to the left is just not true. If that had happened, we would have seen nationalization of critical industries like steel, coal, power production, and so forth. We would have seen minimum wages. We would have seen socialized health care in the United States, which it still doesn't have. It's the only developed country of its peers. So, that this idea that the left wing has been driving policy for the last 50, 60 years, I don't see where is the reality of that. It just seems like a mythology to me, a made-up problem to rile people up about.
Can I respond?
So that's a jab
Yeah,
on me. So I
we-
would like to respond as well. But anyways,
Okay. Oh, okay. I respond first. Because I abuse my power because I'm not sure left wing you're referring to like communism or something like that. So how communism used to work is that they would destroy the system first, then they will do centralization. So it's not immediately they do centralization. If they have to destroy whatever is there, destroy the entire social system, the entire hierarchy, then they will actually do the centralization. Then you will get your centralization of power, energy, what shit that there is. So this is why you don't see it yet, because they haven't reached that level. They need to destroy everything, which is what we are looking at right now, where they have the woke culture, they have the immigration craziness, illegal immigration. All these things is part of the process of destroying the current system. Then when the entire system
can I interject
then
quickly?
they build it up. Okay, Ken.
Thank you. I am a Marxist and a revolutionary. I believe in the Marxist analysis and its theory of proletarian revolutionary potential. I've been an active Marxist in real political parties for 25 years, and absolutely none of the things that you are describing are a part of Marxist methodology or practice at all. None of them are real. Okay?
But it's a part
The Marxist
theory.
analysis is
then your
that,
party has failed. Your party is
no.
a failure of
He was.
it is a failure. No, is that the truth? You ask the Communist Party of China, you see what they did. They destroyed every single thing.
Oh my
all
God.
of our texts are available at Marxist.org. Anybody can see them and read them. I've done my own research. I'm competent to analyze whether or not my party is doing things that I think are Marxist. That's not a conversation that you could intervene in. Plenty of us have disputes about that, but that's all for our own choice to make how we take our strategy. Okay, but it's definitely not the case that Marxism proceeds by the idea that it's going to undermine all of the certainties of society, and therefore society collapses, and therefore Marxism comes to power. Not at all. The argument is that capitalism will inevitably impoverish the mass of the population, and that will therefore trigger a revolution, and only some of the times will that revolution succeed. And the Marxist project is to help the revolution succeed when it occurs. That's completely different to this idea that it's some sort of like vermin trying to undermine society. That's just not real.
So I want to respond also. Which explains why your party has failed. So because you are waiting for your enemies to collapse on their own. If they don't collapse, you will never win. So which is why your party didn't work out.
Okay.
So because if your parties have succeeded, your philosophy is correct, then you will be in power. But the reality is you're not in power, so your party is. If you look at the USSR, how they've done it, they pulled out everything. They kill off a lot of the bourgeoisie. They kill. China is the same. So it is always violent. Then they will work out. So
Garrett,
no, your Marxism is too peaceful. So Macchiari.
Garrett, quick response.
No,
quick
no,
response.
I didn't finish. I
Garrett,
didn't
quick
start
response.
even.
One second, Jordan. 1 second, Jordan. I want to respond to him because he just said something that it was say
That's
something.
not
that-
response. You said one question, and then you want to respond.
Jordan, let him
What?
talk. Quick.
What are you talking about, dude?
No. I'm going
I'm
back to what
responding to something
no,
Garrett
you're
said
not.
that I said. That's what
No,
I'm
you're
saying.
not. You say you're gonna ask him question, and then you
No,
say
I
you're
didn't
gonna
say. I
respond.
didn't say I was going to ask a question.
Two opposite
That did
things.
not come out of my mouth. I did
Those
not
are
say
two
that.
opposite things.
I did
He
not say
did
that.
raise it earlier.
See,
Let him ask
Jordan,
the
you see,
question.
he would have finished talking already by now if you didn't interrupt. He would have
So,
finished.
anyways, Garrett.
Same with me. Same
So,
happened
Garrett,
with me.
when I was talking about the population moving left, I did not mean it's controlled by any elite. I just spoke about it's a gradual movement of the population. And I'll give you an example of the US numbers. So the last what do you call it? The last primary they did, young people between 18 and 35, over 78% of them voted Democrat. So the point is, it's a gradual movement of the masses, and the elite would actually like to basically stop it or to put a hold on it. They know it's a natural progression that younger people will feel more empathy if you tell them that the Republicans are killing dogs, or the Republicans are gonna pass a bill that's gonna harm children or women. So they have more empathy. So generally, a society just moves that way, and you can see that in history. People become people of a long time ago are what they are, but then they become more liberal, and then they just move on that way. So I didn't say that there was somebody controlling that process technically. There may be, I don't know, but from what I'm saying is just a natural progression of general society.
Okay, I'd like
What
to
I noticed-
respond to that
what
very
I
directly
noticed-
and briefly.
No, come on.
Just
No.
1 second.
Nothing.
Just
Nothing. It's not 1 second. He also said 1 second. I got to respond. The question ain't.
Okay,
It
all
goes
right,
to
right,
4
right.
minutes, right? It just keeps on going. So what I noticed in voting in United States, I mean, I had a few short stints in working for corporations, within corporations in the United States, and I noticed there. I don't know exactly what's the process, how, but medium and small businesses actually affect voting or their employees. They're heavily affecting. It's a whole narrative within a corporation. Fuck all this advertising, all this talk on the news, on media, everything. The most important effect is the small and medium corporations that really control how their employee vote. I noticed that. It's not that I figured out how it works or why, but I noticed that they have huge influence, that they
doesn't
work
make any
that way.
sense. Please explain.
Exactly. It doesn't. I don't know. I cannot explain. It's not. I just noticed that it works somehow. Is it like they have like management have some people that work, but I experience threatening from other workers being threatening me because I was talking about getting people together to demand something, and I was there just for short time anyway, but I was being threatened from other guys, from other workers,
Sure,
not management.
In exactly the same way.
Joining
in exactly the same
joining
way
together.
that
So this is where
that the peasants.
democracy at work is important. You don't have it because you're forced
Yes.
by your work. Basically, that's what I noticed. I don't know how it works and why, but I noticed while I was there. It's really most impactful who's gonna win. It's small and medium, not a large corporations. They don't have such environment, but medium and small, depending on their owner. And I was a small business, and I'm guessing because I would sometimes talk about politics, and I would express my views. And because I'm an owner, I'm guessing they wouldn't dare to show different opinion, right? So I think that's maybe a mechanism how it works. So because you're so enslaved at your work, you don't have a democracy. You don't have democracy at work. Most of your waking hours is at work. It's strange. I'm not sure about mechanisms. I'm just guessing. You know, this is important stuff. Nobody does check. I mean, there's no polling to see how corporations, majority employee of corporations vote. I think there's no such study at all. But that was to me very surprising. But it's just notice. No. So
There are partial
next,
studies and history too.
Nanya.
Oh, I took my finger down because I totally forgot what I was going to say. But I guess since I'm talking now, like I said in my prior comment, I'm seeing this big kind of groundswell of people who are, like I said, just angry, you know, and they're anti-government more than they are left or right. And we're seeing that all over. You're seeing it in Europe with these governments who have been in power for decades are falling. You know, Trudeau's going to get booted out. Harris is likely going to get booted out. The UK has a new prime minister every 3 or 4 weeks, it seems. So maybe that's actually a good thing. You know what I mean? Maybe they're starting to wake up to the fact that they need our vote. And maybe over the next couple of years, hopefully this will get normalized, and maybe this is an indicator that, you know, like I said, they're waking up to the fact that people are angry, and maybe I'm being an optimist too. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Vojan.
There were 2 points. Let me remember because I have having the finger up for quite a long time. Yeah. Garrett was asking where are these left-wing power structures in the West? Well, they are not communists in the sense that they are doing communist policies regarding social or economic issues. Regarding social, you could say it's a lot of left-wing stuff happening, especially all these things that we talked about, these LGBTQ topics are quite strongly pushed by. This is a very left topic, and other similar things, and the power that they have, they are marching to the institutions. It's a thing that happens obviously in the West as well as everywhere. March to the institutions means that the universities are quite left-wing, what I hear and what I see, and they are gaining. Obviously, these students come into power positions, at least some of them, and in this way, a country can become politically left by the march of the institutions. This is the one point, and the other point was Wyatt said communists destroy everything first, and probably not standard procedure. But if I remember, was it in Cambodia, the Red Khmer? They destroyed really all of the basic history, and this has something also, you know, reminds me when who said it? Unburdened by what has been. Was it Kamala Harris that said it recently? This means, well, unraveling all of history that came before, in a sense. So it is a left-wing statement, in my opinion. However,
No, that's silly.
well, it's not communist, but communism is a theory that is probably not possible to create in the real world, at least that would satisfy people of your kind of communism view.
Okay, well,
Was China
of course,
China
that's
communist, or was USSR communist?
Lenin described the USSR as aspirationally socialist. So it was not communist, no. And the Chinese Communist Party is, in my opinion, and there's a lot of dispute about this amongst the Marxist left, but in my opinion, it is a party, it's a dictatorship of the party on behalf of the proletariat, which is inherently dangerous and could easily turn into a reinstitution of capitalism. And that may have happened. I don't know. It's very difficult to assess what's going on in China. It's lots of contradictory signals.
I think I was next, but so just on Garrett's
go ahead.
Just on Garrett's point there, I mean, if you've seen, I'm a big I love the Soviet propaganda posters, and one of the biggest themes in their posters is that we're moving towards communism. They realized they didn't have communism; they were trying to strive for communism. But that's another point. The point I actually wanted to make was that this notion, when we talk about the left and right, I really think the language has become useless. I mean, I think for me as an American living in America, the biggest problem that we are facing is this drive by, unfortunately, what we would call the left, but the Democratic Party types, for control of the narrative. They want to control people's speech. They're the ones that are trying to manipulate the internet, the social medias. There's a big deal right now about they're very unhappy with the fact that people are criticizing the government's response to these hurricanes, and they want to silence those people, to not allow them to criticize the government online. And in my opinion, I don't know, you can call them left, right, you can call them crazy, but if you try to tell people what to think and what to say, then I'll call you a fascist. That's what I would call you. But trying to define whether or not that's left, that's right, that's useless. Do not try to tell me what to say or think. It's anti-freedom, anti-human, whatever you want to say. But I hate labels. That'll be my statement. On to I think Upgrade was next.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. What I always find fascinating with the Marxists or the communists, they always say, "Oh, but we don't want to implement the communists from before, from history, from all these horrible people who killed millions of people. We want to do the nice communism, right? The everybody has rights, everybody has freedom, everybody has free healthcare, everything is free and utopia, and everything is great, right? That's fine, in philosophy, but the reality is never like that. We always saw what happens when the communists come to power. Like White said, they destroy, and then they destroy, first of all, religion, then they destroy political parties, and then they implement all their things what they want to control the mass, to control what you think and what you believe. And that's very, very dangerous. That's why free speech is one of the most important thing we have in the West, because if not, we couldn't criticize our government, we couldn't criticize what's happening at our workplace, like Euro said, right? I disagree a little bit with Euro's standpoint, because I think when you get hired, right, you sign a contract, you have rights, right? You have the employee cannot just do whatever he wants like before with slaves, right? He don't hit you. You get money for what you work for, right? And if you're not happy with it, open your own business, and then you have your you can open and take the decisions by yourself. But always to cry when your employee, oh, the boss is not doing a great job, he's not treating me quite well. Guess what? It's open market. You can go to any competitor and get a better job offer or a better wage or whatever you wish for. You just need to also, how should I say, put the thing on the table, right? I mean, you cannot always ask for more if you don't give more also. you know. Or if you want, you can just be by yourself, your own boss, your own business, start the startup or whatever, and then you can do whatever you want.
Can I interject one little thing? One little
so-
thing here, upgrade, because
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting that for instance, I don't, probably maybe don't know about this, but the New York Jets are a big deal New York City football team, and their coach is Lebanese, and he wore a Lebanese flag on his shirt for the game last week, and he got fired the next day because he lives in New York City, because they perceive that as criticizing Israel's attack on Lebanon, and they fired him immediately.
That's ridiculous.
Fucking Jews.
That's how crazy it is. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy, man.
So I want to tell some confusion here. So Gareth, when people from the US say the left, they don't mean the international sort of left like you. They actually mean Democrats and liberals, but that's how it's used there. Left describes Democrats and liberals. 99% of Americans have never met a left winger, somebody who has actually studied Karl Marx, and somebody who has actually is actually a Marxist Leninist of that sort. Those people, you only run into them online, or if you go to the big cities, you go to a book club, you run into them like reading books and stuff, or talking about a book they read. And that's usually, at first it was very confusing. I was like, what are you talking that Biden is left? But then I understood that left basically is interchangeable for liberal and right wing. I had a question actually, for you, Wyatt. So I remember it's about Ukraine. I remember you had covered, and sometimes I make a mistake. I don't know whether you're the one I heard talking about this, but you're talking about Putin's response to Ukraine being allowed to hit deep into Russia. And I've watched all the news, I've listened to all the commentators on YouTube. They seem to miss what Putin is saying, which is kind of crazy because it was right there. So Putin did not say he's going to nuke the West. He said they will be using their satellites to deliver this. The whole speech was a threat on US and Western satellites. That's what it was. And I've Wyatt, I don't think you're muted, but yeah, that's what I came to understand about it. And I saw there have been a lot of complaints from the media in the West about Russians planning to target satellites, and we know they do have the capabilities. But that whole speech of him, he was talking to the guy, I think he's called Zarubin. He's always interviewing Putin when he's walking around. But he asked him, and he said those missiles will be delivered by satellites. You're still muted. Will be delivered by satellites. So I took
do you
it
want to let him
as,
answer the question, or you want to answer it yourself?
So what's the question? I
problem?
didn't get it.
No, the question is whether you caught that he was talking about satellites, or whether he was talking about using nuclear retaliation.
No, I don't think I saw anything about satellites per se. So my understanding is that they are just warning the West not to have too much fantasy about Russia not responding, something like this. It's like, because it's like they need a reason to use nuclear weapon. If they and the thing is that the weapon technology have reached a point where the West don't need to use nuclear weapon to cause massive devastation to Russia and its nuclear deterrence, which is why they have to put out a statement first that if Russia feels there's a threat, then they have the rights to use. It doesn't mean that they will use, but they say that they have the right to use nuclear weapons. And so that's basically about it. So that they basically gave a warning first before they do it, which means that the big change is, in the past, they will say that they will never be the first one to use nuclear weapon. Now they say that they will be the first one to use the nuclear weapon if Ukraine attack Russia, and with the help or used with the use of weapon of nuclear powers. But as long as you're not nuclear power, it's perfectly fine. Like Poland can attack Russia all the whatever you want, as long as US is not involved. Russia will not use nuclear weapon. That's the thing. I didn't really hear anything about satellites. I don't think Russia will hit satellites because that was just a very quick way to bring everyone back to Stone Age. Because everybody will just shoot satellites all the way.
But
It's easy target.
Don't you think that would be a first step in escalation as opposed to actually using nukes? Because this war is about who gets to the nukes first, or avoiding going to the nukes anyway.
Vladdy, if I may answer, you understood it correctly within the context of Putin, how he was talking. So he was talking that all the navigations are used to deliver those long-range weapons, right? That are produced. This is an important part in the case of Western-produced long-range weapons, not Ukrainian-produced long-range weapons. That's why Ukraine and the West is talking now about Ukraine producing their own weapons, their own cruise missiles. That's what they concentrating on, so that there is no need to give permission or the fear of the Putin's revenge, because it's going to be Ukrainian-produced weapons, even though it's all Western specialist working, designing everything. That thing they believe that. So in a case, what he meant, why is important now that the nuclear-backed country supporting Ukraine, they will because if they destroy the satellites, next step will be nuclear retaliation against Russia. That's why they threaten nuclear response, because they know that's going to be a response by destroying satellites. So they will hit it right first. They plan the future moves. Okay, that's what they do. This is within the context. But I was just answering. Okay, Wyatt, I didn't talk about what I wanted to talk, but I just answered. So go ahead, Wyatt.
So I just want to respond to what I don't believe that it is about satellites, because you can't really destroy all the satellites right now. If you look at what Elon Musk have launched through SpaceX, the Starlink, the whole constellation, you don't have enough money in the world and enough missiles in the world to shoot all of them. It's just not possible unless you have a space-based weaponry, like you have Predator satellites that fly around and destroy other satellites. It's no longer possible, I think, in today's age to destroy satellites in a meaningful way, because US will just convert the Starlink into a navigation instrument. So it's more of a direct threat. Like if you attack with enough missiles or enough airstrikes, drone strikes with the help of a nuclear power, then Russia would just hit that nuclear power directly with nuclear weapons. So that's the threat. So it's just to stop it where it is. I don't think Russia is meant to do a slow escalation. It's going to be like one shot go up. Because you have, the threat must be like, if you touch me, I'm gonna punch you in your face. You cannot punch him lightly, then after that harder and harder. It's like you punch, something like this. And I think the reason is because Russia is on the back end of a lot of strikes, drone strikes, missile strikes, and they are starting to feel the pain. And I think that they just want to stop it. Or Europe.
Okay, so many say about how democracy doesn't work because it makes mistakes, but you need mistakes to learn from them, right? So that's part of the criticism of FEMA with the hurricane. You need to criticize it so that state starts working better, right? There was a case here in Croatia. There was a flood where it was a catastrophic flood. The berm breached, right, and it flooded the backfield behind the berm and protection. So it was really catastrophic. Few villages really flooded, and a lot of. But then there was this collective, collective need to help them, to help the people. So really huge help started pouring. But then the private charities introduced criticism of the Red Cross and state help to the citizens there, in order to get a share of the charities, right? They wanted a share of the charities, so they started attacking, criticizing the Red Cross and state about how they're doing badly, how they're returning the help. But when you think logically, the Red Cross has to accumulate and deliver help throughout at least a year, right? While the help charities are not going to be coming for a year, they will be just for a month, a massive that cannot be shared, that cannot be delivered. So when the Red Cross restored it somewhere farther away, it was a huge boo-ha, but it was actually private charities that wanted the share of the charities from the people that started those rumors, right? How the bad response. Same with this hurricane. It's a bullshit talk, bullshit rumors, totally made up stuff. You can check with the governors. Are they saying is FEMA helping them? Is the federal government helping them? All the governors are trying to descend these rumors about bullshit stories, how the FEMA is not helping, how pushing people that are risking their life. They don't want to risk, so they have to help those, private helpers. This is their reasoning, right? That's why they push, private initiative against private initiative, because they're helping as they can. I mean, but criticism is needed in order to make them work better, right? So now when you talk about censoring that criticism of the state upgrade, why you cannot criticize that work? If you want to learn, if you want to improve the state, suddenly you don't have the right to criticize that work. That's funny, after you just gave that need for the criticism of the state. Do you understand how your assumption is that if it's a private company, you have no rights? It's absolutely in your mind. That's right way to think. And that's when the communists say you need to start from scratch, because this spoiled, rotten assumption, state of mind, needs to be erased. Okay, it's neat, but there's no way to do it. That's the problem. There's no way to do it, but they keep trying and they're making mistake. And
Neuralink. Neuralink will solve it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I can press
maybe.
reset button on your brain.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my point. Okay. Wayne or Garrett? Who was Wayne? Okay, go ahead.
I like the Ukraine topic better. We have, I think, discussed this to death. This political left-right topic. So this was really interesting. This talk about Russia possibly retaliating. First, there have been these Putin interviews where he was interviewed somewhere in on the side of an event or something, where he said that Russia would maybe need to respond, but I think this has not been taken seriously in the West, and then they made a meeting in the governments where they decided to change the policy. So this is a clear signal that this is not just some bantering or some private threat by Putin, but it's a real policy. And this is a big change, not just a rumor or threat. It's just a real policy change. And
yeah,
I think
it's
that
exactly what I was trying to say. No, like it is because their threat is not taken seriously. That's why they have to make it like as obvious as possible to the West. That's what I say as well. No,
and the West has
Isn't that
recognized it.
Isn't that wasn't there an article in the UK Telegraph or one of the papers. I saw somebody talking about it that said the Pentagon called Keir Starmer ahead of his meeting with Zelenskyy yesterday and told him, tell him, forget about this idea that you're going to get any missiles to shoot into goddamn Russia, because that's over. It's not happening. Forget it. That's what they were reporting in actually, like, a pro-Ukrainian newspaper in London today.
Yeah, and what I thought that the satellites came into this talk is that they are basically used as guidance. All the Western rockets are guided by Western satellites, and they need to be programmed by Western experts. And maybe the Ukrainians are pressing the button to start them if they do it. But most of the things that needs to be done to deliver the rocket in any place in Russia is done by Western system and probably also by Western experts. So this is the argument where the satellites came in.
That's what you were saying before, that Putin, I think it was in St. Petersburg, it was more like a week ago, said we know who's pushing we know who's when they talk about hitting Russian targets with these long range missiles in Russia, we know who's doing it. It's not Ukrainians. It's it's the West. It's the Brits can't even do it without American help. They need Americans to use their satellites to target these things. And he said, look, we know who's doing it, and if you're gonna strike us, we might strike back. Not necessarily. And he wasn't even implying nuclear attack. He was implying that we might hit you.
Because sometimes, right, the people, especially in the pro-Ukraine side, right, they forget to think how difficult it is to learn a new system. You try to teach someone how to use the Microsoft Word, who totally don't know how to use. Enough. That's just Microsoft Word. Don't talk about long-range missile guidance system, and how to install it, how to launch it, how to maintain it. Don't even talk about that. Just Microsoft Word. You try to teach someone who totally don't know Microsoft Word at all. It's a pain in the ass, man. So, Virgin. Oh, sorry. Gareth. Sorry, it's Gareth. Gareth haven't talked yet.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to a point about the size of Trump's demos, which has broader implications. And the specific point I want to make about it is that there's actually, from the revolutionary Marxist perspective, we are distrustful of the size of demonstrations, because if you've got a city of 1 million people, you can easily fill a stadium of 10,000 people, and that's only 1% of the population. That's not a real indicator of popular support. If we are looking at this as as an opportunity to launch an insurrection, that's hopelessly insufficient. That's just not a reliable indicator. It's too easy. People from outside of cities come in. It's just not a reliable indicator of popular support. So, on that basis, I will confess that I underestimated Trump because I discounted his rallies. Because while it's true that they're not necessarily representative, they're not irrelevant either. And the fact that he could turn out those numbers quite reliably it turned out significant. It could have been illusionary, but it wasn't. And my point is that that's a methodical way of thinking about what public manifestations of support really mean. That's a proper materialist analysis of politics. Thank you.
So I wanted to ask about so Sirsky talked about the Russians bringing 50,000 people into Kursk. Is he trying to cope in a way that he can pull off Ukrainians who are in Kursk? Because I don't get where 50,000 troops really came from, like already troops. Did he pull them from Kharkov? Did the Russians pull them from Kharkov? Or where did like Sumy area, or where did the 50,000 come from? Wyatt.
The what? The curse? You mean the number?
Yeah, you remember Sirski said that the Russians have moved 50,000 troops to Kursk, or did you see that?
I saw people talking about it, but I usually I always say I don't believe in the numbers, like be it the deployed numbers or the killed numbers. What I only care is the front line, how it changed, because by the front line changes you can tell what's the reality. The numbers are always bullshit. No, especially I have direct contact with people. Like we have the front fighter for the Ukrainian side. Like from him, I really know that it is true. Most of the battalions and brigades in Ukraine is not fully manned. They haven't even recovered the lost manpower for the existing brigades. They are starting new brigades. It's a money scam, so that they can promote more people to higher ranks. They can avoid going to the front line. Who knows? No, so it's all full of shit. Then and more articles, then more and more revelations coming from the soldiers on the ground on the Ukrainian side. Yeah, today or yesterday he just shared another article to me. So and then it corroborates what he said as well, but from another unit. So everything is just nonsense in Ukraine right now. Of course they can still fight. Like clearly, our foreign fighter friend, he's still alive. He's still training. There are still soldiers training with him. There is troops, but the thing is, it's not going to be enough. They are totally overpowered at this moment. So, and everything is just so corrupted inside Ukraine. The corruption is just too much. So, Boyan.
Or maybe something that touches also this question and the question before. Well, if the West had escalated more with these long-range rockets and would be involved more in the war, this would be, I think, a problem with what we discussed in the beginning of the open mic, that the West maybe wants to pull Russia back into the fold. So if there is a direct conflict, this would be getting harder than right now, where they're not quite directly in the conflict. My opinion is that the West might, after the conflict, try to bring Russia back from China, and this is not without precedent. I think the West has fought Turkey. When the Turkish Empire was in its final days, there have been Western armies fighting against Turkey, and Turkey survived that and basically won the war. And Turkey needed maybe 50 years to get in an alliance with the West again. So from the early 1900s to when they joined NATO. So it's a difficult thing when you do a war against another power. You can't get back to normal terms quickly. This is one point, and the other, because I'm gonna have to catch at least some hours of sleep. I would like to ask you as my final point. What do you think? Will there be this bigger involvement? There have been earlier these talks about the French maybe getting troops inside Ukraine or Poland maybe joining. What is your feeling right now? Will there be a Western army direct involvement in this situation? Because Ukraine is faltering, it seems at least like, and this would be now the point where they have to decide: will they join or will they not?
Well, I think I have my finger up, so that's not what I was going to say, but I think, Vojan, that I think all the indications with them canceling this meeting that they were going to have in Ramstein, I think the West is folding their cards. They're going away. They're not gonna double down on this deal. They realize it's over with. I mean, they know they can't do anything. They're going to try to quietly back away from it and concentrate on somewhere else, Iran or whatever. So I don't really think there's any chance. Maybe somebody else wants to comment. My comment was going to be just to quickly make it was to Gareth when he talks about Trump's crowds. I think maybe you're misperceiving the Trump support in the United States. I think there's a huge percentage of Trump support that is based on we're sick of being led down a path to ruin by these elite assholes who are spending all kinds of money on foolish wars and all over the. So they're not so much. It's not a huge support for Trump. A lot of people that I know that support Trump don't like Trump. They say he's a fucking asshole. He's been a fucking asshole his whole life. And that's my perspective. It's except for the people that are running the show right now are leading us to destruction, and we need to change. And they see him as an agent of change, that he's maybe not controlled by the people that have been controlled by everybody else that we've gone before. So I really don't think it's monolithic like you kind of portray it. I mean, I think people are just fed up, and they want to show their support. And to tell you the truth, to put a Trump sign in your yard, like I live in New York State. If you put a Trump sign in your yard in New York State, you're sticking your neck out, because these people, the people that support the powers that be, they are not friendly. They are not nice. They will attack you. I mean, it's serious. I mean, Trump people, you could put all the goddamn Harris signs you want out. Nobody's gonna fuck with you. You put a Trump sign out, they'll come after you. I'm serious. I live here. I know how it works. So don't try to roll
That's
your
the
eyes at me
opposite
here.
of reality.
It's not. I live here. Goddamn it! I know it. It's
That doesn't
the
matter
truth.
so much.
Anyhow, that's what I
That
got to say.
doesn't matter so much. But when
Well, it
considering
does.
how the United States help works with Ukraine, we saw already there's always a pause, right? They help in the expectations of counteroffensive. After counteroffensive fails, they stop. They pause with the help and everything. So I'm expecting this is going to happen now. Also, it seems like they're giving up, making fun of Zelenskyy and his peace plan and everything. But it's just going to pause. And then when Trump comes in as part of his negotiation, he'll double down and provide much more weapons in order to escalate the negotiation. Because how United States negotiate with someone, during the negotiation they raise the stakes, they cause attack, they show the power that they can damage more. So now negotiations are about not damaging more instead of what was the basis, right? So that's how United States negotiates with weaker people. This is not going to work with Russia, but they will do it, right? Like Trump will also try raise the stakes, weaponize everything in order to raise the stakes to negotiate down the supply of weapons, right? And even allow Ukraine to attack Russia with cruise missiles, Western cruise missiles. That's probably going to be how Trump will negotiate, because that's how he used to negotiate with the business and previously, right? You raise something, and then in negotiation you give up on it, like giving something up. But it's just showing power that you can damage much more. That's how they do. When McClady, when you ask about 50,000 in Kursk, yes, there's 50,000 in Kursk, most probably, but all of the Kursk border area, not just on a front line. And that's how you can play with the wording in order to get that, because now Russia had to reinforce the borderline, rest of it, where there's no military actions going on, but they had to reinforce the border now because to prevent other, and we see it when they the Ukrainians tried on Veseloe to advance, they couldn't, because there's a lot more troops there now. But those are usually the ones that are fighting in Kursk region now. Yeah, a lot of them came from the Kharkiv from Volchansk, the reserve for there, not the ones that were fighting, but the reserves, and also those that were on R&R period, that came from the front line and were in a back, in a rear, deep rear, and doing R&R, and they were sent. So they were fighting like Ahmad, like the remnants of the Wagner, which are called Konash, something like that. Remnants of Wagner, a unit that was part of the Ahmad group, right? So they are actually the fighting, and those 155th that were in Zaporizhia, I think, used to be in Zaporizhia. I'm not sure where they used to be, but they were in the rear on R&R. Those are the fighting. But also a lot of them that are not fighting, but just sitting by the border as reserve in the case of the Ukrainian offensive or something like that. That's where you can collect total number of 50,000, right? But it seems like great news are being hidden and so on. They were talking about really cutting it in half, all the Kursk success of the Ukrainians they were mentioning, but also they're talking about how, I mean, a lot of news from Ukrainian side about how soldiers are not gonna fight in the front rows, right? They're not gonna, that they talking between themselves about not resisting when Russians attack, that they're not gonna shoot. So the news about finding unarmed mines, right? That they positioned the mines, dug them in, but they didn't arm them. They didn't pull the pin. So now I think Russians are talking some psyop against Ukrainians, where they trying to get them not to resist, to present it as normal, not to resist Russian attacks, which seems that that's a lot of is going to be happening. And why is Wyatt mentioning, oh, are they resisting at all? Right? Asking so many times, you know, are Ukrainian soldiers resisting at all? What's happening? Right? That's probably happening some places. I'm not sure. So Wyatt.
Oh,
Hey, White, I want to interject here because, you know, I quit smoking a couple years ago, and I think, you know, you should ban smoking from this channel because it triggers me. It makes me want to smoke. You know, I think I'm channeling Garrett there. I'm like, you know, you shouldn't be allowed to like trigger us poor fucking non-smokers. I'm joking.
This is already
What's
very
this got
mild.
to do with me?
I remember one open mic, we have like almost like 80% of the speakers all smoking at the same time. I remember that one. Was like, she says ridiculous. And people were asking, is this sponsored by some secret company?
It just makes me want to smoke. That's the problem.
Macchiari.
Vojin smoking a cigarette. I say,
Smoking is
Jordan,
smoking is a rich socialist tradition.
So Jordan, okay, yeah, I'm glad you answered that question. Yeah, I was actually wondering about, because yeah, Zelenskyy was talking about as if he was suggesting that they were all gotten from active frontline and taken back. So I think what he was doing there by saying that, he's trying to say that he's trying to signal that they may be falling back in Kursk, or trying to justify why they're falling back in Kursk. But there's something Vojin says that I agree, and I thought about that. I've been thinking about that the whole time, which is rapprochement between the United States and Russia after the conflict. And the reason why I thought that was important was because there's a time where the U.S. public had been prepared for the U.S. government to call Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. All the politicians were set. Lindsey Graham had prepared the Republicans, and a guy called Hakeem Jeffries had prepared the Democrats for that. And the Russians just destroyed it the moment Putin said that if they do that, they're going to sever diplomatic relations with the United States. The whole thing died immediately. The whole state sponsor of terrorism thing died immediately. And that really surprised me. I'm like, wait a minute, are they that scared are they that concerned about cutting diplomatic relations with Russia? And I couldn't figure out exactly why this was such a big deal until I thought about it. I was like, wait, at one moment they're thinking ahead. They know this conflict will be over. So they're trying to maneuver Russia into a certain position. And this war has a lot to do with Russia refusing to basically take whatever position the US wants them to be in.
So I want to answer Vojin's question. So whether the West will enter the war or later. My theory, right from the early days in the war 2 years ago, is that the West will not enter the war until they see Russia is losing. Then they will pounce on Russia. So, but the problem is that Russia is winning. So the West was like, it's not my problem anymore. If they saw that Ukraine is actually winning, like really winning, the Russian military is getting defeated and retreating, 100% confirm NATO will enter Russia immediately. They'll punch, double punch, into Russia and make sure that Russia collapses quickly.
NATO's peacekeepers will enter to Russia.
Yeah, they will enter not just Ukraine, they will enter Russia. They will take the opportunity to because if Russia will be defeated militarily, means that their internally is already a mess. They have no command and control. Maybe the nuclear deterrence will not be working. They will like pounce on it. But the fact that nothing of this sort happened, which is what they expect. They expected Russia to collapse. If you look at all the most hawkish pro-Ukrainian crazies, especially those Americans, they are pushing for war and stuff. You can see this is exactly how they think Russia will unfold. They thought that Russia will collapse, but then they hope that then they have the chance to enter. Didn't. So that's just no. Yeah, I think now the question of entering Ukraine is already over. I don't think the NATO troops will ever enter anymore. In fact, I think the discussions behind the doors most likely will be about how do they get out of this shit that they have created for themselves? How do they redraw the money that they have invested? How do they damage control for whatever they cannot redraw? I think this is probably the discussion. I don't think it will be a military answer anymore. Yeah, so that's what I think. Fojin.
Yes, my reasoning as well, for my opinion, they are looking for a off-ramp and to stay at least in some kind of relationship with Russia. The interesting point was Bakadi said the political argument that Russia said that they will react with cutting relations with the West if they get branded as a terrorist sponsor. I think I've read that the Russian ambassador has left the United States without having any replacement being named or announced. So I think the guy is named Antonov or something. So basically, Russia currently has only a consulate, not an embassy in the United States. It has been downgraded already. But I would like to further the question from before. Will NATO not join the fight against Russia, but will they enter Ukraine? Maybe on the west side of Ukraine without fighting?
I don't think they're there. I don't think
they're already there. They are.
But
the trainers
officially.
Yeah.
I don't think they're there.
Unofficially, always unofficially.
Yeah, I think officially they don't dare to because it changes the entire thing, and Belarus have warned early in the war that if Polish army enters Ukraine, Belarus will be in the state of war with Poland. So it's like I don't think this kind of thing will happen. Like it changes the equation too much. That's what I think.
Imagine if Ukraine falters, the state itself, if it breaks up, if there is a rebellion or whatever, and if it's a state in chaos without governing structures functioning, I could see at least some so-called police forces entering.
I think under the UN mandate, maybe. under UN mandate, which Russia do not veto, maybe. But I think before Russia call it quits, I think no one will dare to go in.
And that's
Because you
the
don't know whether you will die, man.
So why do you guys think that they are not lowering the age of conscription in Ukraine? I thought they should have done it, but would have done it by now. I mean, I wonder what they is. Are
They don't have youth. You should look at the demographics of Ukraine. They have almost no young people, especially this category of 15 to 25 years old. It's 4 times smaller than the category of 40 years old.
Well, Western politicians believe they do have those people.
They have but few.
They keep telling them that if they don't mobilize, I was listening to Alexei Arestovich as well. He was saying if we don't mobilize, we are doomed. And he was saying that they need to mobilize like right now. But he says it's mobilization. Because I mean, the moment you start mobilizing those people in their 20s, man, like early 20s and late teens, I think that's a point of no return. I don't think that country will ever stand up, even if peace was declared after you have sent all those kids out there. But yeah, I was wondering why they haven't done it yet, because I don't think it's because they care, you know.
It's the demographics issue.
No. Yeah, they literally are. They don't want to send young kids out to die because until they've had children. Basically, that's what it comes down to. And in fact, the Western practice of sending out young kids, like in Vietnam, and to some extent World War II and World War I, is actually quite recent. In a lot of history, soldiers were quite old, not just strapling youths.
So I want to do closing now because it's been almost 7 hours. So let's do closing. Macchiari, go first. We go this way.
Yes, nice lively talk as usual. I always try to make it to the to the open mics, but you know, yeah, usually I can get it. But other than that, yeah, nice talk as usual. And again, Wyatt, I'm glad you do hold this. It's usually a very nice discussion, and I can see by the passion of the people chatting, they also. And thanks, Gareth, for you managed to garner a lot of donations. There were mainly insults towards you, but the money came in anyways. So that's it.
Nunya.
Oh, well, no, thanks guys for the chat. It was a lot of fun as usual. The week ahead, the only thing that I've really got on my radar that's pretty local is it looks like as we speak, some of the MPs in Trudeau's government backbenchers mostly are trying to form some sort of mutiny against him to get him to leave. So that'll be an interesting story to follow over the next week or so, how that rolls out. Other than that, I guess for people who don't know, here in Canada, we celebrate Thanksgiving in October as opposed to November. And our Thanksgiving weekend is this weekend. So happy Thanksgiving to everybody who's going to enjoy some turkey. And we'll pick it up next time. Cheers.
Woyin.
Yeah, so good talk as always. Has been fun. We have obviously quite differing opinions, and it's good for the discussion and for the livelihood of the discussion. The Ukraine topic is hopefully going to go away in the next months. And maybe we should think about other topics more, but still, it's in my opinion the most interesting topic as of now. The political discussions is difficult in such a format that we have, where a lot of people want to talk, and we are losing our well, train of thought, at least when we have to wait too long. So that's a difficult thing if we want to go into philosophy and politics. It's hard, but otherwise, great discussions as always, and good night, everybody.
So am I next? So I think Vojan has probably nothing to worry about. There's probably plenty of wars coming down the pike, if unless we have the final war to end all wars. But yeah, I came in late, so I missed a lot of the early discussion. So I appreciate getting a chance to chime in here. But not only is it a Thanksgiving in Canada, it is on Monday, which actually is today, is Columbus Day in America, which is now been designated Indigenous Peoples Day because we realized that Columbus was the Columbus was a savage. But so anyhow, there was something else I was going to say, but I can't remember what it is. But thanks all, and have a good night.
Okay. Happy thanking Columbus Day to everybody, or Columbus Thanking Day. And
yeah, it's different. It's Thanksgiving for them and Columbus for we don't have our Thanksgiving until November. So
I think next will be Gareth. Actually, just now I want to say something after Vojan, but I forgot.
I'm sorry.
Sure. Well, I take the point, and Brian was quite right that this is a difficult medium in which to discuss philosophy and politics. You really do need to be able to write and take the time to read whole essays that lay out a point. But we do what we can. And what I mainly wanted to say was that I really appreciated, and well, I said that in the past tense, but I mean, I really appreciate the way that DPA brings different perspectives together. We've got a lot of voices here from all over the world, different experiences, different ideas about how the way is. And that's actually pretty rare in a world that's so heavily dominated by Western and particularly American media, as we were talking before. So glad to have the experience and encounter all of these people and all of these ideas. Thank you. I'm done.
Oh, so there was one thing I forgot to say. It was like maybe Wyatt, you can encourage or get Gareth to encourage his friends to come on here. So you can make more money. So people can hate. They can hate on more people.
So I remember what I wanted to say after Vojan completed, because he was talking about the people forgetting what they say.
Ukraine.
We really need to try to learn to answer shorter. Don't be so eager to say so much things, like 2-3 points all at once. Like I know Prata have this habit, Euro also sometimes goes very long. Like we have to keep our answer maybe shorter, or maybe if you have a lot of points but you just talk one point first, just keep. We can talk about later points, and then go into a different topic later. Because sometimes the answers are so long, man. Like especially for Prata, Prata always go on to long essays. Then after that, then I halfway through I do not know what we are talking about anymore because it's like he goes so far away. Euro closing.
Cheers.
Yeah, the trick with long answer is actually just like an example of McLady today. He gave excellent exposition of the American society. But it was only because it was long enough, detailed enough to connect few details to make it logical. You can't really persuade anybody with the short answers. You cannot give the logic thought behind it with short answers. That's one problem. Yeah, I do repeat a lot, which make it looks like it's a long answer, a long talk, but it's just boring. It's too detailed. I don't put it correctly. I don't talk a long time. I don't think. I just talk boring. It seems like it's too long because the main point I already said in the beginning. Why to repeat it, right? But I follow this, essay writing logic. You give the main point,
I'm already
then
bored.
give the what?
I was kidding. I'm already bored. I said.
No interruption.
So
no interruption.
provide the basis for such conclusion, and then repeat it again. this is essay writing rule, right? So in order to be concise and more convincing. But yeah, I skipped this. I think it was the Prata's monologue day today. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I noticed that was as long as I was listening for 5 minutes before I showed up. So, I mean, it seems like it was just him talking before that. I'm not sure, but I didn't come on earlier because I was on my birthday party, small birthday party. So then now I hope there's not gonna be. I didn't have money to pay for fireworks, and I hope it's not gonna be somewhere else in Russia.
Is your birthday?
Yeah.
Is your birthday?
So,
oh, happy birthday,
yeah,
Europe.
it is. Thank you.
Oh, happy birthday, man.
Thanks. So it's I'm seems like a little bit younger today, even though my back hurts. So it was pretty good. I think we had really good philosophical discussions about democracy and people's rights, and that I think it was real constructive. And thank you. And please like. We need likes on this open mic. We need more viewership, like 3,500. We need more. I'm hungry after a party, so we need more. I'm hungry. Please like, and thank you all. Have a fun.
Yeah, thank you. And Vaughn, closing. Vaughn, you're muted.
Yeah, I just want to say it was another great open mic. Love the variety we always have. You know, I take a little umbrage with all these Trump haters and crybabies. You can lick my tape and gargle Trump's balls because he's going to be president, and America's not going to fail because you got Kamala Harrison. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Voyan, and you simping for fucking Kamala. By the way, keep watching Ukraine because you know the South is going to bust wide open. Probably some action around Zaporizhia at any time. You know, Kupian's on the line. They're playing around up north. Kursk is over. Keep watching DPA if you want to know what the hell's going on and see a bunch of Kamala Harris simps. Peace out.
Yep. Thank you, Vaughn. All right.
Take care, man.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. It's my turn to do closing. So if you notice the title, I'm not sure which, maybe it's below, is the 99th DPA Open Mic. 99. So the next one is going to be 100. So I'm thinking, 100. Should we do a 10 hours open mic? I'm thinking, 10 hour. I'm not sure if I can survive 10 hours, but so let's see, the what we should do for 100. But yeah, it is amazing, 100 open mics. So like 99 already is crazy. How do you reach 99 open mics? How many 5 hours to 7 hours did I lost in my life for this? So crazy, man. So yeah, this open mic. Sometimes we do have to talk about the philosophical, and ideological stuff, because I think it's still important to grind our knowledge and opinions regarding politics, regarding philosophy. Like communism. Is it really communism? Do you think we don't have enough freedom? No, how much is enough freedom? Sometimes people don't ask this kind of question. Like, how much freedom is enough freedom? How much revolution do we really need? How much government do we really need? Sometimes we talk in very vague terms, and sometimes though it is important that if we grind it a bit, we are able to get better understanding of ourselves. Sometimes we are just thinking too vaguely, and I think this is just a good practice. But of course, if you are here watching them, most likely you are pretty wise already. You're pretty knowledgeable or pretty attentive to the things happening around the world. So you are already a cut above the rest. But yeah, how do we reach the common folk I do not know. So we shall see how this goes. And nowadays, I've been very busy with Ukraine war. I want to cover more of the geopolitics and other stuff, other news. I'll see how do I manage the content strategy, because now I swap it around. Previously, I have the frontline changes first, then SIP rep later. But I realized that is a bit weird, because by the time I talk about the SIP rep, most of the day in Ukraine is gone. I think the SIP rep should be in front, perhaps. Then the frontline changes doesn't matter what time I publish; it is always updated, in a sense. So that's why I do the switch, and also partly because I feel like the viewership has kind of having some problems when I do it this way. So I thought nowadays I swap it around, seems to be doing better for at least for the war channel. So that's why. But that also caused another problem, because I do not know where to put conclusions. So I haven't been doing conclusions the past few days. But then if I do conclusions, I have no time to do news. So I haven't been doing news as well. So so I'm not very knowledgeable lately about what the hell is happening around the world, because I'm not covering the geopolitics and the things happening around the world. So yeah, I have to do more in terms of that. And then of course, open mic as usual. I don't have I still didn't really post the clips at all, because I have no time to do timestamp, no time to do clipping. I'm really thinking about hiring someone from someone who full-time to do production, like helping with the timestamp and produce the clips and upload. I'm not sure if I should let them upload or not, because there would be access to the YouTube channel. But yeah, someone full-time, then maybe hopefully living in a third world country, or at least countries that at least at the Malaysia level, or Indonesia level, where I can afford the full-time salary. If not, the salary will be too expensive. I'm not sure if you guys, anyone who is not living in a country that doesn't earn that much money, and it's like no need a lot of money to make a living monthly. You can contact me and see whether I can afford your service or not. But because if not, I think it's a bit hard for me to find the extra time to do the clippings. But we shall see, because and what else? Another thing, the only one more issue is that just now the Indonesian website that I shared, that is actually not a media, that is actually the government website. So that's one thing I want to note. And thank you for all the super chats and the membership gift, as particularly to the Iranian Putin, and of course Tyler Peter. Is by Tyler Peter, right? I think he's not around anymore. So yeah, and there is some crazy amount of memberships that is shared. I don't even know how much it is going to be. It's going to be in terms of the funding for the channel, because it doesn't show. Membership doesn't show immediately on the chat revenue on the open mic. So yeah, I would know probably only later, but it will help. So I am not sure. I'm really looking into really thinking about hiring someone, but I have to hire someone not from first world countries, like not from Europe, not from United States, not from Singapore, because I can't afford the salary. It's just too high. But I shall see how it goes. So, and thank you, thank you, ASCII. Thank you, all the people that have super chatted. Yeah, that's it. 7 hours. So next week I will consider whether we do 10 hours to celebrate the 100th episode of DPA Open Mic. I'll think about it. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll drop out the outro, and see you guys in the next update.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Partisan. stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, invading the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, invading the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.